How about that? Can you hear that? How about that? Can we hear? Yeah, nothing on the stream at all. Because yeah, I'm not getting anything over here at all either. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Yeah. No, it's working now. I can hear I can be heard now. Huh. Oh goodness. Let's see here. Let's do this one. Yeah, can you drop out and come back in, Thundero, and see if that helps? Because it looks like I'm coming through on the sound here. Let me go over and check the other side. See if it's working now. Because it looks like I'm coming. Yeah, I'm working okay now. It's working now. And that's it. I don't hear you at all, dude. Let's see if I do this again. See if this works. Yeah, I'm coming through fine, but you're not. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Um, it's just always something, isn't it? Hmm. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Not really sure what to do with that. I know they can hear me. Yeah, it never fails. It's always some nonsense. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll do that. Let me just go ahead and drop Discord here. I'll give you guys a nice little pretty picture to look at. Aw. All right. Let me go ahead and do this. And I shall get myself completely out of the Discord and shut it off and then just restart the whole thing. Let's see if that does anything. So, can you hear me now? It's showing up over here. It's just not working. Let me come back over here into the settings. Okay. Okay. Now I can hear you.
Ah, we found it. It's
We
did.
It did the thing. It did the
We did the
thing.
thing.
We did it. All
It's
right.
always something stupid every
It's
time with this
always
Discord.
something stupid. Yeah. But anyway, it looks like everything's working now. I guess I am getting full. Yeah, I'm getting full pattern from this, and of course I am.
Yep,
Yeah,
I can hear
everything
myself on the stream. We're
everything's
good. We're
working. We're
back.
good.
We're
Hi.
live and
Well,
in living color.
let me start. That was only 9 minutes though. It's all right. So once again, welcome. Hopefully you had a good
Welcome,
weekend,
everybody.
which is what I say.
Mhm,
And then
mhm, mhm.
yeah, we got a lot to talk about today. We do.
Yep.
TikTok was down for 2 hours.
Yeah.
They lost their
Yeah.
damn mind.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, it's back now. The
They've had
whole
service outages longer than that.
they have, yeah, and of course the whole world chose to kick America when it was down, saying, "God, it's awful quiet now,"
Mhm,
because we're loud,
mhm.
you know. It's the joke.
Mhm. Mhm.
Everyone says that,
We're only loud because we're right.
or we're just loud.
When
We are
you're
kind of
when
loud,
you're right, you're allowed to be loud.
maybe. But
Yeah.
I mean that is the simple fact of being an American. Most Americans don't know this because they never leave home. But you
Mhm.
are simultaneously hated
Something
and
like that.
loved anywhere in the world.
Envy has that effect.
Yeah, we deserve it sometimes.
Oh, no, we're bastards.
Yeah,
We're fine with it, though,
yeah,
because the alternative is far worse.
yeah.
So, pick your poison, world. What would you like? Would you like the Chinese to be in charge? I don't think you would.
Yeah, they're having trouble. I mean, there's still a lot of economists betting on them 100% for the win, though. Tell you
Mhm.
what, even though we have full economic collapse in China, there's like civil war in the streets. Anything bad you can imagine is happening over there. But
Yeah.
yet you got these economists saying, "No, China is the future. America's a dying empire." Okay, all right, yeah, maybe true. That's a bleak future you got there painted, Mister Economist.
Yep.
But it is what it is. We'll see. We'll see. I know Britain is getting their butt kicked quite a bit. It's kind of sad. Saw something about old what's that weird little girl that became a princess and wants everybody to remember it every day forever.
Oh God, yeah. Mhm. What the hell's her
What
name?
is her name?
Markle? Meghan Markle? Is that what
Marky.
it's about?
No, Marky Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
one.
Marky Mark.
Um, Now there's rumors coming out that what is it? Harry can't shoot the baby bullets, and she basically gets pregnant from someone else. Yeah, scandal. Nice,
Lovely. Lovely.
lovely. Yeah. Well, she just want to be a princess anyway. That's the only thing she gives a shit about. You know, because she's special. She's pretty though. I give her that. She was on what was that show she was on that I watched like
Suits,
for a
I
few
think?
episodes and then gave it up. What was that?
I think it was Suits.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. I don't recall seeing her on it because I quit watching it before she appeared. But yeah, I don't know why that one lasted for a long time. You ever watch that one?
I did not. But
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
right at the end of me watching TV shows where I just kinda checked out of them. If I couldn't binge them, I don't watch them.
yeah. That's kind of true. That one was kind of dumb though. I thought because basically you got a guy who's real smart and he goes take the test for people to pass the bar all the time cheating, but he doesn't do it himself. Huh? That's it.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff
Yep.
I don't watch. My wife watches stuff. Like she liked Dexter. I watched a little bit of it and I was it was boring.
Yeah, I never got into it. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
one of those it's like there's been a lot of shows in the last 10 years or so that have come out that have been on for a very long time, many of them.
Mm.
Long runs, and I'm just like, no,
Yeah.
no interest.
No.
Because it's so once you've seen most of these procedural dramas or whatever, it's the same show.
It
Everyone's
is.
the same show.
It
And
is.
it's just I'm like, I've seen this.
Yeah.
We've been here before. Especially since you don't have shows like House anymore that get the misanthropic character correctly because you
Right. And
can't
it's
be
just
offensive.
clever and smart and yeah, you don't
Yeah,
get a lot
you
of that.
can't be
Yeah.
offensive anymore, so it's boring.
Yeah, House was always good. He always can
Yeah,
make it fresh by insulting a new group of people. It
right,
was
he
good.
found some other way to piss people off, it was
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. It's like Clint Eastwood's character there, Dirty Harry. He hates
Yeah,
everybody.
he hates him equally.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's
Equal
fine
hate.
with who he is.
Yeah.
He loves who he is, he's perfectly fine with it.
That's right. That's right. But yeah, the house was a
They've been
great.
talking about, potentially apparently the showrunner or whatever, producers have been talking about maybe bringing House back, but I don't know, the ending was pretty good. I thought it had a pretty good end, so we'll see.
How they end it?
Um, so Wilson, his buddy, got cancer.
Right.
And he decided to just die. He didn't want to go through chemo or anything. He was just, I'm just going to let it kill me.
Well done.
And basically,
Yeah.
House fakes his own death so he and Wilson can just piss off together, and he'll take care of him till he dies.
That's a great ending.
Yeah, it's a really good, it's a really sweet, it's a good ending for the character too,
It is
because
a
he
good
it
ending for
shows
the
that he
character.
grew and became to appreciate his, the only person who's ever stood by him his entire life.
Yeah, no, no, that is good
They
ending.
literally ride off into the sunset together on motorcycles. Literally.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
it's a good
Yeah,
ending.
it's better than him ending up with Cuddy.
Yeah. No, they killed that in the 7th season when they just got rid of her or whatever season it was. I don't remember. I don't think it
Oh,
was
I
7.
see. I didn't mind the Cuddy character, but they it's that kind of like strain long term. Are they? Will they? Won't they? Type of thing. What
Mhm.
about the
Yeah.
lesbian girl who I know now is an annoying, just will never shut up wokeite? But on the show, she
She
had a good character.
she did have a good character. She
13.
basically, I'm trying to remember, but she was really sick. She had
Yeah,
some
she's
bad disease,
fatal disease. Yeah.
and then, she goes away for most of the last bit, and then she comes back and basically makes her peace with House and then leaves again. But yeah, that
Oh,
was pretty
okay.
much her arc.
Yeah, yeah.
The one who
Uh,
had I think the most interesting arc besides House himself is the, Australian guy, the blonde.
yeah, they do
The
give him a good
last
arc.
season focus on him. Yeah, it focuses on him a lot, stop goofing around basically and becoming the man that House believed he could be the whole time, which is really, really nice.
Well, he
And he
married the
does
hot little
actually.
blonde, right?
Well, yeah, but they got divorced because he killed a guy and she couldn't forgive him for it.
Oh, as if she hadn't done such things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, it's a great show.
Yeah.
House was a good show, is the point. And I just can't find anything I really sink my teeth into. I did like what they were doing with the Daredevil stuff.
It
That
looks
was
pretty
look
good.
cool, but now they have the
And
new one, could be good.
I'm a Daredevil the original series, I didn't like it for whatever reason. I can't remember why. I'd have to probably if I went back and watched it, I probably could remember, but I just watched a few episodes and I was like, I don't know. It didn't
Yeah,
register with me.
yeah.
But I understand a lot of people really love it. So that trailer looked really good. I was like,
It
"Wow,
did look good.
that looks good." That
Well,
looks like they're doing it right, at least. At least it looks that way. We'll see,
yeah.
but it looks like they are.
Well, they were pretty honest to the character, which is
Yeah.
important. That Cox fella, he was pretty good at portraying action because that's kind of important when you're playing, an action hero.
That's right.
And it's not just the women's; it's the men. Not all men can sell action, right?
No.
Not all. And the problem we get that we notice more often is because everything has to be female now for what decades. This isn't
Yeah.
just recent. This is long,
No.
long term,
Mhm.
right? Um, 99% of the women they throw up at us can't sell action. Some can. Emily Blunt can
Yeah.
sell the hell out of it,
Oh,
right?
well, she also has a very nice ass, but yes.
But no, she can sell action though. Just because she has a nice
Yes.
ass doesn't mean she can sell action.
It's
Um,
just it's a bonus.
it
It's a
is,
plus.
it is. But I mean, there's a couple ladies who can sell it really well, both in the past and present. Um, but they just don't really concern themselves with that. And of course, there are examples. My point is there are examples of guys who can't sell action either, right?
Yeah.
But that is the name Charlie Cox, I think is his name. Um,
Something like that.
he sells it pretty. He's a little guy, but he sells it. You know.
Which I think actually kinda works for Daredevil if he's not he's not jacked 6'5".
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
Daredevil's
fine.
kind of a normal build guy. He's not really a monster or anything.
Yeah,
Um, he's an agile fighter. He's not a powerhouse.
that's true.
Uh, I've just never been a big Daredevil fan. I think it's probably because he has a lot of the very same villains as like Spider-Man, and
Uh-huh.
he's just like the worst Spider-Man. So I'm just like, I'm okay. But I think the character concept is really cool. I like the name. The
Yeah.
name's cool. I like the costume. I like the appearance of it. It's just for whatever reason, I don't know. I only had room for one New York street level superhero in my life, and it was Spider-Man. I picked
That's
Spider-Man.
fair
So
enough. It's fair enough. One thing that they did in this series, at least to a point, was they did kind of show his Catholicness, and that's an
that
important
is
part of the
nice. Yeah,
character.
yeah,
But really, other than a couple of action scenes that were just choreographed to the nth degree, were amazing, right? Really, the
mhm.
show didn't really shine unless Vincent D'Onofrio was there.
That's what I was gonna say. Even in the trailer, he just eats it.
He eats it.
He's
It's
just eating the scene.
he,
It's just
yeah.
his. That's his scene. You leave. You don't even need to
Mhm.
be here. He's got it. He's done.
Yeah.
It's over.
Just don't
And
go
he's
watch that stupid Echo thing. Don't watch it. Don't have anything to do
well,
with it.
yeah. But he's just a monster of an actor, and he
Yeah, he
always has
is.
been. He's
Yeah,
one
he
of those
is.
guys who's just been out here plugging away great performances for like 25 years,
Hmm.
and just he's just one of those guys. He just
Yeah,
is. He's in that lane.
I'm glad he's not dead yet. because
Mhm.
some of those that kind of dude, those amazing actors, but that kind of amazing actor, they tend
Yeah.
to die
Yeah, like,
young.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Phil
Yeah.
Hoffman, but he's not the only one. There are others.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad he's not dead. But
Oh,
that
Philip
guy
Seymour
just
Hoffman,
eats
bro.
it.
That
You,
was a different level, that guy. He could just oof.
yeah, no,
'Cause
Hoffman
you
is
know
pretty
you're a
good
really good actor when you're not a handsome dude, and you can still dominate a scene with a handsome actor,
with
because that
Tom
handsome actor
Cruise.
has
Yeah,
a massive advantage,
that's
right?
right.
And it's not like he's a slut like, Tom Cruise is a great actor when he wants to be. He's
Sure.
phenomenal, and he would just it wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Wasn't even close. It's crazy,
Yeah, no, it
but
was good. It was good. But with even with D'Onofrio, there's a movie where he plays a serial killer. It's
yep,
brutal, dude. It's brutal,
yep.
and
He's great.
it's a little thing. I think a lot of people haven't seen it, but it's harsh. But yeah, great actors are always nice to have. Unfortunately, we don't really get. I don't know what it is, but we don't really get women that grab us like that. I cannot give one example. I don't know, and
Um,
there's plenty of good actresses, but I haven't
what
ever
about,
seen an actress that just grabs you like that. You know,
like Kathy Bates in that movie where she kidnaps the writer guy? I can't
that's
remember what
pretty
it's called.
close.
It's pretty
Misery.
good.
That's pretty
Misery, yeah.
close.
It's
Um,
pretty good.
but we can name a handful of great male actors that just there's many examples of them
Dominate.
just simply
Mhm,
dominating you.
mhm.
And I can't really think of women like that. And I wonder if it's the same problem that women have with comedy, because it's not fair.
Probably.
It's not a fair thing.
No.
But the simple fact of the matter is, you don't laugh at mom, right?
Well, the
So
other thing
it's an
is
uphill
with
battle,
women,
right?
the severity is a different level because unless we're doing, like, something where that's super powered or whatever, it's probably just because 'cause we're guys, it might be maybe it's a little bit sexist, but whatever, who cares? It's because we can't take them as seriously as a threat,
That too.
a woman.
That
Yeah,
too.
it's harder to do, whereas a man, you're like, "What's this guy?" He can get that drip in him where it just if a good actor could I watched this video recently of this guy, he's a teacher, an acting teacher, and he was just talking casually, and then you could see it. Turned on a performance,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
right when he did, he had your attention
yeah,
immediately, like
yeah,
boom, got you
yeah,
now, and he took it from just a casual conversation to a very serious one. He wasn't talking about anything grave or anything, just the way he
yeah.
spoke,
Controlling the
what
room.
he said.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
he controlled
yeah,
your attention.
yeah.
And it's very rare when any actor can do it, especially just turn it on, but it's even more rare for a female. It just is.
It
I don't know
is.
how else to put it.
And the thing that we're just, we're just men and maybe sexist toward it, which of course is always a potential, right?
Yeah,
But the women have the same opinion though.
they do. They do.
So yeah, I don't know.
Well,
Uh,
I just think I know the feminists don't like to hear it, but it's a man's world for a reason, and it's because men are more severe. We're more severe in everything. Women are much more right in the middle. They're much more herd animal. Men are much more pack animal. So sometimes men are very, 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 very dangerous. Sometimes men are very, 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 very protective. And
right.
then there's everything in the middle. But we have more on the fringes than they do. And that's why we're
Maybe.
able to
Yeah.
become crazy
Well,
artists or crazy architects or just, we can do these crazy, all the best,
insane
not
stuff. Yeah.
all, but most of the best writers are men. Most of the best poets are men. Most of the best painters are men. And these are things women have always been able to do, right? And they
Oh, there's
have.
some great examples. Yeah.
Yeah. So most geniuses. There's far more geniuses, like actual legitimate geniuses, that are men. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
It's not even a. I always say this: women are fantastic managers and administrators. Men are better executives. Men are better at executing something, at getting
Yeah.
it done, because they
Yeah.
have that singular focus. Whereas
It,
women's minds are like pop, 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 popping
right.
everywhere.
Well, I mean, I think the best analogy I saw was if we looked at the mind of a man and a woman, and we displayed it in the form of a box with wire coils inside. You would
Yep.
open up the man's box, and you would have neat stacks of coils. You open the
Hmm.
woman's box, it's a jumble of and like a briar patch.
Right.
And
All over the place.
I don't know how true that was, but it felt true. But of course, the problem with the argument is saying, "Oh, you're just being male," is the women agree.
Correct.
If you're going to have an honest conversation, I don't know. It is what it is.
It is.
But you also have an example like I was talking about with D'Onofrio. I've
Mhm.
seen him do many roles, and he doesn't come across as a physical threat unless he
Mm.
wants to. And then,
Right. Well, and
boy,
Kingpin is
howdy,
yeah, when he turns it on as Kingpin, you're like, "Oh, hello, sir.
whoa!
Hello,
but
sir."
yeah, I mean, but there's a few
Yeah.
other examples you can give with him as well outside of that role.
That's what you want for
Yeah,
Kingpin, right? Because, yes, he's obviously very imposing, but most of the time he's not. He's cerebral. He thinks.
yeah,
He comes up with he tries to charm people. He tries to talk his way into fixing his problems. But if he needs to, he can pound your ass if he
yeah.
has to.
Right, and I love that the new trailer because I really hope it's good. I know we're all down on Marvel and stuff, but the truth of the matter is we want good Marvel, we want good Star
Yeah.
Wars. We're just not getting it. But in that trailer, and all we can do is keep our fingers crossed. The conversation, how they started that trailer with Matt Murdock saying, "Thanks for finding time for me,"
Mhm.
because Fisk is mayor now, right?
Right.
And just
Which
the
is also a wink at the audience, right? Saying
right.
thank you for not giving up on us because as far as I know, they're bringing back everybody, even
I
the
hope
staff,
so.
even like the production staff,
I
from
hope
what I
so.
understand. Like they're bringing
Yeah.
back everybody.
I know they're bringing back the Punisher guy. He's not my favorite Punisher of all time, but other than let's ignore season two, and
Yeah.
we're good, right? But yeah, I mean, I love the dichotomy and the interaction between the two men.
Yeah.
It was a polite conversation. You can see that how much they need each other in a weird way. It was just really good scene. I mean, because Charlie Cox can act, and you have D'Onofrio to hold your hand, so that's good. Hey, Adrian.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I actually am kind of hopeful for this one.
Yeah,
I was a naysayer, like, why are we doing this? Because they've ruined everything. But after seeing
Mhm.
that trailer, and maybe, I don't know, like, how long have they been in production with this thing? Because
I don't know.
I feel
I
like
think 2
there
years.
might have been some influence by Penguin doing so well as well.
Oh,
Could be.
that's a good thing. But
That would be a
but
Yeah,
yeah,
great
I
thing.
think we're all quite hopeful. We were a bit surprised by that trailer, especially seeing as the horrible evil crap they did with Kingpin and Echo. It was just
right.
disgusting. It was disgusting,
Or-
right?
I also think it was like when I watched it, I thought I almost had like a sigh of relief that we didn't have the jokey crap that we've had for so long. Like it's like
Yeah,
they either go gritty or they go really foolish at some
right.
point.
Yeah, you're right. And
It's
Dare,
too
but
jokey,
yeah,
but they can't like they can't separate the two. Like they always have to do it one
yeah.
way or the other, it
No, you're
seems
right.
like. And maybe we're coming back to the grit. I don't
Well,
know.
well, if you remember, I've been reading Daredevil. It's like the first comic book I ever bought. Was a
Right,
Daredevil comic back in the early 70s. But Daredevil's always been dour.
right.
It's the Catholicism in it, right?
Yeah, sure.
But there was a period with who's that asshole that never shuts up? He's an absolute dick. He did a really good comic though in Kingdom Come. Um, Mark
Yeah,
Um,
Mark Wade.
Mark
yeah.
Wade, that jagoff.
Yeah.
They put him on Daredevil, and you know
He
what
did
it
a good
was?
Daredevil.
Well, yeah, but you know how remember how we had Graham Nolan did
Yeah,
Animal
Grandma.
Man, and it was great
Yeah.
actually what he did with it. But Wade wanted to make Daredevil that character, that kind of weird, goofy, hippie character, right?
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
he wanted to, I was like, "What the hell is this, dude? That's not Daredevil at all." And of course, we don't have Daredevil in the comic anymore. Anyway, he's been replaced by
Yeah.
a dead woman at
Mhm.
that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we don't even have Daredevil.
Not
But
really. Yeah.
yeah, well, Marvel's completely broken, dude. I mean, everybody is
Yeah.
either gender swapped, race swapped, or gay, and often a
Yeah.
multiple of the choices we
Yeah.
just gave. It's incredible how
Especially if you're a redhead.
dysfunctional, huh?
Oh yeah. It's
They've
bad.
purged redheads entirely. I don't
Oh,
think there's
they
a
hate
single
the
redhead
redheads.
character
I
left.
still we
Yeah.
still haven't figured out that phenomenon.
I don't know. It's very
Yeah.
strange, but it's undeniable that it. I mean, just look. You can look over the last 5. It's
Oh no, dude,
undeniable
there's
that
entire
they've done that.
documentaries on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ginger genocide.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, it's
it's
very strange.
very strange behavior.
Yeah.
It's funny
Uh,
because my wife and I were actually talking about that a little earlier. How most young girl power fantasies are the dorky girl or whatever, the mid girl, just a normal girl runs into the most amazing, perfect man of all time,
yeah. Yeah.
and he falls madly in love with her and gives up
Right.
everything he's ever had for her. And the male fantasy is similar, except the normal guy becomes somehow a hero who saves a bunch of people's lives and then gets the girl who's just barely out of his league or out of his league. It's
Yeah,
very similar power fantasy, but one is far more toxic than the other when you think about it.
yeah,
Uh, because the young man had to actually achieve something first. The girl just exists and therefore is desired. And we were talking about that, and then I was like, a great example is Peter Parker and Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Mary Jane is, a goddess, effectively, the real Mary
Well,
Jane, not whatever nonsense they've been doing to her.
you hit
Um,
the jackpot, Tiger. I mean, for damn
yeah,
sure.
and he did, because whoo boy, that was a fine piece of woman.
And she knew
Uh,
it.
and she was fine with it. And yeah, and he had to earn that basically by becoming a man that was, worth her attention.
You.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You've jarred my memory.
Uh-oh.
I
I've jarred
I
it of what?
I had a nightmare the other day for the first time since 1982.
About Mary Jane?
No, no, it was much worse. I'm going to share it with you because it was traumatic.
Uh-oh. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I woke up from the dream. It was that bad,
Uh-oh.
right?
Uh-oh. You died
1982.
in it?
I know. I watched the Alien movie. That's the last
You
nightmare
know
I had.
exactly the last time you had a
I
nightmare.
do. I do. Uh, but no, I don't know what it was, but I was in some valley, and the valley, it was some kind of out of time domed situation where I couldn't
Excellent.
escape, and it was a town of black people, and it was
oh
Christmas,
no,
and
Oh
there were
no.
Christmas trees and everything there, and the main building was a giant Christian Baptist church, and they were having, and all the black ladies, big fat black ladies, they were all dressed in gigantic Christmas dresses, and they were having a thing where you had to spin to get a free date with a single, and I didn't want to.
Yep.
no, that's sad.
It was
You
horrible.
didn't.
All these big giant fat black ladies with incredibly horrible Christmas dresses wanted me to spin the wheel. I didn't want to spin the wheel. I really didn't.
I mean, I can understand that.
Yeah. Yep. First nightmare since 1982. Hmm.
Goodness.
Yeah. Do you,
Funny,
do you
the
feel for
aliens
me,
is your
Thunder?
first nightmare.
I
It
do
was.
deeply,
Yeah.
deeply feel for you. Yes, the
Yeah.
trauma of
My
You
that
jogged my
parents,
memory. Yeah.
my parents watched Alien, and I snuck downstairs when I was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 probably,
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
that they sent me up to my room, and I snuck downstairs and I snuck and watched from behind the couch pieces of the movie.
Mm.
Mhm.
And the very first scene I remember, I know I watched a little bit of this stuff before, was when, spoiler for,
Yeah. Spoiler.
anybody that has never seen this movie,
40 years.
when the alien pops out of the guy's chest,
Yeah.
and that was like that
That was a good scene.
that scared me so much that I ran upstairs. My parents never even knew I was spying on them watching the movie.
Mhm.
And I had nightmares about aliens for like a long time. I never watched that movie from that point till I was like in my 20s.
Oh wow, yeah. Of course, another really frightening part of that movie is Sigourney Weaver's butt crack and the fact that she's actually sexy as hell. Whew.
Mm,
Yeah, that's scary.
mm,
But
That's
you know where I saw it, because I lived in Alabama at the time. I moved around a lot, right? And there
yeah.
was a movie theater nearby called The Bama.
Mm.
That was the name of the drive-in theater, right? And me and some of the other kids, I had one of those little red flyer. I don't know what they call red flyer radars, but the little red radios you carry around, AM, FM radios, little teeny ones. And we climbed up on top of the wall on the trees, and we'd watch movies and just turn the radio on and listen to the movie. And we never got kicked out. No one came ever and gave us a hard time, even though I'm sure they could see us. But yeah, I watched Alien on that wall. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. I also saw
Interesting.
Kiss My Grits on that wall, and I probably shouldn't have.
Oh,
I like it. I like Alien, but I like Aliens better. I like the second movie better.
It is a different movie, and what a fantastic job they did with that, though, because you got a kind of real traditional horror in the first one. Second one is more of an action thriller, right? But boy, they did a great job. Those two movies really glue together, and then it fell apart, and they're still trying to
Yeah.
use glue, and I wish they'd stop. Just that's enough. We had two really good movies. We
Yeah.
don't know. It's all right.
it's done.
It's
Moving
done.
on.
I
Let's
mean,
move it on.
to be on the third one was okay.
Yep.
Third one was
Well, the
okay.
crazy thing is that it's been turned into something way more, not just like with the Predator movies, but with like Prometheus and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's
Mhm.
like allusions to it's in the Blade Runner world and all that. I mean, it turned into quite a convoluted mess,
Yeah, no, it's
really.
ridiculous. Really, Scott has lost his mojo, dude. Hey, Dave, Joshua, how you doing, Alan?
Good
But yeah, no, really, Scott's
times.
lost his mojo in a big way, dude. Yeah,
Hmm.
his movies
Yeah,
he's
I
been making
agree.
recently suck. I mean, hey, it is what it is. It is. I mean, I can still get up and do my music and stuff like that, but I'm nowhere near the level I was when I was a working pro like 30 years ago, right? Not even close.
Mhm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if I could play yakety sax properly these days. Oh, oh well. But it is what
Oh
it is.
well.
And old Ridley's lost his shine. Who's the guy that came out with one of the biggest bombs in Hollywood history? But what Scorsese? Scorsese? No, no, it's not him. It's the other one.
No, no. The
What was
guy
this?
that gave the Godfather,
Metropolis, I guess was what it's called, or something like that, or Megalopolis, or something like that.
Megalopolis. Yeah.
Yeah. But boy, that movie just absolutely bombed, and that guy's
You
a
asked me
serious
too
legend.
quick. I actually really like a lot of his Francis Ford
Yeah,
Coppola.
that one. There it
His
is. There it is.
favorite
Nick Cage's uncle. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, so do I. I've seen a lot of good movies from him. And I haven't seen that movie, but the level of what the hell was that from all the critics is I'm
I heard
scared
it's
to even
bad.
look at it, dude.
I heard it's worth watching just for the cringe factor alone.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. People just lose their mojo. It happens. It's all right. But yeah, but D'Onofrio, he hasn't lost any mojo. He's full of mojo. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's certainly one of the best villains of all time, by the way. My kids used to watch, especially my daughter. There was a little show called what was that called? Uh, Powerpuff Girls. That was it.
Yep.
And the
Hmm.
Mojo Jojo. He was the best bad guy. It was awesome. And that's the great thing about being a dad is you get to have excuses to watch stuff like cartoons. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, you're a
Yeah.
dad, aren't
Some of
you?
them. Some of them are great
Correct.
cartoons.
Well,
Yeah.
Adrian's a
There's a
dad, isn't
lot
he?
of
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
I enjoy watching cartoons with the kids.
Yeah, yeah, it's fun time with them, and you got to keep an eye on what they're watching, right? You got to pay attention to
Mhm.
what they're consuming.
Definitely nowadays. Yeah. You got to be
Yeah, yeah, you got
more
to stay on
vigilant
it.
about that.
You do. Uh,
Although I could say back in my day, you probably might like people probably should have been more vigilant about what we were watching too, because there were some cartoons. I don't know. That probably I shouldn't have been watching at the age I was watching them.
Maybe. I was always very, very particular about that. But I also think my kids are quite lucky the period that they came in. They had all those. What was that weird Russian guy's name that did all the stuff like Dexter's Lab and Samurai Jack? Um,
Trubzowski or something like that. I can't ever remember that guy's name.
yeah, I mean, but
Uh,
but great
yeah, he's
stuff.
great.
They had all the Young Justice, the Batman, Superman, Batman, all those kind of really good things that,
Yeah,
there's a certain age limit, obviously, but I mean, these are good things because they're exciting and fun, especially for a kid. But they're teaching good life lessons as you should be doing, right? I mean,
yeah,
Hollywood
yeah.
used to take responsibility for those kind of things,
Oh,
but
yeah.
they don't care now. Gendy
Well, I was
Tarkadov
well,
or something like that.
Indy.
That's right.
Yeah, Indy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
yeah.
He's the one.
Um,
He's the. Didn't he make the really cool Clone
Clone
Wars
Wars.
thing?
Yes, he
Yeah.
did
oh,
the
did he?
best
Oh,
version of
okay,
Clone Wars.
okay.
Yeah, because remember he had that one movie or whatever that he brought out.
There's a bunch of shorts. He did a bunch
Yeah,
of
the
shorts,
shorts.
and then
Yeah.
you added it all together for one big story.
And he did an ending for Samurai Jack from an older viewer's point of view, which was neat.
Yeah, I've never actually watched the end of
You should.
Samurai Jack.
No, because it's not like the original.
I heard
He got
I
serious,
heard
dude.
it's very good. I
Yeah,
heard
yeah,
it's very good. Well,
yeah.
his most recent one was Primal, wasn't it? He
Right.
did that
Yeah,
Primal
yeah.
about
That's right.
yeah, that was really good too.
Yeah,
And that
good
was
stuff.
definitely not kids.
No, for older, but I mean it's okay. You can age up with your audience, and I think that's
Yeah,
when when we're talking about stuff like that, that's kind of the mistake George made, right? Because aging it up and
yeah,
doing a political drama, okay, cool. But then he wanted to have the jokey kitty stuff in there with Jar Jar Binks and all of that, the Gundans and all that kind of other nonsense.
yeah.
And
You can't have both of that
you
going
can't,
on.
you can't. And if we look at the original Star Wars that he did anyway, they weren't that goofy anyhow. They were never that goofy. I mean, the droids,
Yeah, and
were a little bit, but not that bad.
it was never dumbed down though. It's just
No,
like comics back in the day were never dumbed down either, really.
no,
I mean, they were written towards kids, but they didn't pull any punches when it comes to like informational stuff, like the content in the storytelling. Like they weren't, super adult or anything, but just the way they talked to the audience wasn't dumbed down. I feel like a
no.
lot of that
That's
stuff
true.
got dumbed down after a while.
Yeah, the '90s, I feel, you started seeing a little bit of it.
Definitely.
By the aughts, it was on full on, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, when I was a kid, they never did that. Like I said, my first comic I ever bought, my grandmother bought for me at a Cumberland Farms in Point Judith, Rhode Island. I remember exactly where it was, and it was Daredevil in his yellow outfit, by the way, right?
Nice.
But in that comic book, as when I was too young to really get what the story was, but basically what he's dealing with is human traffickers. I mean, that's what the story is really about.
Right,
It's
right,
it's not in your face like we might do today in some ways, but
right.
that's pretty serious conversation, right?
Very serious. Yeah.
Yeah. So
They did a lot of that. Well, I remember my first comics were comics given to me by my neighbor when his son went away to college. And there was a good amount of West Coast Avengers in there. We were actually talking about this in our chat
I
like
love West Coast Adventures, dude.
a while back this week. And we were just talking about how so much drama was in West Coast Avengers
Yeah, that's true.
books.
No, I think that was literally my comic book, meaning that it because when it started, I was the perfect age, and I have a
Hmm.
feeling that everybody who had read comics as a kid, there was the comic that came out that was brand new, something you could sink your teeth into at the right age for you, and West Coast Avengers was that for me. And you're
Hmm.
right. There was a lot of drama, a lot of craziness, some serious topics actually. Um,
Yeah,
Mm.
and I really feel that what they were trying to do with that was a more down to earth, kind of more realistic team, where the Avengers were all larger than life and they were doing their kind of thing. But the West Coast
yeah,
Avengers was much more human.
I
And
agree. I agree. That's actually what I liked about it more
yeah,
back in the day when I was
and
reading
when they brought it out here in a reboot recently, the down to earth feel, they got that, they did get that, and I was like, okay, this could be good, but they just had to gay the hell out of it. It had to be all gay
it.
all the
I heard
time.
that. That's what
Whereas
I
if
heard.
you had a gay character in there, I mean, okay, fine, Alpha Flight had a gay character, I mean, but they just overly gayed it. Whereas if they just added a little bit of it, it could have been good because they understood what the West Coast Adventures were. But at the same time, of course, we had the Alpha Flight stuff kick in. We had the Great Lakes Avengers kick in as well. Um, but yeah, and that was goofy. The Canadian version. I don't know. Was it Canadian? I don't know what side of the border it was on. But did anybody here read Great Lake Avengers?
I have not.
Yeah,
Sadly.
Um, I read
it
some of
was
that.
goofy. It was
It
goofy.
was really goofy.
Yeah. It's really goofy.
It's
But
not where Squirrel Girl came from, but that's where she pretty much got popular, I believe.
oh, for sure. And that's another thing. It's unfortunate with Squirrel Girl is she was super popular, man. People love Squirrel Girl. And then they
Hmm.
took it and made her a Down syndrome. That's kind of mean.
Yeah, that was a weird book. I tried to read that book just so I could review it, and I couldn't get through it.
Yeah, but it's mean. I mean, but at least she's getting
Yeah,
some
it
love
was.
again, because this Marvel Rivals, which of course is coming out of a Chinese company, which isn't a good thing, but
Mm,
it doesn't care about any of the wokeness of the West, and it's just doing good old fun. Yeah, you remember that that was a Capcom game or what was it? It was in the arcade, but you also could play it on one of the console systems. It was X Men or I don't know. There was some superhero video game that was kind of a side scroller that also had some adventure in it, but
mm,
like a story, but that one was great. But they have Marvel Rivals now, which is basically it's rivaling what's that
It's it's just Overwatch
yeah,
basically.
Overwatch, yeah, the
Yeah,
arena, the Team Fortress thing, yeah, the
yeah,
arena
team
battling thing,
shooter, team
which
battler. Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
a fan of that stuff at all,
yeah.
but
I
it's
never got into
killing.
that.
It's doing really
it's a
well.
really good game. It's really well made. It's just some of the decisions they made with the characters are very strange. So like Wolverine's in the game.
Yeah,
Wolverine.
yeah.
What's Wolverine known for, Chester? What's his number one thing he's known for?
Bub, cigars, and claws.
No, well, you missed all three of them.
Oh God.
Healing. His healing
Oh yeah,
factor.
he's a healer. Yeah, yeah.
Healing factor.
He doesn't
Yeah,
have that. Doesn't
What?
have that in the game for some reason.
No,
I don't
that's
know. He
ridiculous.
doesn't have that at all.
that is
Thor.
Well,
strange.
they're
One of Thor's
Chinese. I mean, come
one
on.
of Thor's main abilities is the fact that he can, fly. Nope. Not in that game. No flying for Thor.
No
Not
flying
at
for
all.
Thor, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just like weird, and I get it. It's gameplay stuff more than it is anything, right?
Oh
But
yeah.
it's just like weird decisions because they have Spider-Man, and Spider-Man can do everything Spider-Man can do. He can swing around. He's super fast. He can climb on walls. He can do all that. But for some reason, Thor is not allowed to fly, and Wolverine's not allowed to have his healing factor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh, yeah. I just brought up the page here. But yeah. No. I mean, yeah, we saw that a little bit with the Avenger game they came out with a few years ago. There was some stuff about it that looked really good. And actually, I was, oh, that's kind of neat. But they focused
The
completely
character
on Miss
models are
Marvel and
amazing
yeah,
in
yeah,
this
yeah,
game.
and it looked fun,
Um,
but they focused on a story about their wokeness and instead of just you got
all
what
the girls who
60
should be are
years,
sexy. Like
yeah,
Mm.
it's very nice. The Spider-Man model is really good. That's obviously Invisible Woman.
hmm.
Sue Storm's model is insane. She looks so hot.
Ooh, look at Adam
Um,
Warlock. Looks like Adam Warlock. Ooh.
yeah, Adam Warlock looks good. The one who actually has the worst costume, in my opinion, is Wolverine, because he doesn't have his like traditional. Whoa, that's loud. His traditional
That is
costume.
loud. Is that coming from
Um,
me?
yeah, it's that webpage. I don't know why it's so loud though. That's crazy loud. Yeah, just get rid of it. Um, Wolverine has this weird like jacket that he's wearing. It's not even like his costume at all. It's very strange. But you can get his original costume. You just have to pay for it effectively. But yeah. There's a lot of they have a couple like goofy characters like that Jeff the Shark is in there. Um
Yeah. Here we go.
Vanguards are tanks. So there's all your tanks.
So
Mm.
we got
There's
Cap,
Cap.
and he looks like
Yep.
Cap. He looks like Captain
Yep.
America,
It's old Stevie Pooh.
and we
He has
got
different skins too.
we got different skins.
He's a
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's
spoon.
the very very Japanese.
Mhm.
That's Thor. Okay.
That's yeah, I think that's
Um.
Gladiator Cap is the idea.
Oh, I
I don't know
see.
what
Mhm.
that's supposed to be, but it's something.
Something.
And that's one of his animations, like when he wins or whatever.
Right, right, right. Oh, that's
Um,
cool.
so yeah, you got Cap. Cap's actually kind of fun. I don't know. I prefer Thor personally.
Oh well, I mean, look, because it's Thor.
I mean, it's
Well,
Thor.
wait till you get to Thor. Thor looks really good. Um, and he's fun to play, even though he doesn't fly for some reason.
Wow, he
Yeah, there
looks
he is.
like Odin.
Yeah. Well, there's another. They've just released a new skin for him, which is, in my
Oh, there
opinion,
you
that
go.
one right there,
Yeah.
Thor's best skin ever in the history of the character. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, no,
But
I've always been
they do a good job.
big fan of Thor.
Here you go. This will give you that one. Boom.
Yeah,
That's
that's
Oh
very
Thor.
yeah,
classic, very classic,
that's a
That's
good
Thor.
Thor.
very classic. We got Penny Parker.
Oh,
I'm
she's a
assuming this
pain in the
is
ass. I hate Penny
Mayday.
Parker.
Is this supposed to be Mayday Parker?
I believe so. Yeah, she's got the
Yeah,
armor suit and the whole deal. She just needs nerfs. She's overpowered. But
Got
you'll
Doctor
notice that
Strange,
with
one of
some
my
of those
favorite.
characters. He's
Oh,
really good too. He actually has his portal. It's on a super long cooldown, but you can teleport across the map. It's really nice.
so they're calling it
Um,
Vanguards, but I'm assuming tank is the word I
yeah,
want to
that's
use.
tank.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
that's
DPS here.
DPS.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got Hela for some reason.
Yep.
Hawkeye. I didn't know he
He's a
went
pain in
ninja.
the ass.
I guess
Hawkeye.
they're
Yeah.
putting a little bit of the Ronin in there, huh?
There's my
Um,
favorite DPS
yeah,
magic. I
that's
love
definitely
putting
got
magic.
some Ronin design.
Yeah, he even
yeah,
has his sword. That's one of
yeah.
his attacks is the
You know,
sword.
magic has always been kind of cool. I watched that movie with the New Mutants, and of course,
Mhm.
people were upset because of the gay stuff in it. But
Yep.
which they can't help themselves. But as an aside,
Mhm.
if you kind of just, I don't even care about that to be honest with you. But there were some interesting things. But that girl playing magic in that, she did a good job, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like magic.
magic
She's
is
one of my
cool.
favorite characters who they just don't use at all
Well,
for some
and
reason.
she is my favorite character's sister. Therefore, she gets bonuses.
And she's also
Yeah, you're a
smoking hot.
Colossus fan, are you?
I'm a Colossus guy. Yeah, yeah. I've always been
I
a
like
Colossus guy.
Colossus
Smoking
too.
hot.
I've always liked Colossus.
Yeah. And of
That's a
course, he
cool.
had one of
There's
the
a
best
lot of
story
like
arcs
really
of
nice
all time,
characters. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, she had a good one
That's
too
her.
with
That's the
She
little
him.
did.
imp she summons. She
Yeah.
summons that little imp.
No, Magic was an
Some of,
interesting character what they did with her. She came way later, but yeah, it was interesting. So we got Panther,
some of the
Widow.
first, some of the first comics I actually bought on my own with my own money when I was like 12 or something was the Silvestri issues of that X-Men run when
Oh
he
yeah.
was doing the story with Magic.
So I'm assuming with Iron Fist here, he's got to be an Asian boy now. He's not allowed to
Yeah, he's
be
the
the
Asian
blonde.
one.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's also a Chinese-made game. They're going to throw as many Asian characters in there as they
Yeah,
can.
why
So,
not? It looks like do you
Except Shang-Chi, evidently, according to you
except
guys.
Shang-Chi, yeah, nobody likes
The
him.
no one
titular
likes him.
Asian
No one
characters.
likes him. Ooh.
Storm's character models are sick too,
Oh
which
dude.
that's a metric for me. If you screw up Storm, you got Moon Knight.
They
He
got
is
my
a
boy.
bastard.
Oh, that is
He
slick.
is a bastard, Chester. He's
Uh,
such a pain in the ass.
I'm a big fan. I love Moon Knight.
I mean, that
He
fits
looks
Moon Knight.
phenomenal too. Look at that.
Kind
And
of
Yeah.
they
that
have that
character.
too. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, I like that. I like
Yeah.
that design.
The crazy
That's
version.
slick.
The
And the
never
Chinese
existed
version.
version. Okay.
Yeah, the
Yeah, that
Chinese never existed
Journey to the
version.
West looking version looks like
Yeah.
Wukong.
But this was the point I was making was about Squirrel Girl. She's got a little bit of love over here. She's kind of fun,
Yep.
and she's
A little thick,
thick
a little meat on her.
a
A
little
little
bit.
meat
Yeah,
on her.
she's
All
cute.
right.
She's
I
cute.
like her design.
Cute. Yeah. Doesn't look like she has
Tail
Down
would
syndrome at all.
get in the way though.
Moon Knight plays like she would get in the way. Moon Knight plays like Batman, and it's great. Well, he should. I mean, he kind
I
of
mean, he is. He
he's
He
basically
Moon.
is.
kind of
He's Batman with moon powers, right?
Yep.
and insanity because he doesn't
And
isn't
that,
he a little insane?
yeah. Well, I just saw the Thunderbolts trailer. It looks lame as hell,
Yeah,
and it's got Sentry in there,
yeah, it
and it's
does.
like, oh, you dumbasses! They don't get Sentry at all, obviously. They're still
No.
trying to
No,
push that Yelena Black Widow on us, and it's really unfortunate for her because I wonder if she understands how they've treated her because they picked that girl because she was ugly. Remember, this was at the time
Yep.
where no men were allowed to see pretty girls. So it's starting to shift a little
That's
bit.
right.
At that time, that was the depth of it. So she was chosen because she has no neck, she has no body, she's ugly. She was chosen specifically for that. I wonder if that upsets her at all. You think that hurts her feelings? Because she knows she's ugly. I mean,
I don't know. I
well,
don't know.
anyway, and
I don't
she's not
know.
much of an actress. She's just kind of dour. She's just like God, that
I'm
character.
just like, how can you have Thunderbolts without Baron Zemo?
Yeah, I know, right? We got the Red Guardian of all people, although he's probably the most entertaining thing.
Yeah, nobody cares
Um,
about that
but
character.
Well, you look at the trailer though. All the men are idiots. All of them.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
buffoons and
Yeah.
idiots, except for Bucky, and they don't really
Mhm.
let him talk much because they've already established who he is, so they kind of put him in the background, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
It just
I'm
looks so bad.
wondering how much of a role he's
Well,
gonna
they
have in
wasted
the
Bucky.
movie.
They
They
did.
Bucky
wasted
should have
him,
been the new
yes.
Cap.
He should be rolling right now as Captain
There's
He
America.
had
literally no
such
reason
potential
why
in
it
Winter
should have been
Yeah.
Falcon.
Soldier.
Yeah.
Such
Winter
potential in Winter
Soldier's a
Soldier. and
bastard
Yeah, you're
in
right.
this game.
Nothing
You're
with
right.
Oh, I
him.
hate him.
Yeah. You know the thing though,
The
when
Nothing.
that
Winter Soldier in this
happened,
game is a bastard.
as he should be. But when that
Oh,
all happened with the
dang.
Avengers 3 or whatever it was, and they had him give the shield to Wilson, right? Um, I
Yeah.
I know why they did it, of course. But also, if you
Everybody
understand the
does.
comic books, it's not a weird thing that Captain America would pass something on to Falcon. That's not odd. But of
Right.
course, they've used
No,
him
it's
to make
not. It's not
their
at all.
political. Yeah, you're right. Their political nonsense. And of
But the
course,
way they had told the story up till then, it would have made more sense for Bucky
it would
narratively.
have.
Like
Oh
And
it's
yeah.
just
it also makes no sense for them to retire Cap like they did. He would never do that.
no.
No.
He would never do that. That's why I hate that. That's why we hate that movie, Chester.
It is.
He would never do that. Iron Man would never abandon his daughter. Ever. He lost his parents at a young age. He would never do that to her. When he didn't have
Thor
to.
wouldn't
He
have
didn't
become
have to.
Fat Thor.
They don't.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, and Thor
don't even.
wouldn't
Don't talk
Thor
about that.
too.
That's verboten.
he couldn't I don't think it's possible for Thor to get fat.
Yeah, but it also
He's an
shows you
Asgardian.
their complete lack of understanding of Tony Stark. Now, I understand the whole time they were pushing about him sacrificing, becoming a man for some
I already
reason.
did.
But here he
He
did. But I
already
mean,
did all of that.
but the thing they don't get about Tony is Tony Stark would have found another way.
Yes.
Right.
A
He
technical
always finds
solution.
another
That's
way.
right.
usually.
That's what he does.
Why
Even
would
when
he
he's drunk
why
off
would he
his
knowingly
ass.
kill himself?
No, he wouldn't.
Why?
Because they don't
When
get
he
the
had
character.
the power to just banish them, he could open a portal and suck all of them. He had the freaking space stone. He
Well,
could
that's
just
okay.
wipe them away. Just they're gone.
He's going to
See ya.
be alternate universe Doctor Doom now, so it's all good.
Ugh,
We
so
don't get
dumb.
Victor. We don't get Latveria. We get Tony Stark who went bad. That's what we get. Joy.
Oh, it's so stupid.
Best character ever. But yet,
Just to have annoying, the worst Reed Richards casting in the history of Reed Richards castings come in and just beat him, because that's what's going to happen, right? Obviously.
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's going to be a train wreck. We got Namor. Doesn't look like Namor. We got Psylocke, Scarlet Witch. Is this the Devil Inside Scarlet Witch or just the normal one?
I think it's just the normal one for the most part.
Storm.
Look at the storm. See, look at Wolverine's costume. It's weird. Like they
What
just
is
No,
made
that's
it
a
up totally.
totally Asian design of
Yeah,
Wolverine.
it
That's
is.
what that is.
It is. Winter
But
Soldier.
look at Storm's costumes. Her costumes are sick. You like them?
Mm.
They're really nice.
Well, she's completely underused. They just don't do. I don't know what their problem is. And
It's
I
just
don't like this
ridiculous.
hair on Storm.
Well, keep going.
Mm.
Oh God, the 80s has returned.
Oh, I love her costumes. I think they look really.
They are
They're
good.
real
The
good
costumes are
reimagining.
slick. Yeah.
Oh, look at the animation.
Always loved her cape. I don't know why nobody else has ever done the wrist cape thing, but I've always loved it. I thought it was very elegant.
I think the Aquarian had a cape like that at one point, but that's not saying much.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I would kill for a good Storm movie or a good Storm series, because she's such a great character and she has been completely misused by Marvel for 30 years. For 30 years.
It's insane because
almost 40 years since the 80s.
He was literally the leader of the X-Men for a bit.
She was.
Almost
He
a
would think
decade.
they would
She
have
was good
taken
at it.
advantage of that a long time ago. Yeah, she was one of the better
And
leaders.
she was one of the best influences on Wolverine as her time when she was the
That
leader.
too.
That's true.
Yeah, they had a really.
It's such a
relationship.
waste.
And these are our support
Mhm.
characters here. It's a smaller group. We got Warlock, of course, Loki, who cares? Luna Snow, who? Mantis.
It's a character that was created for a different Marvel game, and she was so popular that they turned her into an actual character.
Okay, who is Jeff,
Yeah.
and why is he a land shark?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly.
However, there is something here that I've always loved: Cloak and Dagger.
And they're awesome. They're really good.
Yeah,
I've always
that
liked
book
Cloak and
was
Dagger.
good.
It
The
was good.
original.
It was.
And
I
you
have
get to
that on
play as both of them.
single
So what
And
issues.
happens is you transform from one to the other, basically. And
right.
when you're as
Oh,
Dagger,
that's nice.
you heal more, or you heal, and you can still do damage too, but you mostly are a healer. And when you're Cloak, you're more defensive and can do more damage.
That's interesting. That's kind of the opposite of the way they were
That's what
written.
I said too. I said, why did it should be the other way? What
should
do you
Yeah,
think?
that's
But
really weird.
whatever.
Yeah. She's light daggers she throws out.
Strange
Uh,
Yeah.
choices.
but the thing with the original run of Cloak and Dagger, it was great, and it's of course it's a love story, right?
Yeah,
And of
yeah,
course,
yeah.
it's back in the day. They definitely there was some politic, because I remember reading interviews where they wanted to have a black and white together, as if that's the first
Oh
time they
yeah,
ever had that. However,
Mhm.
it was
it
a
was a
love story,
different feel.
right?
It was a different feel back from that
And it's
time.
I was talking about this because there's a manga / anime that Adrian and I both like that we've been talking about, but I was talking about this with somebody else, and it's a love story too, right? The core theme of it is that. And one of the things that annoys me is in a lot of like romance or stories that have that at its core, it always seems to stop at the okay, they're in love and together. That's not a love story. That's a romance.
Yeah,
A love story is your rest of your life.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
a love
yeah.
story,
Well,
right? Is it's continuous. They're constantly in love. They keep going and build a relationship or a
right,
family together.
but
That's what
make
I
it
want.
through,
I would much rather
make it
watch that
through
than just the
hardships.
angst bullshit of whether or not they'll get together. That part annoys me.
it
It just
does.
annoys when I
And
watch it in a show and they're doing this stupid. Will they? I just turn it off. I'm done. Get
well,
out of here. I don't care.
they had done that. They finished that
Yeah.
arc and they were together. But in the modern time, of course, they cuck him out, and I don't know if they lesbian her out, but I'm just sick of you, man,
Mhm.
and that kind
Mhm.
of nonsense. But the one of the things I love about Cloak and Dagger, though, and like staying away from modern stuff and just looking at the original concept, you got to keep in
Yeah.
mind these are street kids that were strung out on drugs. And
Yep.
you had that asshole, I can't remember his name, but the guy that's always doing experimentations, that came in and was doing experimentations on them, these street
Mhm.
kids. So they were like these strung out, heroin. I don't know how specific they were with the language, but it was like heroin. And
It
they
was
were,
alluded to heroin, yeah. I
yeah,
can't remember if they actually used that language, but it was
I just
definitely
think it would be
alluded.
really nice for somebody who's a really good writer, like the guy who writes this is, to take a crack at a proper modern love story. Because we haven't had a real love story in anything in a
Well, this
long.
would
It's
be the
always
actual like characters to use that for too.
yeah, it's always just romance where it's just the falling in love part. It's never the part that is actually real love that takes years that all of us in here know about. That takes years and years of commitment to each other and through struggle. That's real love. That's a love story,
yeah,
right? And I would love for somebody who's a good enough writer who can make characters that are compelling to actually pull that off in like manga or anime or even the comics.
yeah,
But it's been so long since anybody's even really tried. And that's
Yeah.
sucks. Because it's not that men don't like romance because it's boring because it's the same story every time, but we do like love stories if they're well told,
sure,
If
if
they're
they're well
told
done.
well, yeah.
yeah.
And
And
that would be nice to see, have an actual proper love story.
and keep in mind with these characters originally, of course, they've forgotten that in modern times, but
Mm-hmm.
their addiction is carried over into their powers,
Mm-hmm.
because
All right.
he can't exist without her light in him, and she
Right.
can't either
Right.
because she overcharges. So they are addicted to each other, as well as being a love story. It adds a crinkle to
Mm-hmm.
the situation, and of course, it carries that drug theme over. But they are addicted and dependent on each other, literally,
Mm-hmm.
quite physically, right? Yeah, they're
Right.
interesting characters. They're very unique for the history of comic books. These guys are different, and
Yep.
I've always liked that.
Yep. It's one of the things that I've always liked about obviously they've changed it around, but one of the things that drew me into being such a big Spider-Man fan was because when I was growing up, it was Spider-Man and Mary Jane, right? That was it, done. It was a settled
Yeah,
conversation
there
for
was
the most
no
part.
nobody else was there.
Yeah,
Like
and that's to me that's I don't know. It was just nice. It was nice for them to have something normalish, right?
Mhm.
And I think
Right.
it's something that's just lost because everybody they want to chase that easy fix of the will they won't they or the whatever the angst, But
Yeah.
that's just to me, and I think to anybody who's been in a long relationship, that's just boring. It doesn't excite me at all. Because if something ever happened and I was single again, that's the part I would hate the most.
Yeah, I agree.
That part. I don't like it. It's so miserable, that part of a relationship. But it's I don't want to watch it in a show or read it in something. I would much rather let's get past this and get to stuff that's more interesting because it just is more interesting to me.
Yeah. A weird example of that was something my grandmother used to watch, and I'd just sit quietly, and I'm more happy to sit with grandma and just see her
Yeah.
happy, right?
Mhm.
But I think it was called Heart to Heart.
Yes.
Oh, I remember that show.
Yeah, she liked a lot of those kind of detective things, Matlock, Jake and the Fat Man, Remington Steele, those kind of things.
Mhm.
But Heart to Heart was interesting because here you had a couple who did detective work together. I think they were just rich people. I don't know. I don't remember all the details. But
I remember.
and they loved each other.
Mhm.
Yeah,
End of conversation.
Yeah.
yeah.
They didn't
They didn't need much
have
drama.
the drama. I don't know. I might have to cheat on my husband or some kind of nonsense.
Right.
Yeah.
They just loved each other and they worked as a good team.
And
And
that's it.
it is. And of course, they have all these shows. And I never understood this modern thinking. The woman is always the one that's going to cheat or immediately betray the man. Immediately.
Mhm.
Right? It's always the
Mhm.
woman. But at the same time, if you think about all the movies you've seen just in the past decade, it's who is the person that is doing the stupid thing that causes the trouble? Who is it? It's the woman.
The
Yes.
woman.
But yet
The female.
they keep telling us this is the age of the woman, the age of feminism, et cetera, et cetera. But yet in every movie, the person who creates the problem and fucks it all up is the woman.
Mhm.
Did I miss
Yeah.
something? I'm confused.
Well, and then the problem is this has been going on for so long that now it's bleeding into reality. And a lot of these females, they can't. You'll see them whine and complain on the internet why they're not married, why they can't get wifed up, whatever. And then there's a couple of them where they realize it while they're talking about like oh my god, I'm the problem.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, you are.
you are the problem.
You are the problem. And of course, the one of the problems they created for themselves was all the men are buffoons. And the
Yes, and
buffoon
that's what they
can't be
expect.
the problem. Yeah, but the
Right.
buffoon can't be the problem, so the woman has to be the problem. But
Yep.
yeah, no, you look at the nonsense going on in the Western world, at least in the visual part of it with TikTok and Twitter and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, these women are out of control, and
Yeah.
it's like, well, you can't. Why aren't you wiped up? Well, get rid of that frickin' septum ring. That would help.
That would
Um,
help. Yes.
cut down on the metal in the face by I don't know 90%.
At minimum. Yeah.
Don't
Mhm.
put face tattoos or throat tattoos on you
Or just tattoos in general if you
in
can avoid it.
general. In general,
Just don't
uh,
don't
In
do it.
maybe
general.
don't sleep with 5 dozen men. You
Yeah,
know,
in the same year,
yeah,
just, maybe
yeah,
not. Keep your
yeah.
legs closed a little bit.
Like I remember a video because my wife likes to watch those on the street type of things, and
Mhm.
I saw
Yeah.
this one where this guy went up and he was talking to this girl, and the dad was with her. The father
Yes.
had taken it out. She
Yeah.
was obviously a young woman, but and he asked her how many men she'd slept with, and her father was just mortified by the answer, and it was like, no, no, it's definitely under 20. And her
Oh,
father's face, and she'll say, and
Oh,
she realized that she had shamed herself in his eyes, and she was trying to, oh, daddy, I love you. It's okay. It's not that bad. Yes, it is. No
yes, it
father
is.
wants his daughter to be a whore, and
Correct.
these modern women they just don't get it, and you can't slut
Well,
shame us. Yes, we can, and we
we
will.
can, we will, and we
They
do,
and we
whether you
do.
like it or not.
You don't
Um,
understand that men are very accommodating. This is
we
the
are.
problem with their argument. Men are incredibly accommodating. If you
We have a
want to be a
few
whore,
things.
we're happy to treat you like one. You want to
That's right.
be a princess, you want to be a feminist,
You wanna be a
social
you wanna be a
warrior,
lady? We'll treat you like a
right?
lady. We
We'll
will.
treat you as you wish to be treated. We will.
Yep.
Men are very accommodating. They don't ever say this about us, but it's true.
Mm,
But they
it
don't
is.
understand that we're happy to take you as you are, but we aren't going to give you everything. You get to be a
Yes.
thing, and we'll give you that. But you're not going to
And
get this and that as well.
you can even if you should and I this is where I divert from a lot of the guys, like the quote red pill guys, where they're like, "Ah, once she's a hoe, it's over." No, that's not true. If
I
she
don't
shows
believe that.
genuine contrition and regrets it and is remorseful for that behavior, and spends time figuring herself out why she was like that, and it's gone, okay, fine. We can have a conversation. Not
No,
saying I'm
Yeah.
no,
gonna marry that
no,
woman. We can have a
mm,
conversation about her redemption,
no,
whether she can redeem herself or not.
no,
However, if she doesn't have that and she tries to hide it, or she lies
never.
about it, or she pretends, listen to this guy, or she pretends that it isn't that big a deal like that lady was doing, well, I say lady, that female was doing with her dad, no, leave her in the streets where she belongs. She's
Yeah.
just
Well, I
overdue.
mean,
You're
well,
done.
no, I mean, a woman can have a couple of relationships, sure.
Yeah.
But if she's been with 10, not even 10 for me, it's less than that. But I mean, 10, let's use
Mhm.
that number. If she's been with 10 dudes, never, never.
Yeah.
I don't care what conversation goes. Honestly, for me, if she's been with more than 3, never,
Yeah.
never.
There's a lot of most men would agree with you.
Yeah.
Most of them won't say it because they don't have any self-respect or they're afraid of, being shamed by women.
Fuck
But
that.
I'd say most men agree with you. The problem is just what I was trying to get at. The problem is in the West, especially, men aren't allowed to correct women anymore. We're
Oh
not even
boy.
That's
allowed to
right.
try. We're not allowed to, even your wife half the time. If you try, people will say you're being toxic.
Then I tell
You're
them to
being
Mhm.
fuck off.
Yeah, that's what okay, then fuck off. Leave. See ya.
Bye.
Done.
Right.
Problem
Bye bye.
solved. Look, you don't have to deal with you being toxic, and I don't have to deal
So
with you.
what you're
Everybody
telling me
wins.
is the men in the West have become pussified, is what you're telling
They
me.
have. They've been
Right.
completely
Right.
feminized and cucked, and that's one of the reasons why guys like Andrew Tate are so popular with young men who haven't been yet, haven't been feminized and cucked, and they see how their dads and their uncles and their older
Well,
brothers or whatever behave,
yeah,
and they're
there's a
like, I don't
realization.
want to be like that. I don't want to live
I
that
mean,
life.
even with guys from my generation, we didn't even know that we were being
Yes.
treated that way because
Oh, bro, listen. I had a
from the
crazy
get-go,
realization.
from like school, from
Yeah.
kindergarten on, from
Yes.
TV, like this has
Yes.
been going on for a long
A long
time.
time.
Our whole
Dude,
lives.
even when I was
I had a
younger.
Multiple
crazy
generations.
realization. I had a
Yeah.
crazy realization. So there's Saved by the Bell. Everybody remember Saved by the Bell? It was one of Adrian's favorite shows.
Oh
I
my
watched it as a
goodness.
kid.
I know
We
where
all
this
love
is
Saved by the
going.
Bell. There's an episode of Saved by the Bell where Kelly Kapowski cheats on Zach Morris. And the way Zach handles it is the way every woman expects men to handle it, which is
Yes.
retarded. That's not how you handle. You know how you handle being cheated on? You call her a slut and you never talk to her again. That's how you handle it.
Mhm.
You don't be like, I just want to be your friend. No, what? And what this did is it programmed a whole bunch of young men to
It
think that
did.
it's okay to just turn, everything's fine. It's not a big deal. Just take it on the chin. No,
No.
what?
But
No.
there was
No.
no consequences for her
There was
whatsoever.
no consequences for it at all.
Not at
Right.
all.
Right. Well, I
Whereas if
remember
Zach
even
would have done that, there would have been consequences for sure.
Oh my God. Yeah.
well, I
There's
was
numerous times where Zach had consequences for not necessarily cheating, but similar type stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure. And of course, I was too old for Saved by the Bell. But at the
Yeah.
same
Well, yeah,
time
of
that
course.
Saved by the Bell was going on, I remember having a conversation with my aunts and my female cousins. And I
Mhm.
was a very young man. I mean, what, 19, 20, something like that. And
Right.
and I don't know how the conversation got to where it was, but the question posed to me by the angry females is, "What, you want a subservient woman in your house?" And my answer was, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Boy, they
Correct.
lost their shit.
There's
Yeah.
a known anti-feminist guy
Be
out there
right
who
back.
Yeah.
he's a very, very married man. He's and he debates with people about these things. And his wife is very much a submissive wife. And she's very outspoken about it. And she's not, she
How
defends her husband
submissive
and
of
everything
her.
else. Yes. And so anyway, at some point he made a comment about where he would rate her on a scale of 1 to 10 just based on physical appearance at her age now. And he was very honest about it. He said she's about a 6. And
That's
this
good.
triggered a
Pretty
whole
good.
bunch of women because, of course, how dare you not say she's perfect? And he's like, no, she's not perfect. She's a human being. And then somebody made a comment about it, and he goes, I really find it funny how all these women out here want to tell me what I should think about my property, which obviously he's being tongue in cheek. But oh my God, the screeching would
Oh,
not end.
that's a Chad right there, baby. Yeah. But no, I
Because
mean,
I say it all the time. My wife is my property. And what I mean by that is my wife, not the woman, My wife, the marriage is my responsibility and it's
Sure.
my property.
Well, it goes
And I
both
will treat
ways.
it as that way. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
And
But
the fact that these women can't, if you say that, most women, even ones who aren't supposedly, leftist feminists, their brains just go insane. They lose it. You calling me a thing? You calling me a horse? No, I'm not calling you a horse. I'm not calling you a horse at all. I'm saying I am responsible for you. This is me as a man taking responsibility for your well-being.
Mm.
That's what ownership means. That's what it's always meant throughout all history of time and space. When you own something, you are legally responsible for it.
Yeah.
That's what it means. You
Yeah,
are
yeah.
claiming it.
When they don't get it, they don't understand the idea,
Yes.
especially with like my joking about subservience. A good
Yes.
woman is the master of the house, and
Correct.
she is the glue that keeps the family together. She's incredibly important. But a
Yep.
good woman also knows to support and build up her man to make him more
Yep.
and more capable. Because the more capable he is, the more successful they will be. This is what a
Here's
real
how
woman
I put it.
understands.
In the manga that I'm talking about, it's Dan to Dan. If anybody's seen the anime that just came out last year, it's really good. But basically, the two main characters in there, it's obviously a love story about these two getting together. And what
I
she
see.
does all the time is she's constantly trying to encourage him to be, because he's like a nerdy guy, blah blah blah. You know the stereotypes.
Sure.
She's trying to encourage him to be better, come out of his shell, believe in himself, and he does. The writer actually
That's
has him do that. He grows and does it. And she, who being a girl, is very insecure, afraid to be vulnerable. You know how girls are, especially young ones.
Yeah.
And basically, what he's done here, this writer, it's very simple storytelling, but it's very effective. She is the thing that lifts him up.
Yep.
Right? She's constantly lifting him up, building him up, and he's the thing that holds her steady. He's constantly
Yeah.
trying to keep her calm,
It's kind of normal.
ground her. Yeah, and that's how it's supposed to be.
Sure.
That is the
Yeah.
dynamic you should want. The woman's going to be all over the place, right? She's the you should be the steady line. And that as far as that steady line, her energy needs to be lifting that line, pointing it upwards, so it's can take everybody to up, basically. And that is, I just think that's the perfect way to tell this kind of story because it's exactly how it's supposed to be. We're not the
He's
same.
being very simple when he's telling this story too, because the way this guy either very calculatingly planned a lot of this stuff or just haphazardly planned all this stuff
Yes.
Yeah.
is
very good.
genius. Like it's
Well,
very good
and besides, a good woman
and
is
subtle.
respected not only by the
Yes.
people around her, but by her man,
Yes.
right?
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
And
respect.
that's
Well, like an
it.
example of this is when he starts, like when their relationship starts, sort of, right? Um, he starts working out in the
Yes.
in the mountain. Like he takes breaks in between classes and he's working out.
Yeah.
Yes.
And like
Because
she takes interest in the stuff that he has interest in too throughout this. And this is a shonen manga. Like
right.
there's fights and stuff.
Crazy fights with space aliens and all
Literally,
sorts.
like he holds her on his back at times because he's holding her up, kind of. Like there's a lot of really like deep symbolism in it. And
And you
I'm
said
not
this is called Dan
like
Dan?
Dan
Dan
to
to Dan.
Dan the Dan.
Dan da Dan.
The
DANDADAN.
Yeah, I got it.
Apparently,
Now,
there's a restaurant chain somewhere in Japan
the
called Dan to
caveat
Dan.
to this is it's one of the most insane shows and mangas I've read in years.
Yeah, it's crazy. The crazy shit, like crazy shit happens.
He's
Yeah.
weird
They have
looking.
kaiju fights, all sorts of stuff. It's pretty popular right now.
He's like a demon or
Um,
Well, that's
something.
that's a spirit form.
He's a yokai. He gets possessed by a yokai.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, and the art's insane too. That this artist is one of the best I've seen in a long time too.
Yeah, it's a weekly release, and he's putting out art it's unbelievable what he can put out.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I haven't really. I'm busy. Anyway, but
Well,
yeah,
the other crazy thing about that is this is not the only shonen manga where this is going on too. There's another one called Undead Unluck, and it's similar in the sense that there's a guy
well,
and a girl, and it's a love story as well, and they're
Yes.
building.
well, you got to understand the mandate that's going on over here in Japan. Um, the government should just be out speaking and having regular projects that are promoting young people to get married and make kids because they need it. It's the biggest problem in Japan is there's not enough babies,
You're
right?
right. Yeah, sure.
And there's been a couple of politicians that came out directly with it, but in general, Japan, privacy is the apex of life, right? And
Yeah.
this is why often the Japanese seem very aloof or uncaring. It's not that they are; it's just that they do, to interfere with you in any way is rude, right?
Hmm.
So they've been having trouble with it. So what I've noticed is there's a mandate from the government, obviously, because we've seen in all our commercials, TV shows, manga, anime, you're seeing this huge push for family,
Yep.
right? And of
Good.
course, this is the building of a family, was what you're explaining to me. Yeah, and of course, the funny thing I got out of it was there was a bunch of McDonald commercials over the past year or so that the Twitterites, the
Yes.
wokeites, got all
Lost
upset
their
about
mind.
because they're literally they're upset about a commercial, Japanese McDonald's commercial that literally has a family sitting at McDonald's eating McDonald's food,
How
Oh
dare
yeah,
they?
and
I've
this
seen
is what
those.
they're
Those
upset
are
about.
How dare they do this thing that every family in America has done at one point? How
it's a
dare
Right.
they?
beautiful commercial actually.
They
Very
are.
well.
There's several of
Very
them,
wholesome.
and
They're,
I
Very
see
they're
them
very
sweet.
here.
pretty.
But
Yep.
there's a big push with that in Japan, and it makes sense because it's a subtle approach. Because, like I said,
Hmm.
in America, we might come out and just say, "Hey, women, babies, now," right? But they don't
Right.
do that here. So they're trying to promote it through media. And one of the good things of it is we're seeing kind of a pushback, whereas Korea has a big problem with this, and of course China it's illegal. They've
Mhm.
been really trying to feminize men, right? Make them gay, put them
Yep.
in makeup, and they've been really pushing
Hmm.
that.
Yeah,
But and Korea is just out of control, right?
yeah,
But here in Japan, we've been seeing recently a real hard pushback against that because no, that's not what we need. What we need is more manly men, and we need women to stop being so independent in a way. Because the problem
yeah,
we've done in our modern world is we've eliminated women's need for men at all. This is
right.
something that we've done. And you say, well, that's progress. And I guess in a way it is. But it's one of those things that just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. And that's kind of the situation we're in because, and we need to figure out how to do that. And the Japanese are doing it in this way. So this manga you're talking about here is probably part of that ongoing campaign.
That's
It could
very
be.
possible. Yeah, because
It's only
there's
a few
been a
years old.
Yeah.
there's been a like I said, there's another one, Undead Unluck, and there's a lot of similar themes in that sense too between the two main characters.
Yep.
Yeah.
But but then there's also Kaiju number 8, where the main character is in his 30s and he's been a loser all of his life,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and he finally tries to make something out of himself, which is
Right.
kind of an interesting dynamic as well.
Well, you got Wampamon as well, which is
Mhm.
kind of has some similarities to it. You have
Yeah,
the I know another one that's very popular, was popular for a while, was Kimetsu no Yaiba. I think you guys call it
right.
Demon Blade or
Demon
something.
Slayer,
Demon
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 Slayer.
Slayer.
Slayer. Yeah, it's a
Well, it
love story,
translates as the demon or devil's blade is Kimetsu no
which is a
Yaiba.
much cooler name. I don't know why they
Yeah,
didn't stick
Much
with
cooler
but
name.
even in that, the girl, is that his sister or is just some random girl he
That's
found?
that's his sister.
Okay. But there's that very strong family dynamic where he's
The
trying
very strong
everything in
dynamic.
desperation to save this girl, right?
Yeah,
it.
literally.
It's family. We've been seeing a lot of that push. Now, I
Well, I
can't
also
comment
just
on
think there's
Chainsaw
a
Man, but
general shift in
Well,
culture back towards familial stuff
mhm.
all over the world. I think this is the case, and I think it's a good thing. We went for too long into pure degeneracy, and the world's suffering for it. Like you
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
everywhere has
that's
the
definitely
the
true.
birth rate has tanked all over the world at once. Some places are worse than others.
Yeah,
And there's a why? Why is that happening? Well, it's because the culture shifted away from normalizing natalism. That's why. It's
yeah,
not it's not
yeah,
it's not a mystery. We don't celebrate parents like we used to. We don't
no,
celebrate parenthood. We don't celebrate
we don't show
moms at all.
respect to them. I
We
mean,
definitely don't celebrate fathers. Holy shit.
no, we do
Like
quite the opposite.
all
Yeah,
of these things must change. It's not a matter of what I might like or don't like. I don't plan on having any kids, but I understand for society as a whole, it's better if we have a strong natalistic bend
Oh
than
yeah,
we
no,
if we do
definitely,
not.
definitely. I did see something just slightly off topic that cringed the hell out of me. I
Mm,
was watching. I just had it on the background. I was working on stuff, but they had like the Trump party. Basically, I'll just call it that. Just like a big
mm,
party
Yeah,
for Trump. And
yeah, the
they were,
big party.
people coming up, talking and singing and all that kind of stuff. They had these two girls come up and do the whole Christian prayer thing. Dude,
yeah.
that was cringy as hell. No, I mean, there's some people that get up and do the Christian thing and it's fine because they're
Yeah.
clearly Christians. These girls are TikTokers.
Yeah.
It looked like to me, it was like, I don't believe a word just come out of your mouth. The one
Yes.
girl is doing her little pray and the other one is like her hands up and her face is like, oh, yes, I'm elated by God. I'm having a moment. Oh, it was so
Oh,
freaking cringy, dude. Sorry. I just, that came into my head and I was
Oh
like,
no, you're
oh,
fine. I think you're going to see a lot more of this all over everywhere
yeah.
because one, it works. Dan to Dan is last month was top 3 shonen sold,
Uh-huh.
and that's after the anime came out. And it's as
the anime
as
blew it up.
Adrian, yeah, as Adrian and I
I've
both
been
know,
speaking about it for like
he
a
has. He's been
couple
telling me
years
about it for
now.
years, and I was so burnt out on manga and anime and all of it because it's just become so glib. Most of it, it's just miserable to read. And this isn't. This is fun.
Mhm.
It's mostly tongue in cheek. There's some
There's a
serious and
lot of
really dark stuff in it, but it's mostly backstory stuff. It's kind of like
there's a lot of
if you've ever read,
innocence involved with their relationship too that you
yeah,
don't
their
get. Like
relationship's really sweet.
not, yeah,
Because they're young. They're only like 16, right? He's not going to get too rancid with it. But so like one of the things that One Piece does very, very well, others do it too, but One Piece I'd say is one of the best at it, is most of the really dark, heavy stuff he saves for backstories. He doesn't bring it into the modern story because he's trying to tell a joyful, lighthearted
Right.
story. But he still has it in there to add weight to these characters. That's the same
That's
thing
true,
that the
Alan.
guy who does this does, is the backstories, especially for the yokais, are really, really sad. Like
yeah, it's
just
heavy
terrible
when you get
stuff.
into the backstories.
But the
It's very
characters themselves that we're focusing on, especially two main characters, while they do have something in their past, things in their past, it's not the focus, right? They're not miserable people.
Mhm.
They're actually pretty okay. And I think it's one of the things that makes it work, and it's one of the things that's obviously brought Oda with One Piece great success. Is you don't have to have every story just be an endless train of misery,
No,
which
you
a
shouldn't.
lot of mangas do. It's a lot. It's just misery. Like,
Yeah.
what are we doing?
Well, I like
Um,
Claymore. I love that
oh,
show. I love that series
just
though,
yeah.
Claymore.
endless
That was
misery.
rough.
Yeah.
But I think we're starting to see the shift now culturally, which we've been seeing it for years. People actually like hope. Yeah, I know it's crazy. It's a
Yeah,
crazy
I know.
idea, but people like it when things end on a happy
Well,
note.
yeah,
We like happy endings in our
yeah,
in our fantasy stories.
sure, we do. And it's kind of interesting because I'm old enough to be to have seen, very pro family
Yep,
TV and
the
movies.
'90s was very pro family.
Right, and of course,
The
even
'90s.
more so before that. Even like in
Yep.
the '70s with All in the Family,
Yep.
even MASH, had a very heavy family theme. But I also remember things like we talk about animation. Wait till your father comes home, right?
Yep.
Of course, we talked a little bit about Good Times here on this show with
Mhm.
the father.
Mhm.
And we used to have that, and of course, it shifted to the buffoon father with Simpsons and Family Guy and stuff like that, and it's been running like that ever since. But we did have those strong families, and the interesting thing is, here in Japan, they still have a lot of shows that are very strong families. You got Sazai, you got Chibi Maruko, you have Crayon Shinchan, you have Doraemon, of course, and Doraemon started leaking into the West a bit, where the other ones haven't. But
Mhm.
Doraemon, if you just think about the premise here, you have a robot cat from the future, right?
Mhm.
Who is sent by the great great grandchild of the main character Nobita, who's a moron. But
Mhm.
and the reason he sent him back, and it's very interesting, is because Nobita ends up marrying Jaika, which I think in the English version she got a different name. But she's just this horrible, fat, evil, mean girl. and he ends up being she says, "You're marrying me," and that was kind of the end of it because he's so weak. So this great great grandchild sent the robot back in time to make sure that he didn't marry her; he married the better girl. Um,
That's
Nice.
funny.
and of course, which means the death of him and his entire lineage, right?
Right.
So the concept itself is kind of interesting. But that whole
That is an
show is
interesting
about
question.
Doraemon trying to help Nobita see that I can't remember her name, Sazai-san or whatever the girl's name is. That's the girl he should be with. That's the premise of the show, Doraemon,
I did not know that was the premise of that show.
right?
I never
Um,
watched it, but I know of it.
yeah, sure, because
So
it started leaking in the
for
West. Yeah.
instance, to go back to
Right.
Dan, for instance, in that, it's pretty obvious to any of the more mature characters that these two characters are in love. The two main characters are in love with each other.
Right.
Right.
She even has two friends who constantly push them together, right? Because it's obvious. Like, what are you doing? Stop it.
Technically, even her grandmother kind of pushes
Yeah,
them
even her
together. She just
grandmother
does it in a
notices it
very
immediately, and she's like, "Oh, okay." So this is the
sneaky
guy.
way.
All right.
So they're not a couple.
It's not. They are. Well, spoilers. They basically are now in the story, but the first part they're not. It's just them meeting and coming together and all that. But a lot more than just that happens. Like crazy stuff. So, like for instance, like I said, the male character, he's kind of a little bit of a, I don't want to say a pussy, but he's he's a young guy. He's insecure. He's very
Right.
insular. He's not.
Is he
He's out.
cucked out like Evangelion level?
No. He
No,
has
he's
no
nerdy.
friends. Like he's a nerd, and he
He's
just kind
into
of accepted that.
aliens and
Yeah.
conspiracy.
He's kind of accepted that was his lot in life, and he didn't really care. He just was going to move on with his life. And literally, his balls are taken. Quite literally, that's part of it.
Yes.
These aliens or these creatures, the yokai, they take his balls. And so one of the main narrative themes of the first part of this is to get his balls back.
Okay.
And that's quite literally, obviously, very heavy-handed storytelling, a metaphor of he needs to find his balls. He needs to quit being such a
being such a pussy.
things.
Yeah.
So now in the story, the girl, they got spoilers. They eventually do get his balls back.
Oh, good.
And now in the story, the girl has basically been shrunk down through some sort of magic curse that they don't know. And so the narrative there is she needs to grow up. She needs to
Right.
stop being afraid of her feelings and talk to him.
I
That's
get it.
the-
So
that's the idea.
it's a bit hammering on you on the head, but okay, I get it.
Yes, it's very
Little bit.
it's not hiding its metaphor at
But,
all.
you know-
but he's such a good storyteller, it works.
Yeah,
he really
and
is. He's
I always
phenomenal.
found that interesting about Japanese story mangaka is that a lot of times their stories are so simplistic,
Yes.
but yet
Yeah.
they make them fun. Like I mentioned Evangelion. Now Evangelion it was a mega hit. It shouldn't have been because it's dumb as shit. Clearly the guy who wrote it was some ultra depressed closeted gay guy, obviously. Right? Anybody who's old enough to have any kind of experience can see that's what's going on because my kids watch it, so I watched it, right? And of course, it ends in the stupidest way possible. Evangelion is such a dumb show about a cucked boy who never becomes uncucked.
So you know the story behind that, right?
It's got to be. I don't know, but I'm telling you, the guy
So
who wrote that, it was a
it's
depressed,
Mono.
sad little gay man. I'm telling you.
No, he was depressed by the end of that show. It's I think his last name's Amano, but anyhow, he quite literally wrote that and made that show as a subversiveness to shows like Mazinger Z.
Manzinga, yeah.
Because if you take the main character in that and compare him to Shinji, they're complete opposites. So he was trying to be subversive with that entire show because everything, like all the tropes that you have in normal giant robot shows, are completely turned on their head with that show, and that was the whole point of it.
I
Because I have like a
suppose.
love-hate relationship with Evangelion because it's beautifully animated.
The
But
animation's
man,
not
do
bad.
I hate the main character.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah, though he's
Cannot-
horrible. And of course, in the end, what happens?
And his
He ends
father's a
up
terrible person too. He's like the worst person in the show
That's
too. His
true.
father's a bad guy
It's
pretty much.
banging you in the head, and all the women are horrible and stupid. And of course, in the very end, what do you know? What do you end up with? He's such a cuck that he lets the entirety of humanity die.
Yep.
He does. And then
True.
in the end, he's like,
Yeah.
okay, fine. I guess I give it another try. And he's still being a bitch. And the girl is still being an absolute bitch. Right?
Yep.
Nothing was learned. Nothing was gained.
And
It's just a sad, depressed gay man who
this is
wrote
why
something.
this story is so special, Dan to Dan, is because they do learn and they do actually change and they
Most
do
of them
actually grow.
do. You see
And no, but I
growth.
mean like it's not the way you have to see it. The way he does it is real. That's how people, even though crazy shit's happening all the time around them, their growth as characters, as people,
Yeah.
feels real because that's what people do, right? He like Adrian said, he meets this girl, they get in these situations, he wants to protect her, so he's like, I got to get stronger. I have to get stronger. And he just
Right.
devotes himself to getting stronger to now in the manga. He didn't realize he'd been working out for basically a month, 2 months, and he's only 16. So your body, when you're that young, you put in effort, it's going to respond. He's become like athletic as hell. And he's like, whoa, he wasn't expecting it. How physically athletic he'd become just from doing all this work. And obviously he's running around doing, superhero like shit, but still. So he's in crazy shape, and he's surprised by it because he hadn't really put himself to an actual
Yeah.
test. He's just been working out and doing what he had to do.
Mhm.
And it's again, it's good storytelling. He's trying to, even though his story is crazy and it's all over the place and anything can happen, and you never know, like they go from you're fighting spirits to you're fighting kaijus that look like Godzilla to you're fighting space aliens that invade the world to you're basically in Jumanji. Like it goes all over the place, but the characters don't. It's not this weird thing where anybody's schizophrenic, where one day they're all of a sudden just amazing. Like there's not a lot of ass pulls where people are all of a sudden just great at shit. They earn it, and he
Right.
shows them earning it, and
Yeah.
that's why it's so refreshing. They also, another thing is, like we said, this is a love story. It's the main driver is these two characters' relationship. Well, one of the things most of the time when that's the case, even in the romantic ones, because my wife watches them all the time, there'll be some minor misunderstanding and they'll drag it out for 35 years
Oh, of
in the
course.
story
Of
instead
course.
of just talking about it. Well, they just talk about it and it's
Right.
over. It's
Yeah.
done. And I'm like,
I-
oh, hey, that's mature. Wait a minute.
I was going to make a reference from Guts and the Berserker in Berserk, and I decided not to because it's not really a good example. But yeah, no, I mean,
That movie.
yeah, it is great though. But there's a lot of those things that kind of will do those well. To be fair, one of my favorite manga slash anime of all time, you might not even heard of it, but I do love it because it does away with all the nonsense, right? And it just gets right to it. It's got a high school kid in it, of course, because it's Japan. But Spriggan,
I've heard of it. Yeah.
I
Oh yeah,
love
Spriggan.
Spriggan. Yeah. And they
Yeah,
just
that's a
did
good
like
one.
a relaunch stuff a year or
Yeah.
3 ago. It wasn't as good as the original, but I do love
Oh, the
Spriggan.
original's really good.
Yeah, yeah, it is, and it puts
One
aside
of
all
the
this
other
nonsense.
things, one of the other things that he does, and this actually is probably why it took so long to get popular for a lot of people, is like very early on he uses, because the main character is actually the girl more so than the guy. They're co-mains, but she's more of the front and center one. Um, quite literally. So
Well, I mean,
he
it starts
uses,
with her. So.
yeah, he uses the fact that she's a girl to put her in situations that are sexual that she doesn't want to be in, right? Where various circumstances like that happen to her, and that triggers a lot of people, right? It gets them upset because it's she's only a teenager and stuff. Uh, but the reason he does that, there's actually a few reasons. The main reason is because it's the best way to show her vulnerable is in a situation like, because she's a girl, so everybody automatically has that visceral reaction of
Protection.
what the fuck,
Yeah.
yeah, protect her. And then the other reason is there's another character whose backstory is basically that's what she does, is she protects vulnerable girls.
Oh, I
So
see.
whenever that happens,
I'm going to get
she
some
somehow
coffee.
or the other shows up and makes the save, is the idea. So it's done for
But don't
narrative
forget that
reasons.
Momo, the main girl character, also it, it shows her vulnerability, but she's a character that doesn't show her vulnerability all that
Right.
much. She's actually one of the tougher girls.
Yeah.
Like, what do they call them in Japan? I forget.
I can't remember, but she's really
Tsunandri or something like that.
yeah, she's similar to that, but not fully. And she's
Right.
really
But she tries to play that. She tries to
she's
play like she's the tough kid.
extremely smart, extremely tactical. Like she's the tactician besides her and Ira are the two tacticians, I would say.
Yeah.
Whereas Ken, the guy, he's just a powerhouse, basically. He wins by brute force more often than he does
He
anything else.
becomes the tank. Yes, very
Yeah.
much so.
But my point is the storytelling, even though again it's still a Japanese manga, so it's still gonna have Japanese humor, and it's a manga, so it's gonna do weird shit because they always do. But the storytelling itself is very refreshing. It's one of these things where it's been a long time since I've read something that I didn't want to put down, that I wanted to keep, that I was mad there wasn't more of. It's been a very long time, probably 20 years since that's happened to me. And it's very, very, very refreshing to actually, this medium doesn't have to be miserable. And for a very long time, especially stuff that got popular, was just miserable. Like it just wasn't fun. It wasn't fun to read. I don't know. There was either too much tropiness in it or whatever. And one of the things that the guy's name is Tatsu, the author. One of the things Tatsu has done, and he's very clearly intended to do because he made a female the main character, is he doesn't like to lean into the tropes too much. Obviously, he does some, but he doesn't like to lean in them too much. He'd much rather subvert your expectation of the trope, and not in a way like he's not doing it politically. He didn't pick a female because of some feminist nonsense. He just said he's never really seen one with a female as the lead, and that's why he wanted to try it because he had
Yeah.
tried everything. He had tried everything else. This is a guy who has failed a dozen times to be to make mangas that were successful, and for whatever reason, they keep well, I know the reason. He's a phenomenal artist. His editors
Mhm.
keep giving him a chance, and it just kept failing and just not selling and not selling and not selling until this, where he finally was just like, all right, screw it, let's just try something, and there it was, and it came out, in a stream of consciousness, like often happens to artists. You don't find he found his muse, I guess you would call it, and it just came out of him, poured out of him. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's such a refreshing take, because we've had for a decade now, or longer really, but definitely the last decade, all of these people constantly trying to shove female main characters into everything and down everybody's throat. And of course, she's perfect and she doesn't do anything wrong. And she has no real emotions half the time. She just stone face, just one face Andy over here the whole time, right? She barely shows any emotion except anger.
Mhm.
Anger she'll show, but no happiness, no confusion or lightheartedness or anything, or definitely no sadness, unless somebody did something that's anti-feminist. Then all of a sudden they're sad. But you can't have a female actually be a person in most entertainment nowadays. They have to be this caricature, right? It's kind of the same problem that a lot of people
Yeah.
have with the quote token black character. That token
Right.
black character, it's not that he's it's not that he's so much that he's black. That's the problem. It's that nobody is that guy. Nobody is this.
Yeah.
Nobody's like this. What are we doing? And it's not real. It doesn't ring true. One of the things that this does is both the characters they're very realistic. You could meet these people, is my point. Like, yes, crazy stuff's happening and they have crazy powers and everything, but these are people you could meet. You could definitely see these people being real. And that's something that hasn't been done like, even we were talking about Undead Unluck. Undead's ridiculous. He's so over the
He
top. He's
is.
great. I think he's hilarious and I love him, but he's
Yeah, I
so
do.
over the top. Nobody's like
He's
that,
very
right?
over
In
the
real
top.
life.
No, but that's the
Um,
point of that manga too. It's supposed to be
yes.
over the top.
Yes, clearly. But my point is that's the thing I think that makes Dan to Dan so special. The other thing
I would agree with you
is
because you
visual
can see
storytelling is on a different
any
level.
guy can see themselves in the
Yes.
main guy, Ogeron. I mean, any
Oh,
guy.
Ken. Oh, Ken.
And for
Um,
that matter, the girls probably can see themselves in her too.
yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, for sure. And it's one of the other things that he does very well is his visual storytelling is next level. So one of the main, well, she's not really a main villain, but she is a villainous character. At least she's been presented that way. Is a yokai, and she's supposed to be the strongest one in the world. And basically, you get a very quick. It's not long, very quick, just a few panels of her backstory. He does this. He tells this complete story, and I don't know, was it 4 or 5 panels, maybe, if that,
Maybe
of
if
her
that.
backstory, of her basically being this character. She was a girl who was it looks like she was in the firebombing of Tokyo, is what it looked like to me.
I believe that's what it was. Yes.
And she was killed there. And then you see another panel of her riding a bike, holding onto some boy. And what you see is her hair is in this, like, it's real long, pulled back, and there's this, like, the yellow, I'm assuming it's yellow, bow in her hair. And then the next time you see her in her monstrous form, she still has that. Just to confirm to you that, yeah, she's still that girl. Even though she's this now, she's also still that girl. It's so beautiful and tragic, just in a very simple, no words. There's no words at all. It's just imagery. And that's something he is phenomenal at. He's one of the best I've ever seen, not just as in manga, period, in any visual comic book, whatever it is. His I almost want to call it cinematography, but it's just his sequential work is next. It's beyond anything anyone's done in the West in 25 years, easily. It's not even close. And
it's crazy.
it's phenomenal work. He can tell a story without saying a word and just showing it to you. That's the other thing that it does very well that I think we're starting to see more of, especially out of manga. I don't know about Western comics. They're a mess, but manga, we're getting a lot more people who understand how to compose a scene, and you can see it, and they can tell a story without saying a word. You can also see, like, a character's growth or development or what have you, and they don't have to say anything. They're just going to show it to you. And it's the thing we've been complaining about for fucking years on this channel and in this community. We're so sick of you thinking you have to explain everything to me. Show me. If you're making a movie, if you're writing a book, if you're doing a TV show, if you're making a comic, show me. Don't tell me. Show me. And that's one of the things that he does exceptionally well. He shows you. And it's just great storytelling. It's very. I've been saying that I think that I said last year we were going to turn the corner, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get out of this morass of bullshit and back into somebody somewhere telling some stories that matter. And I think we're there. I think we're seeing it in real time, and it's a good thing.
Good.
Because I think everybody's just. One of the things by Trump getting elected for a lot of people, it was just like you get to breathe, because we've been in this weird, like, I hate to use this word because the left has mutilated it so much, but almost an oppressive miasma.
Oh, definitely.
Over the world, and it just kind of like it lifted, like the scale, as the Bible says, the scales fell from our eyes, and now we can see. And I think you're starting to see culture line up, like you were talking about familial stuff. I think it's going to line up.
Was the catalyst of that.
Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad for so long.
Yeah, no.
The other thing about this manga is it came out in 2021, like April of 2021.
Yep. It took a while to really take. I mean, it did pretty good right away, but it's not like it now. It's huge.
It's kind of interesting because you guys aren't in Japan, so you don't know some of the zeitgeist happening here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? And I don't know that I approve of this. But do you know what worldwide character, that's really hit big here with the young men in Japan? Would you like to guess?
I don't know. What do you got?
Andrew Tate.
Oh, yeah.
I have heard this. Yes.
I would imagine he has everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing about Tate is he's just Ric Flair. That's all he's doing.
No, it's true. But
it's just Ric Flair.
That shows you the problem, because that is an overcorrection to the problem.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
By the way, he'd agree with you. He would say that. He knows that.
Yeah.
But it's because everybody is so cucked.
He is being overcorrection.
He is the overcorrection. So yeah, he is.
That he's the one who resonates, and he's very charismatic. He's a great orator. He can just talk and talk and talk. But it's because he would agree. He would say that he's the punishment. He's not a savior. He's even said this. He wrote it on Twitter. He's the punishment from heaven because you wouldn't listen to all of the people who were the examples you claim you want. You wouldn't listen to them. So now you get him, and he's right. He's the Punisher, if you will. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't do it the right way, so now we're going to do it this way. Yeah. And I say it all the time. The wisest thing I've ever heard was from my mother, and she got it from her mother, and I'm assuming she got it from hers. If you won't listen, you got to feel. And that's where we're in the feel part now, people.
That's true.
You should have listened. You should have listened.
Although as an aside,
Mhm.
talking about animation, I did just watch a movie this past week, which I've seen many times before, but one of the doctors gave me a Blu-ray because we were talking about it.
Yep.
But it's called Porco Rosso. It's from
Oh yes.
Miyazaki and Ghibli. It's probably the best movie they've made that most people don't know about. But I since we're talking about animation, that movie kind of encapsulates everything you've been talking about.
Mhm.
But there's also one scene in there that, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is the greatest animated scene in the history of animation,
In all the world.
in the entire history of it, because the
Wow.
scene where they are working on getting that airplane engine going,
Yeah.
it's so visceral. You
Yeah.
feel it. It's real.
I
Mhm.
would agree. Yeah.
It's
It is very
insane. Yeah.
insane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I know that's pretty popular amongst the Ghibli fans, but it's pretty unheard of amongst
It
just
is.
animation
Yeah,
people,
no, it's true.
I
You're
think.
right, Maple Chic. It's the one with the pig. Porco, meaning pig, porcine. Rosa, red
Mm.
pig, the red pig,
Mm.
because he flies. He's a pilot. He flies a red
Pilot.
plane. You know, the Red Baron. But it's also got elements of Journey to the West and a guy that's been cursed to have the form of a pig man. But
Mm.
it's got a lot of allegory in it. But it's also a love story of sorts, which is kind of what's saving him at the end. But it's got a lot of the themes you guys have been talking about here, actually.
Yep.
Porco
Yeah,
Rosso.
it very much follows like that is basically Miyazaki's big breakout film, right? The first one. Like
I'm
he had
not
worked in
sure.
animation
I
and
think
stuff
Sherlock
before
Holmes
that, but I
probably
think
was.
oh,
But it
forgot
was a
about
big hit.
Sherlock.
But you're right. It's not known by a lot of people, but it's his preeminent work, though.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's very good.
But anyway, if you guys don't mind, I would like to shift into TFT.
Let's do it. Oh, TFT. Uh-oh.
TFT.
Uh-oh, everybody. We're getting real tinfoily now.
We are. So that means intro. Here we go. All righty. So tinfoil talk, and
Da-da-da.
this is a little bit more serious than our other tinfoil talks we've had. We've had a couple of them where we got into interesting things. We got in trouble. Well, the Thunderos got us in trouble for a few of them. Most of my
Me?
videos that have been completely ripped off of reality were because of you, but that's all right. You weren't wrong. But nevertheless, this one's getting a little serious. And give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Oh, here we go.
Um, because you know, past 3 years. Last one was in November here, just a couple of months ago. Uh, we have had people, actual people that must be listened to. I'm not talking about some wacko on YouTube like us,
Mm. Mm.
or any kind of other writer or anything like that. Actual governmental people that must be listened to have sat in front of open Congress
Yep,
and
that's right.
given reports for the past 3 years in regards to the UFO situation.
Yes.
And a lot of the reveals and stuff that came out, people are questioning it, people are mocking it, and of course, it's something you got to keep in mind. It's easier to get up and talk about God than it is to talk about aliens.
Yes.
How weird is that? But it's true. We've been
Mhm.
programmed really well. Now, keep in mind, if you go back and read, if we go back to from George Washington to Abraham Lincoln, both of them did writings about problems and things they had to deal with, both external and internal. And both of them wrote and talked about a group that they referred to as the Illuminati, right?
Yep.
Now, we know the Illuminati was a thing. We know it was a
Mhm.
thing. They say it's no longer a thing. But at least up to Abraham Lincoln's time, it was still a thing, right?
Yes.
So we're talking 160 years ago, right?
Mhm.
Half our age, as it were. But nevertheless, um, they talked about it and they mentioned it. And of course, if you look around the period of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln, and you see a lot of the people that have been associated with these kind of groups, today we call them the Bilderberg Group, although I imagine they've probably changed their name by now. But they've written books, you see. And you can go read these books. This is the interesting thing about these people. They all openly give their opinion. They're not as hidden as everyone makes them out to be. But in those books, they state very clearly their intention. We've talked about it before. They want one global economy, they want one global government, and one global religion. We've talked about that, and there's no reason you shouldn't know these things. Because that's what they want, and you can see them pushing for it. The WEF, of course, is a very front-facing form of this group, right? But a lot of the things they wrote about was the fact that, and I know this is weird, the fact that they were in contact with extra-dimensional beings and making deals with them to save humanity. Because keep in
That's
mind,
right.
these people think they're doing the right thing for humans. We need to kill 99% of all humans because otherwise, well, none of us will survive. These kind of things, wing makers and all those kind of conversations where people just balk at and roll their eyes when you bring them up. But the problem is, past 3 years, we've had these people come and speak to the Congress live for all of us to hear. That's intentional, right? And we still haven't got a lot of real dig in with the public in regards to what these people are saying. And one thing I've noticed, because there's another big one coming, we had one in November, but there's a big, big one coming. Some say even as soon as this week.
Yep.
There's a big whistleblower coming. And this big whistleblower has people on his shoulder with him. Department of Defense people, literally the boss of NOAA, a rear admiral. Right? These people, you have to stop and listen to these people. This isn't some Yahoo at some UFO convention where everyone's literally dressed as aliens. That's not what this is. But one thing I've
Right.
noticed over the past 3 years of these disclosures is the changing of language. And it brings me to what I just said here in regards to these elites that have plans. And the language changes this. They don't use the word alien anymore. They don't use
Right.
the word extraterrestrial anymore. What they use
Yeah, I've
is,
noticed that.
words like non-human intelligence. So NHI. And it's an interesting shift. And a lot of things they've been talking about, if you pay attention to the subtlety, because they don't want to say directly because they want to be taken seriously.
Yep. Oh, he's coughing. I don't know what happened. I thought I lost him again. I was like, oh no, oh no, he's
No, I'm
gone.
good. I'm good. But still trying to get over this cold. It's almost gone. But they've been talking. The whole alien thing is kind of out the window for the past year and a half. The conversation these people are having, and if you pay attention, they're talking dimensional here. They've completely abandoned the alien thing. They're not talking
Yeah,
about
because the
outer
alien thing was
space.
the front
Maybe. That's very
all
possible.
along.
And a lot of the problem we're seeing from these people about disclosure is not only, of course, all the corruption and stuff that's been going on, and these government people don't want to have to answer for whatever they've been doing. Do keep in mind with Rumsfeld, just before 9/11, we had the government, I guess the Treasury Department, realized there was how many $1 trillion missing? They
Oh
still haven't
Yeah.
found that money, right?
yeah, trillions.
Trillions, right?
Yeah.
Um, but uh, but anyway, it's been going a very strange way. And like I said, the disclosure we're going to have in front of Congress here within at least the next few. We don't know exactly when, but it's coming very very soon. Is the biggest banger of all because you're dealing with people within the government who you cannot ignore. These are
Right.
not news reporters. They're not journalists. They're not people that have interviewed people who have had experience. These are actual top end people who have legitimate responsibility, right? And they must
Yes.
be listened to, right? And what they're about to disclose is has nothing to do. This is my assessment. Has nothing to do with aliens and everything to do with dimensional beings. And now you might say, "Oh, okay,
Yeah, I think you're
whatever,
correct.
fantasy," but is it? Because there's a few things here. Let me get into it. if you don't mind, because what have we been dealing with here? I mean, look what's been going on since the middle of December. I
Mm-hmm.
just brought this one picture up, but all over the world. Now, keep in mind, this is not just America, although most of the reports are coming out of America. This is in Europe and Asia as well, Australia. Every
Yep.
day, we get dozens, if not hundreds, of videos coming in from people who are just driving down the street and the lights are just flickering on and off all over the place. That's not normal. And
No,
it's not
what's
like
wrong?
it's happening in this city or that town. It's happening all across the world, and it's been going on for a month.
Yep.
Every single night and day. What is that? You don't hear a lot of
I'd like to
response.
bring up
Hey, go ahead.
something that I've taken notice of as well, and I don't know if anybody else is experiencing this, but I've been noticing a lot of static electricity in the air, a lot more and more too.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Like I
Well,
can't touch a thing at my work without getting shocked at least once or twice. Like it's crazy. And like even in my own house, I've noticed a lot of static electricity, and I don't know if that's just I don't know. It's very strange. It
feels weird.
feels like
People
a
do
lot
feel
more
weird.
than
Yeah.
normal static
People
electricity.
feel something's going on. They feel it,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's in
Mm-hmm.
the zeitgeist. We also have, he's mentioning the static electricity. We have these weird fog banks just
Mm-hmm.
showing up all over the place. It's not one particular area, it's all over. And this weird fog comes out of nowhere. It's not normal for them to see it. It smells funny. And the particle rates are ridiculously high. When they have cameras on, it literally looks like it's a blizzard, but of course it isn't snow, and it smells weird. So what's that? Some kind of chemical thing,
Although
right?
some people have been claiming it's made them sick.
Some people have. And of course, we've had moments of these weird sounds every now and then over the past 5 years or so that come up occasionally. We also have a lot of these reports of what they're not calling them UFOs, they just call them drones. Like in Tennessee, New Jersey, over in New Mexico, St. Louis, various places in California. We have these reports, and of course, New Jersey being the worst, but just huge numbers of drones just move, gigantic drones. They're not little. These things are big, just hanging out.
Yeah.
And of course,
I actually talked to a guy at my work that I talk to all the time. He actually showed me video on his phone of
yeah,
these things flying in our area this for the first time.
yeah. I mean, there's tons of videos because they're not moving at the speed. If you recall, I said there were three disclosures in front of Congress. One of those was from various scientific experts with all the video evidence they have of these spherical craft, and they are craft. They even showed good photographs and videos better than I've seen. And the problem is these things move at such speeds that literally you're looking at 1 million plus G. Therefore, biologicals can't be inside that.
Yeah. Unless they have some kind of crazy dampening technology we don't understand, there'd be no way.
No way,
It would
right?
it would literally obliterate you. You just
It would just
turn
melt
into
you
mush. Yeah.
instantly. So we have all these things kind of piling up, piling up. The drone thing has become a big deal. I don't even know what's worse: the fact that the government won't tell us what's going on, or the fact that they say they don't know. What? Now Trump's pissed about it, and he said day one I'm disclosing that shit, and he's very serious about it. And there's going to be a bunch of disclosures from Trump because he wanted to disclose stuff last time, and they talked him out of it, and he's pissed that
Mhm.
he allowed himself to be bent that way, which I love. It's another one of those things. Trump said I made a mistake. Another example of him wanting to correct his mistakes. You never hear
Yep.
politicians do that, by the way. Um,
Correct.
but my point is, there's a lot of shit going on, dude. And it's
Yeah.
like, and it's real. It's not what we expected, but then again, reality is always stranger than the fiction, isn't it? And I'm kind of curious, thus the TFT, is this real? Is this a psyop? What's going on?
I don't know.
Because, you know, because we do have other things going on that they definitely don't want to have conversations in regard to how they're spending
Mhm.
money, the whole Ukraine, money dump thing that's been going on, and we know that's what it is, right? This whole nonsense with them moving money and doing various things inside the government. We know there's a lot of corruption going on with that stuff, not just in America, but elsewhere that is attached to America with NATO and things like that. So, is this a psyop simply to take your attention away so that they can, slink away or something like that? Because it's always a potential, right? But this feels more legitimate than anything in my lifetime
Yeah.
because
I
of the
don't
people
know.
involved. But I don't know. Yeah,
There's definitely been a weird air about things for the last year
yeah,
into this year,
yeah, yeah.
Well, in the
Past
somewhere
month
last
has
about
been very weird.
mid-year.
yeah, in the last couple years alone, deep state has admitted, like you said, they talk to extraterrestrials, extra dimensionals.
Yep.
Um, they've
Retrievals.
that they've confirmed psychic abilities. They've
Yep.
confirmed remote viewing. They've confirmed telepathy. All sorts of stuff. Like
All the things that they
all at once.
said
They just
was
dump. They're
bunk
just spilling the tea,
back in
basically.
the days of coast to coast.
They admitted openly that there
Right.
are, we're not alone in the universe by the data they've seen, by what they've done.
Right.
Like it's craziness that it's all just happening all at once,
And no one
and it's
seems to be paying attention to it, though.
we're all just kind of like, yeah, whatever. And I think the reason why that's the effect it's having is because there's been so much gaslighting for so long about
True.
everything
True.
that people are just they don't care anymore. Like
I just don't
eventually
think the general public even pays attention to that stuff
here's what I
anymore.
say to people all the time. I'm fairly certain, about 99.9%, that 9/11 was an inside job within our government. However,
Or at least
even
an
if
opportunity taken. Right.
yes, which would still make it an inside job. If you
It
knew
does
something was
in a
coming and
way.
you let it
Yeah,
happen,
it's
it's
like
still
Pearl
the same.
Harbor. Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that being said, even if I proved, even if you could prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that that is the case, most people would just shrug. Eh, they just would. It's the most traumatic event that has happened to the American psyche in, I don't know, probably since Pearl Harbor. As bad as COVID was, I really don't think it was as traumatic as 9/11 was.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Uh, and most people would just shrug. They would. They absolutely would. And I know this for an absolute fact because once in 2005 when they declassified the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and they said that it was a lie. They made it
Right.
up. It was a complete false flag operation, never happened.
Right.
Uh, that led to 58,000 Americans dead. 58,000
Yeah.
Americans died in Vietnam. Not to mention the millions of Asian people from all over, but mostly China and Korea, that died, or not Korea, Vietnam, that died over there. Uh, and you know what when I told my parents' generation that hey, they look at this. I showed it to them. You know what they did? Oh, that's it. I just got owed. This is something that they lived through.
Right.
This is something that affected them directly. My uncle, who was over there twice and nearly died twice
Yeah.
over there and killed who knows how many people, probably in the hundreds, because he was a flamethrower crewman. That's what
Oh
he
wow.
did.
Yeah.
So he didn't just kill him, he melted him. And you know what his response was? Huh.
Yeah.
That's it. My
Yeah.
point is, most people, once something terrible happens, they don't want to know the truth of it. They'd rather believe the lie. The lie is a lot easier. It's a lot safe because you're comfortable with it. You've
Mm.
come to terms with it. And once you get gaslighted by enough people, when people start to speak out, say, no, this, and you just keep getting gaslighted, eventually you just stop caring. And I honestly think that's where we're at. It's been
Yeah.
decades and decades of the government lying about aliens, and anybody with a brain knows they're fucking lying. Like you're
Right.
clearly lying. I don't know why you're lying, but you're clearly lying. And then they're like, "Oh, you know what? Yeah, we lied." And everybody's like, "Oh,
And no
see?"
one seems to care. It's
And no
weird.
one cares.
And this
It's
Jake
so weird.
Barber guy who's about to have a disclosure in front of Congress,
Mhm.
he's actually he and his team, they are an alien recovery crew.
Yep.
That's what they do. They recover, items and objects and things in this regard.
Mhm.
That's what they do. Now, keep in mind, there's some other stuff that I haven't got into yet.
Yep.
That when this disclosure started dropping the past 3 years, there's a group of congressmen, right? And it's not just Republicans, by the way, that have been doing everything in their power to squash anything to come out. And they've also been pushing bills, which have been passed, by the way. You didn't know it, that
Mhm.
anything in regards to this must go into government departments, and the government has complete control over what they can and cannot say to the American people. So there are
Yep.
people in Congress passing laws and actively trying to shut this down,
Yep.
quite
Yeah.
successfully in some ways.
But why? That's what I've never understood why they care so much. What is to
Well,
be lost? What is to be gained? What are they so afraid of being revealed?
well, here's the standard response to that. Now, I don't know if it's true, but here's what the standard response is. Back in the 70s, there was a meeting, an international
Mhm.
meeting. It wasn't just the American government. They brought in specialists and people from all over the world. And in that meeting, from all the information, which is probably a lot of the stuff we're talking about now, right? But we don't know what all the disclosure was. But by the end of that meeting, they came to a resolution because of us. I can't remember his name, but there's one speaker that moved all of these politicians at that time. And the resolution was this: the American people can never know.
Yeah, but why?
They didn't say.
What is this great secret that they think will shake America and the world to its core?
Be
To the
the
point where the people will just get ravenously violent and kill them
right.
all. But that's the only thing I can think they're afraid of.
Well,
What else
and
could they be this afraid of?
the statements that they've said are that the fallout of the American people would be destructive to the democracy, which of course we don't really even
Oh,
have one of
yeah,
those. Uh, but
whatever
uh,
that means.
but meaning that it would they can't handle it. We're too dumb, right?
Uh-huh.
Now there could be
Which,
some
in
truth to
fairness,
that,
they might be too dumb.
right?
That's true.
But with
But
the
not all of us are.
no,
I'd
not
say
all of us
enough of us
are.
are smart enough that we'd be okay.
Yeah.
In fact,
Um,
I just don't see it turning. Most likely, like what I said, people will go, "Oh, okay,
yeah.
that'll be it," and
But
that'll be it, and they'll just get on with their lives because what else are they gonna do? They
but
can't change the world, and they know it. So why bother trying? Just let
exactly.
me do my what I can do.
But that's the standard response.
My only thinking is the nefarious nature behind
What it might be.
it
Yeah.
all,
Yeah, yeah.
what it
No, I
might
mean,
be.
and with current conversations, my opinion on the standard response, I think, has changed. Because, having an idea that a bunch of politicians think they're better than everybody and everyone's too stupid and would panic, causing trouble, I can believe that,
Yeah.
right? But here's the thing: all of these conversations recently, and if you pay attention to the language being used, I don't think we're dealing with, as far as it seems they think, I don't think we're dealing with aliens at all.
I don't
From
either.
they seem to think
They're
it's
demons.
dimensional. Now,
They're
now we
demons.
get into a bigger, grander conversation because,
Yep.
99.9% of all human history, what are the conversations in regards to?
Yeah.
Dimensional
Demons.
beings,
Yeah.
demons,
Spirits, demons, whatever you want to call them.
yokai,
Same thing.
fae,
Yeah.
Deva, daemon of the ancient Greeks. Yeah,
Yep.
and our ancestors have always talked about this. It wasn't shocking to them that
No.
there were ultra or extra dimensional things going on.
And
It was
and
quite
those
standard.
beings, the way they would describe it, the language we'd use today is those were lower dimensional beings, right? They're from the beneath, the below, and the gods, the heavenly beings, are quite literally from above, which would be higher
Right,
dimensions.
but they're not necessarily
Um,
much better.
well, no, but that's just how it is. They're from the
Right,
positive, quote unquote, the
right.
higher dimensions,
But
and they're from the negative dimensions.
so why is it so hard for us to have that conversation today? Because it
I
is.
don't know.
It is.
I don't.
But
They
here
won't do it.
they
They
won't. And
shut it
here's
down.
and here's the thing. Here's my answer to that. What I think it is. There was this dude like in the 19th century, and he wrote a book and he had some ideas, and by the time he died he had actually started changing his opinion. But his name was Charles Darwin. Now,
Yeah.
the Darwin family, a lot of you might not know this. But the Darwin family is one of the most powerful, wealthy families on planet Earth. Okay, they are part of the Bilderberg Group. They were part of the Illuminati. They've always been part of it. Darwin is coming from that lineage. He's not just some random scientist. He's coming from the ultra elite, right?
Yes.
And even at the end, Darwin's opinion was that his natural selection adaptation is certainly real, but the evolutionary aspect of it, he was very concerned that he was incorrect. But what happened, same thing with Einstein and his paper he wrote in regards to an offhand thing, say, the math doesn't work, it's no good. But of course, they picked it up, and that's where we get black holes from, dark matter, even though there's no evidence of it at all. We got this Hawkins guy who made an entire career off a bullshit Einstein paper.
Made up a pure mythology is what he
Pure
did.
mythology, right? Even Einstein said, yeah, it's bullshit. Even Einstein
Yeah,
said,
it's not real. It's not
right?
true.
But
Right.
they don't care. Just like with Darwin, they didn't care that he was having doubts. They created a religion.
Yeah.
And of course, with
Essentially.
this new telescope they came out with a year or so ago, year and a half ago, is really causing them all manner of consternation. Because what this telescope is much better than Hubble, right? It's giving us much clearer, much more detailed information. And what it's doing is debunking everything. Big Bang, I mean,
Yeah.
all the redshift, all their nonsense. It's showing that that's bullshit. And they're having
Right.
problems because it's messing with their money, it's messing with their legacies, it's messing with everything, and they're just noisy as hell recently. Now, the plasma
Yes.
scientists are laughing and taking advantage and pumping their advantage. However, this nonsense that's been going on with Darwin since the 19th century, I think is the root of the problem. Because the main reason why it's so desperate for them for Darwinism to be real is that if it's not real, then God comes back in the conversation and they can't have that.
They're
You're
terrified of it.
100%
They're
correct.
terrified of it.
Well,
Terrified
the
of that.
OG scientists, the ones that they all quote, but then they want to leave out, were all godly people.
All of them.
But most of
Yes.
them,
All
yeah,
of them.
they love
The
they were super. The reason they were doing it is because they wanted to understand God more. They
Yeah,
even said this.
that's right.
Quite literally.
Well, dude, even today, the greatest mathematicians and physicists that we have today, all of
Yes.
them say intelligent design is definitely happening. It's real.
Yes.
Now, they don't
Yeah.
they don't go and join their deists like our founders were, but
Right.
all of them, right? But because of this dogmatic need to destroy the concept of God,
Yes.
this has resonated through everything for frickin' 160, 70 years.
Yep.
And
That's
I
why they
do
latched
believe,
onto it.
right, and I do believe this is why it's so hard for the public today to have a conversation not only about aliens, but now dimensional beings. Oh, what the hell's wrong with you?
The church I grew up in, he wouldn't talk about this often, but he'd have other speakers come in who specialized in trying to parse this, right? The idea of UFOs and aliens and demons and spirits and all that. And they would just pretty much just say, well, not pretty much, they would just say that these are demons. These are demonic beings. Whatever demons are, that's what these are. And I've always been like, yeah, that just makes sense. Whether or not they're from another planet or they're from some alternate, dimension or a higher level or lower level of existence, largely I don't know, and it's not really material. That's the way it's described. If you actually look at the scriptures and all of the writings that talk about these things, they're all pretty much saying the same thing, but using different words. But it doesn't really matter because for the way that a lot of the scripture, especially the Bible, but even the other holy books, describes the cosmos is in a dimensional sense, meaning the earth is its own thing. We're here, right? We're the third dimension as far as we know. We're here. And everything outside of us is its own plane, which those are synonyms, dimension and plane. That means the same thing. Plane or planet, all means the same thing, people. So we're actually just using the same words or different words to describe the same thing. That's all you're doing. So even if something, yes, if a being came from another planet, it's not only extraterrestrial, it's extra dimensional as well. Even if it's on the same plane as far as like 3D as we are, it's still coming from outside of our cosmic scale, outside of our cosmic scope. So it's coming from another dimension. These are all mean the same thing. Everybody gets
Right.
all caught up in these words. It's the same thing.
And
We're just using different vernacular to explain the
true.
same phenomenon.
And speaking of vernacular, is another word that is kind of often confused that we've used for most of our history. Well, at least the word that we would use in English, heaven, right?
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
what does heaven mean? Well, traditionally, whatever language you're in, it has a dual meaning. It means the space above us, right?
Yes.
Literally space. But it also means a dimensional space, a dimensional
Correct.
place.
Correct.
So, with this language has been with us forever. And Roger, thank you. But I think you would not be surprised to find that I am a very normal dude. I got a bit of a punch, so I can hide it though. It's good. I am thinning on top. Doesn't look like I'll go bald though, so I got lucky there. And I make mistakes all the time. I know.
Yes.
I know.
Yes. He does. I've
Yeah.
seen it.
Yeah.
Especially his writing. His typing is
Yeah.
atrocious.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm one of those people that I get an idea in my head, I instantly make a decision and I go. 99% of the time, or maybe 90%, or maybe 82% of the time, I'm right.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
But
That's
because
usually who is right, though, is the people who just go. Because even if you're wrong along the way, if you're somebody who can just go, you can just correct.
yes,
And now
sure,
you're right
you
again.
can adjust.
You're done. You're back
But
to
I
right.
am that type. I definitely go. And therefore,
Yep.
you do make mistakes, and you're right. I adjust into correctness.
That's right.
So I'm sorry to disappoint you, Roger. Sorry.
But that's genuinely what I've believed pretty much since I was able to even cognizantly think about these things, is that these
Yeah.
are all the same thing. I was actually thinking about this earlier. I said this to my wife because we were talking about how useless therapy is for the most of the time, depending on the therapist, of course. But most therapy, especially in America, it's a joke.
Yeah, just
All
get
that
a
person's
friend.
trying to That's exactly. All that person's trying to do is brainwash you. Whether
Yeah.
they could have the best of intentions, but at the end of the day, that's what they're doing. They're brainwashing you to behave in a way that they think is better for you.
Right.
Period. And they're just another person. They're not a god. They're not, some great theologian or great
No,
thinker
they don't
who
even
thought
have
about
real
this.
science.
The science is nonsense. Psychology's bullshit. It just is. Stop
is.
pretending it isn't.
It is.
What they're trying to do is use material language to explain spiritual problems. The reason you feel this way is your spirit
Right.
is broken.
And
That's why.
Of course, this is what you're looking at. The psychologists have become the secular priest, right?
Yes.
Because that's what you would do. You go to the church. Keep in mind, the church, the temple, whatever word you use for it, it used to be the center of life. It was the place you'd go to meet the doctors, where the kids went to get their education, their classes. It's where
do
you
your
would
banking.
go. Yeah, but I
You'd
mean,
get some banking there back in the day.
they
Like,
would. But it would be the place that you go for consultation. It would be a place where
Yes.
you could go and talk with someone if you needed help psychologically,
Yep.
and it would be kept in trust.
Yes.
The church, the temple, used to be center of life, and it would help to fulfill a lot of the
It
needs
was
that we
supposed to
find
be a
ourselves
place
needing.
of solace.
Yeah,
That's what it was for. And that's what churches are for.
and we burned it.
Especially if you go to one especially if you go to one where the people are sincere. Now, a lot of them, they're not, and you can feel, if you're a spiritually attuned person at all, you can feel it.
Yeah,
when you
like those
walk in
two
that
girls. I
yes,
felt
this isn't a
today.
good place. You're like, no, this isn't good.
No.
There's something wrong here.
No.
But if you go into one that you don't feel that, you feel welcomed or comforted just by being there, even if nobody said a word to you, you're in a place where what we would call holiness is.
Yeah.
And that's where you can find that solace. Like you said, I tell people this all the time. I hear people say, but man, maybe I need to go to therapy. You don't need to go to therapy. You just need a friend.
Yeah,
You
go
need
talk
someone
to a
you can talk
priest.
to.
Go find a priest.
Go get this out
their
of your
job.
mind.
Yeah.
Literally just get it out. Whatever it is. It could be nonsense. Just say it to somebody. Because you'll feel better. You
That's
got to
right.
get it out. Your
You come-
spiritual connection to another human being, to God, to
Yeah.
the world is messed up.
That's right.
And the only way to fix it is to talk about it. You
That's
got to
right.
get it out. You got to
Come-
reconnect.
Come talk to me. I'll tell you you're a dumbass. It'll be all good.
Yes. You'll feel better. I
You'll
promise.
feel better.
But
You will.
But that's what it is. I say this all the time. Psychology, what it really is just spirituality we don't understand. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And these words all mean the same thing and are used the same way, but we all have to play make believe that we're not talking about the same stuff. If you're depressed, you're not really depressed. There is no evidence of chemical depression in a brain that doesn't have physical trauma. It doesn't exist. No emotional damage can happen to you to cause you to be chemically depressed. So if somebody's telling you you're chemically depressed without taking a blow to your head, they're lying to you. They're manipulating you.
Oh, sure. They
What's
want
wrong
to
with
sell
you
you a
is
drug.
spiritual. Your heart, your soul, your spirit, whatever you want to call it. You
Mm-hmm.
can call it your mind. It's all the same thing. Is sick because you're not making a connection to something that's good.
Yeah.
Now, the only way to do that, you can do it through religion. You can do it through your family if you have a good family. You can do it through friends if you have good friends. You can do it through yourself if you find a hobby or a habit or an exercise or whatever that is fulfilling, that gives you that sense of peace.
Right.
One of the things people do, this is why meditation is in every religion in the world, is meditate. Calm down. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
Meditation, we
Count
get this
to
weird
10.
idea. Yes, that's all you're doing is you're focusing your mind on something very, very, very simple for a length of time.
Yeah.
It can be count to 10. It can be count to 30. It can be just focus on breathing in and out. Breathe in and out. Just say this over and over to yourself for a minute.
Yeah.
And just shut the brain off and let the body take over for a minute.
Something beyond
and you're fine.
yourself. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Well,
of course,
essentially, the people that are not shyster therapists actually
they'll do that. Yeah,
help
meditative
people
therapy.
do
Yes.
that.
Yes.
yeah.
But
Well,
most of them are
I just think-
shysters.
Yeah, most of them are shysters for sure. Yeah.
Snake oil salesmen. That's
yeah.
all they are.
Well, I mean, if
I actually have a friend that has been going to a therapist for a year now, and it actually has helped him because they've helped his mind think about things that he didn't normally think about, why he
Right.
thinks the way he does, and
Right.
why he
Right.
has
Well-
had the experiences he's had and how that's affected him. And
Focus.
now he's actually in a lot better place now through
That's
that
good.
because his therapist was actually a real therapist, I believe. And it helped him because he's kind of scattered in his thinking. So it helped him focus on certain areas of his thinking that he couldn't do upon his own. Because
Sure.
we talked all the time about his problems, but if you don't have that person that can actually center you,
right.
Yes.
and sometimes a friend isn't always the best.
Oh, no.
person to
That's
have
why we've
too,
always had
because the
priests.
friend-
Yes,
yeah,
that's what
exactly.
priests do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
And
and
essentially that's what a priest did.
that's
a
what they
lot
do.
of work.
Yeah, it's their
did.
99% of their job. And the simple fact of the matter is, the priesthoods are better than the psychologists because,
Yep.
and it's
Even
it's
Davis
very
says that.
simple. Why? It has nothing to do with God. It's that they
Mhm.
are inside a very rigid system,
Yep.
Right.
and they can't screw it up because they will be replaced. Where inside, if you go to some
Yep.
private psychologist, where you go to turn?
Where's the accountability?
Where's the accountability?
Yeah.
So
Well,
the priesthood's
that's
actually
the
better.
answer. That's the answer to all of it is accountability. Are you accountable to yourself? Are you
Yeah.
accountable to other people? Which, by the
Well,
way,
that's why I
we're going
said
to take
I
it back
actually
to
think that-
scripture real quick. Jesus literally tells you the two greatest commandments are to love God, which means to be accountable to God, and to love your neighbor as yourself, which means to be
Right.
accountable to them and yourself, because you can't love other people if you don't love you. You can't do it. You can't do it. There's
That's
no way
true.
to. How you gonna? If you hate yourself, you're gonna treat everybody like shit. No,
That's right. No,
that's
you're
not
right.
okay.
You gotta love yourself, Roger.
Yeah.
Just for your information,
was
I do
very-
love me.
I was very worried about my friend when he was saying he was going to go to a therapist because I was like, oh no, this is going to be an awful mess, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because normally, yeah, it is. But that's the thing. His therapist actually did hold him accountable for things as best as they could in their
Sure.
situation, which I had not heard therapists doing in other situations.
I'm not against it. I think if you need
not either.
I'm not against it.
You have
I
to
think
find
you
the
have
right
to
person.
I'm just
choose
too
the
belligerent.
right one and be very
Yes.
wise. But yes, I would agree.
The other problem that you and I would have, Chester, is we're both very intelligent, and
Right.
Which can
if
be a
that
problem.
person comes, yeah, if that person were to come off as dumber than us, we just wouldn't listen to him.
Oh, that's all.
I
I judge everything
Yeah.
on that. It's a problem.
and it's something that's
yeah.
probably not smart, to be honest, because stupid people can be wise too.
Oh no,
But-
I think we're smart enough, just smart enough to be dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, that is definitely true in a way. But I'm just way too belligerent for that.
Yeah,
I'm
me
way
too.
too belligerent. And that's my armor, I guess. But I'm
It
not
is.
against it. I mean, if you need help, go get help. What the hell?
Absolutely. If you need somebody to talk to, anybody.
Mhm.
If you can't get a hold of somebody professionally, get a hold of somebody privately that you know will listen.
$100%.
If you think you don't have that person, I promise you you do.
Yeah.
Just
There's
try.
somebody out
And
there.
of course, you
Just
can
talk
get
to
it
them.
free by going down to the church.
Yep.
Yeah.
Find a church. There's one somewhere close by,
Particularly
and
the
just go talk
Catholics.
to
They're
somebody.
well trained in it,
Yep. Even really any of them, but yeah, the Catholics are too. The pastors are
highly
well
trained.
trained in it
Yeah.
too, most of them. Even deacons at churches, if it's a
Yep.
Protestant church, like these people are there to help you. That's
Yeah.
why they've committed to this. They
Yep.
believe they're doing it to serve God, and that's great, and I agree with them. But they're here to help you.
Mhm.
Like I said, Christ's second commandment was to help you, was to love
Right.
your neighbor as you love yourself. If somebody comes to you with a problem and you say you believe in Jesus, you better try to help them as best as you can because you
Yeah.
have to. He commanded you to. He did.
That's true.
It wasn't a suggestion. This was a commandment.
Yeah.
You
I
must do
wish
this.
he'd gone over
Well,
and
and the
talked to them
reality is a
Muslims
lot of
when they were
people
writing
can't.
their book. Jeez.
A
Yeah,
lot of people can't do that because they don't love themselves in the first
that's the
place.
problem,
Yeah,
and
there
that's the
is
part that a lot of Christians miss.
there
They
is a
think
lot of
loving yourself is
self-loathing.
pride. Yeah,
And of course that brings us
it's not.
back to the conversation.
Mhm,
Because we are getting some manner of disclosure. Like I said, I'm not going to rule out this is some kind of psyop. I'm not going to. But
mhm,
there's
mhm.
something happening and there's something coming. Um, no matter whether it's real or not, it is happening. And I really think the the jadedness of the public is such that it might just pass us by, and that could be worse than the alternative.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
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 We will see. We do have Trump coming back in, and did you see his picture? His new
Oh yeah,
official
he's
picture?
very serious. Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
That's and
Yeah.
what's crazy is somebody broke it down like from an artistic perspective of this photograph or whatever
Right.
portrait, whatever it is, and he broke it down bit by bit of what each of these, just the way he looks, the lighting, everything, and the look on his face, what it means, what it's trying to convey. And the guy who made it said, "Yep, you nailed it." And all the guy basically said is he's coming to rip out throats. That's what it looks like. And the guy was like, "Yeah, that's exactly what we're going for. Don't say
I've
no."
not seen
This
this
time,
picture yet.
he's not going to take no for an answer. Is basically what it's saying, and that's what America desperately needs. But I think we're heading into an age. Every so often, if you study history, which obviously Chester has, and I have as well, and Adrian has as well, there are ages of trouble, and they can last sometimes they last a very long time, but they can last any number of time. But then you have
Uh,
ages of reconciliation. And what an age of reconciliation is, you can also call it an age of reckoning. I think that's what we're in now. I think we're in the reckoning. And I hope
Mhm.
I'm right, because that means we could maybe have some justice for the bullshit that's been going on for decades, but
Right.
definitely the last 5 years or
I just
so.
hope it's not some big show.
Yes, that's the problem. Is it just for show?
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I don't think it is. I think Trump's real serious this time. I think the first time he went in there, and he said this on Joe Rogan, he didn't really know what he was doing.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't. He's never been in government before,
Well, it was
but this
fuck you.
time he
It was
does.
fuck you, Barack Obama, is what it was.
Yes,
But now it's like,
this
oh
time he
shit,
does.
I really need to take responsibility and I need to do something, and that's a
And
good
one
thing.
thing you could say about Trump, and I know a lot of people dislike him, and I have my reservations even still. When it comes to something he cares about, he will fight for it to the death. You can't say he won't. Look at all the times he's had bankruptcies, or he's had this thing fail or that thing fail, and he came back from it. He
Oh,
took
the
a
amount
bullet
of
to the head
assault
and
attacks.
stood
Yeah.
well,
up
there's
Yeah.
and
one
was like,
thing he seems to care about even more than the country. That's his family.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
he would do
Um.
anything for his children. That's
Yeah, that's
very
true.
clear. He would.
And Alan, better out than in, I guess. Okay. But anyway, that's been your TFT. Um,
That's it. That's it. They're
it's
coming.
very
The
interesting.
demons,
No,
the spirits, the aliens, the fae, whatever they're called today, whatever they're called in this day and age,
right.
they're coming.
But it's
Something's coming.
something's coming, dude. Because right now with that You guys remember a few years back where we had all those real weird sounds in the sky, like as if the
Yep.
trumpets were blaring? You
Yep.
remember? It
I
was
do.
all over the world,
100%.
right? It was weird,
Yep.
and it's
Loud
just it booms,
boom
right?
all
Like
over. Yep.
grinding
Hmm.
metal, and they're like, "Oh, it's just the atmosphere." Like, okay,
Yeah, it's just the atmosphere. What? The
sure,
air's making that noise? Holy shit, we're in
yeah,
trouble.
well, I'm sure it is. But you know,
If
things
I
get
had,
freaky, dude.
I'm gonna throw out a guess because everybody feels like something's coming. One of the things that I've always found very strange is Antarctica.
Oh yeah,
So when I can't remember his name, was it Bird? I think it was Bird. Went down
Admiral
there.
Byrd. Yes.
Yeah, he went down there and he did his explorations. He found the South Pole, did the whole deal. He described a whole continent full of resources. That's what he described. Go
He
listen
did,
to
yeah.
his interviews. He's talking about he could see coal just in the mountainside, just going around, blah 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 blah, like all this stuff, right? Gems, everything else. And then after he comes back, all of the countries in the world that matter sign a treaty that no one will claim the territory.
Right.
What? Why?
Yeah, it's weird.
Why? It's
Um,
weird.
and of course, if you look at our a lot of the old maps that have Antarctica on it, even though they shouldn't,
Yep.
a lot of those maps do show ice on the rim, right?
Yep.
But what they show inside is places of ice, but then places of like thermal activity, maybe where there's
Hmm.
rivers flowing.
Yep.
They're not. It's definitely an icy place, but there are pockets that are not icy.
So
Is what the old maps show us.
here's my big conspiracy. I have nothing to back this up other than a feeling that these creatures are already here and they're
Oh, sure.
there.
That's
And
the
that's why
argument.
we
Yeah.
don't go there. Yeah, we don't go there and
Well,
that's what we're gonna get revealed
but our
here, that
leaders
Antarctica's.
occasionally do go and seemingly bend the knee, right?
Yes.
'Cause we just had that happen again here, what, a year ago, right?
Yep.
But I don't know. It's very very interesting. It's very TFT. But the one for me that is the most bizarre is the flashing lights just on
Mhm.
street lights at the malls, just random everywhere because there are thousands and thousands of videos over the past month, dude, from all over the world. It's
Yep.
weird. I mean, we've
It's
all seen
coming.
a flickering light once or twice in our life, of course, but so many of them, and it's like they're dancing. Something is
Mhm.
affecting the grid,
Yep.
and it's
It's
not
coming.
just in one place, it's all over. Now, what would cause the grid to do like that? Now, I know we've had
Massive
solar
electromagnetic energy
something,
fluctuation.
Once again,
Yeah.
I go back
right?
to the
I
static
mean,
electricity that I feel
Yep.
like has been very extreme
The
lately.
air feels different.
right,
Yep.
with your
I agree.
static thing you were talking about, and the air feels different. The sun has definitely been going through weirdness recently, but at this
Mhm.
particular moment, the Schumann resonance isn't off the charts. The Gauss or the X-ray stuff is not off the chart. It was a few months ago, but right now it's not so bad. So
Yep.
the sun can always be part of stuff, but right now it's not particularly noisy. It's quieted down quite a bit. But yet, the past month, out of nowhere, we have just the electrical grid is just losing its shit
Right.
and all over the place. And obviously, something is causing that. It's causing surges. I don't know, dude. And you got these, they're not using the word, where they say UAP now or UFO. They're saying drone. They're saying these drones, right? And we got video
Mhm.
everywhere, these gigantic drones. The government says, we don't know what they are, which does anyone believe that?
No. No. Mm-mm. I
Right?
think we're about to find out tomorrow, pretty quickly after tomorrow,
I think
what's
this
going
week
on
is
there.
going to be quite an interesting one. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Oh,
Although, to be
Yeah.
fair, though, on Rogan, when of course Rogan asked the alien question, as everyone wants to ask every president,
Yes.
he explained that he didn't disclose, he wanted to disclose. Of course, he was also talking about the Kennedy thing.
Yep.
But his response, the way he responded, was he didn't seem so worried about it, but two, he realized it was important. His reaction, right?
Right.
So I don't know. It might be a thing, but it might not be as big a thing as we think it
It,
is.
I have a feeling it's not. I think it's going to be a far less impactful than anybody realizes, and it's probably because it's just going to confirm what we already know. You know what most people already kind of think, right?
Yeah.
Uh, and I think if you remember, this was one of the biggest things for me. when he first got elected, and him and Obama had their 90-minute conversation. Right? It was only supposed to be like 15 minutes. And they went 90.
Yeah.
He walks out of there. He's sitting there. The media's right in front of him. He's ghost white.
Yeah.
And he's just like, he's got his fingers together, and he's just like, you could tell he's just thinking, like, what the hell did I just find out? What did they just tell me in there? They just blew his mind in there. And then he says these words. Well, maybe we have some assets that are a little more high-flying than I thought. And that's all he said when somebody asked him a question, and then he moved on. I'm like, is he talking about aliens? What's he talking about? And it's never brought up again.
Right. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting week. Like I said, I don't know that this isn't all a psyop. I don't know that this isn't all theater. Trump could be one of the greatest trolls in history. Could be. It could be. But my suggestion is pay attention.
Yep.
Pay more attention than just what you're told. Look around it. Look between the lines. I really think we should all be paying very close attention. Because the one thing that's very interesting outside of America, and this TikTok thing, which I mentioned, comes into play. Because when America dropped off the TikTok grid for 2 hours, because that's all it was, just 2 hours.
Yep.
But everybody knew why the Americans weren't there. The entire world started busting our balls and mocking us like, oh, it's finally quiet. Notice everyone's not angry, just busting our balls, right? Which everyone loves a chance to bust American balls. But there's also some truth to it, because the Americans are always on the edge of what is happening, good or bad, true or not. We're always on the edge of it. People say, why are you so political? I guess we would say, why aren't you? Right? Because the rest of the world doesn't think or move like we do. They're much quieter. They're much calmer. They don't think or talk about these things at any kind of level of degree. They're much more chill about it. They're much more into the meal they had last night. That's their number one conversation, weather and food, right? But most humans are not like us. Good or bad. I'm not making a statement on what it is, but they're not like us. And if you want to pull any kind of nonsense, any kind of shenanigans off, you got to deal with the Americans. You just have to deal with the Americans, because we are the noisiest ones who are going to always ask, but why?
Yep. We're the
a lot of people in the world, we are.
They created us. They sent our ancestors here, or chased our ancestors here, because they couldn't handle them. And because they wouldn't put up with their aristocratic bullshit. So they came here.
Yeah.
And, it's not our fault we're better than them at building things, apparently, because we built the most powerful nation to ever exist in less than 300 years. So, yeah.
Less than that, even.
Really, we did. Really, right. We really did about 150. If
the 19th century is really where everything happened. Yeah.
My point is, though, they created, again, it's one of the key themes throughout all of history. It's reality. You create your own demise. That's what the story of Frankenstein is about. And these people have done the same thing. The people that they tried to be rid of, that they wanted to be rid of, whether they could kill them or exile them or whatever, they did. But they came back with a vengeance. Their ancestors came back with it created a primal need to conquer in these people, to claim, to carve out something for themselves. And they did. And our ancestors did do exactly that. They conquered and tamed a continent that was wild and insane with savages all over it. And we took care of that problem. And then quite literally all throughout it have done nothing but continuously conquer and tame the land.
Right.
Unless
you're California.
This allowed, well, they did for a long time. This is a recent resurgence of stupidity.
The 21st century's been kind of bad. Yeah.
But my point is, that created a people who have this unbelievable resilience and self-belief that comes off as arrogant, and is arrogant to some degree, to most other people.
Right.
And it's one of the best scenes, I think, in a lot of movies, is in the first Mummy movie. The first one, I say, the one with the Brendan Fraser ones.
The good one.
And, and her brother, his future wife's brother, he's very British and very, a pussy. And the Americans are on the boat, and there's like 5 or 6 of them, and they're all hooping and hollering. They love the fight. They love the big fight scene. They're ready. And he just looks at him and goes, Americans. But yes, exactly. That's who we are. We're the bastards. You made us this way, you smarmy British prick. You
Oh,
should
they
be grateful
yeah.
that we're like this.
Yeah, and of course it is funny because they always want to mock us any opportunity they can, and we mock them
Yeah,
back. It's fine. It's all
it's
fair
fine.
play. But
Yep.
when shit goes down, whose skirt are they behind?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
Um.
we're not so intolerable.
Yeah.
Huh.
Right.
Curious.
And I do love how Trump forgot to invite
Whoops.
the
Must have got
British
lost in the
to his
mail.
inauguration.
Oopsie.
I love
Whoops a
it.
daisy.
I love it. Because Stammer and
No,
those
if
assholes.
America,
Yeah.
yeah, they're bad. They're
Yeah.
bad. That's what I was going to say. If America, if we can pull ourselves out of this nosedive we've been in for the last 50 or so years, which it looks like we might actually land this damn plane, we're going to have to do something about Britain. We can't have a nuclear power being that Muslimified. This is insane.
No,
We
Britain
can't have
needs to
it.
be dealt
We
with.
can't
That's
have it.
true.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe we'll add a dozen states under Trump. But
Hey,
yeah,
let's party. Let's
let's
party.
party. Yeah. But there is a lot of
Mm.
that kind of nonsense going on that needs to be dealt with. That is true. But anyway,
Yeah.
that's been TFT.
That's it. Look at him. Look at him. No, that's not even the new one I'm talking about. There's another one. Let me see if I can find it. Where he is just looking fierce. Fierce. Let's see if I can. I'll see if I can find it while we do this. Hang on.
I was playing my outro, just so you know.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. My time and effort is meaningless.
Here it is. Here it is. We'll put it in the old Discord chat right now in the general. This is his new one. This is his new official portrait, and that is a man who's coming for blood. That's what that is.
Oh, this one. Oh yeah, no, this is the one I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one. There it is. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
That is
my.
not a man who's looking to make peace with the world. He's
No.
looking to
That
dominate
is
it.
Yeah.
something else.
I love that picture. It's and
Yeah.
the photographer here. Good job, dude.
Yep. And like I said, some guy broke it down like from an artistic perspective, and he said basically what I'm just saying. This is a man who's coming to rip throats out if he has to. And the photographer said, "Yeah, that's exactly what we were looking for. That's what he wanted. He
Yeah, I
wanted
know.
to convey that message."
And how does he look more energetic and youthful than he did 8 years ago? I don't
I
get
don't
it.
know.
Amazing.
It
I
It's
don't
is.
know.
amazing. He looks so much. I don't know if he lost weight. I have no idea, but he looks so much better than he did.
He does.
However, they
The
planned out the
genetics on
lighting
this
for
guy.
that picture was genius. That's
Yeah.
some genius lighting right
It
there.
is great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he made sure he lit it from underneath so he looks ominous and his shadows are long. Like it's perfect. It's perfectly shot. If that's what you're trying to convey, that I'm coming. It's coming. And if you remember, he's been playing that song at the end of his rallies, the "Hold On, I'm Coming,"
Mhm.
for years. For years, because this is what he wants to do. This
Yeah.
time he wants to bring justice with him.
Mhm.
That's what he wants to do. And I
And
hope
true.
he does.
And
I
I
really
love
do.
this interview he did like a couple of weeks ago, a week and a half ago. So it wasn't long ago. He's talking to this lady, this news reporter lady, and of course she was desperately over and over wanting him to admit that he lost the last election. And his
Yeah.
response was perfect. It's like, no,
No, I
no,
won't. I refuse.
Yeah.
I shan't be doing it.
no.
Nope. Nope.
But anyway, let's get into it
Yeah, they're
here.
still harping on that, but it doesn't matter anymore. Like that.
No.
No, it
Is
doesn't.
neither
That
here
is
nor
true.
there. The past, and we're past.
Yeah, and we're going to see some stuff going on. But let's go over here and take a look at some of the things. Of course, you mentioned TikTok was off a couple hours.
Yep.
Now, the thing with this that I do find interesting, Donald said, "Yeah, I'm going to fix it."
Yep.
Right. So, okay, should we though? Because the reason TikTok is being banned is because it is owned and controlled by the Chinese Communist Party in China.
Yep.
And of course, they use it as propaganda tool. Do keep in mind, I've said this before,
Well,
but
if you look at it from a logical standpoint, and I'm not sure my stance on banning it or not, but logically, if it does all the informational gathering it says that they're claiming it does,
right,
it is a bit of a
Security risk. Yeah.
future
is.
security risk.
It is, and I get why they did it. And he's not like he's gonna defy that. Trump's gonna fix it, he said, and in the way they want it fixed. But the thing is, you have to understand with China is this: TikTok is illegal in China, right?
Yeah, I know.
As
That's
is
crazy.
Twitter and Facebook and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
It's illegal. And
Yep.
you also have to keep in mind the CCP spends trillions of dollars. That's with a T, trillions of dollars to push DEI. A lot of people say they think DEI is coming from BlackRock and the Bilderberg Group, and I'm sure they're on board because all these people, the Bidens, the Obamas, the Clintons, all of these people, they make their money in China. Fair enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
that money, the big push is in China. Trillions of dollars to push DEI because they want to rot out our society and destroy us. Because the
Right.
Chinese can't win a physical war. They know
They
this.
know it. Yeah. They're
Don't
not
listen
stupid.
to their rhetoric. They know they can't. Therefore, they want to destroy you economically, which is what they've
Right.
always done.
Thousands of years, always.
It's
That's their way.
their MO, dude.
Yeah.
And keep that in mind. And there's no way TikTok is not part of that process. It clearly is. So I don't know what kind of solution Trump's going to come up with, other than having an American company own it. Elon has put his hand up. That other guy who runs Shark Tank has said, "Yeah, I think I might want to buy it." So it's $100 billion. So good luck with that. But the thing that was interesting is the CEO of TikTok came out just a day ago, 2 days ago, and gave a statement in beautiful English, by the way.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
and in that conversation, he was saying where he feels confident that things will move forward in a good way, and he was saying all the right things, right? And he mentioned and thanked Donald Trump. Didn't say a word about
Yes.
Biden, right? And we saw a similar thing happen in the Middle East with this whole hostage
Mhm,
negotiation thing.
mhm.
Everybody is not mentioning Blinken or Biden. Everyone's thanking Donald Trump and his team,
Yep,
right?
that's right.
Notice that. And when did Trump get involved? How many weeks ago was it? He said, "All right, go get that done." What, 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
So it's
Yeah,
coming,
no,
baby. It's coming.
I'm telling you, this time he surrounded himself with people who are more like him, belligerents. Now they all listen to
Yeah, he's
him,
done a better
they
job.
should,
He's done a better job.
but he
Yeah.
has a
Much
much
better
better
job.
team of people of great integrity around
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
People have proven integrity. Like you can dislike stuff Elon's done, and some of it I do, but when it comes down to it, I don't doubt that he actually does want to get people to Mars. Right? He wants something better for
No, he
humanity.
wants that shit. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he definitely wants that.
RFK, I don't doubt for a second that he is driven about the general health of the American people, and just in general. He wants to help people.
Yeah, he
He's got a
loves
40-year
America.
track record of doing it. Like
Yeah.
it's not like he's just up here just like, yeah, I want to do
Well,
this. He's been doing it for decades.
people
Decades
don't
he's been out
people
here.
don't talk about his philanthropy at all, right?
No.
They're always
No.
attacking him for some failure or greed or something like that.
Yes.
But his philanthropy is real. Like
Yep.
the friend, just a simple one off the top of my head, Boxable, right?
Yep.
He went and bought that. He's put money behind that. He's made that a thing. He's reduced the cost incredibly so. So the fact that you can have on the back of a trailer a house delivered to you that could be set up in an hour for $10,000,
It's
wow,
amazing.
that's amazing.
Amazing.
Now the average
Yeah.
American isn't interested in that shit, sure, but have you thought about other people in the world might be existing?
Yeah. Yeah, we're not the only people in the
We're not
world,
the only
so
people.
I mean,
Yeah. And we got to keep in mind, what we call Westerners, we're a small minority of the planet. There's,
yeah.
most of half the population of this planet doesn't eat every day.
Yeah.
Right.
That's real, dude. And think about how many
Right.
people here now. I fast occasionally, but outside of that choice, I've never had a day in my life that I don't have food beyond my choice. Have you?
Right.
Right? No.
No.
We have all
No.
the food we need. But this is
Yeah.
not true for every person on this planet, right?
Correct.
And Elon, being a person from South Africa who has seen real poverty firsthand, right?
Right.
Yes.
This is something he's concerned about, and he does a lot of these philanthropic things that no one really talks about because he does give a shit. He actually does. And he's
Yes.
also a nerd who likes to play video games, who wants to take rocket ships to Mars. He wants that too.
Yep.
Yeah, he wants
So my
robots.
point is,
He's a nerd.
but he's also somebody who's very outspoken. He's very capable. I don't even know how anybody could argue this without. They'd have to bring some data. but he's probably the most competent man alive. The fact that he runs all these companies the way he runs them, and he does so at the highest level of
Sure.
excellence the world has ever seen.
Yeah.
Who's better? Like, okay, then who? Who's more competent than him on paper? Maybe that guy exists, but I haven't seen him. So he's in. He's on board, and he's a big one. Obviously, you
Yeah.
have a bunch of other ones too. RFK. You have other ones as well.
Yeah.
Hezgeth, I think, is
Vivek,
phenomenal. I think
Exeth,
these people are
Tulsi even.
fighters. Tulsi is a fighter, and
Yeah.
whether you agree, and I don't agree with most of her actual political opinions, but I do agree with her integrity and her anti-war-ism, especially since it's
Yeah.
the wars we're fighting are retarded. We
Yeah.
gain nothing. Nobody wins. Nobody
Yeah.
wins the war.
Yeah.
Like there's no
And
declared winner, and we gain nothing but a bunch of trauma
true.
and dead kids. What are we
Did you
doing?
did you notice this that I thought was really really interesting? When this whole ceasefire thing happened and Trump said there all hell will break loose, right?
Yep.
There was so many people saying, "Oh, there's a big fight between the Biden administration and Trump over who's going to get credit." You remember how there's like a couple days ago they've been just
Yes.
going on and on. Yeah, I never heard Trump
Mhm.
or anybody around him said anything like that. The one thing I heard Trump say in regards to that is like, "Yeah, I want it done."
Right.
And we've seen him many times say, "Yeah, I don't care who takes credit for it. Go ahead."
Yes.
He's not that dude. But look how the media has tried so
Because we
hard
know the
to.
reality of who would actually be
Yeah, we
credible
know.
for.
And in the end, he just wants it done because he don't want to deal with that
Right.
shit. He's got more important things to do. He's got to make America great again. He doesn't want to deal with that shit. But you know how rabid the media was to say, "Oh, there's a fight between them." Where? Biden was certainly making rude, offhand comments, as he always does, because he's an angry old man with dementia. But I didn't hear Trump's
Right.
or any of his people say one thing. Not
There you
one
go. I
thing.
found it. I found the
I
post
think
I've been
he
looking for.
largely ignored him.
I think so. Yeah.
So this is the post I was looking for. This gentleman is allegedly a photographer, but this is the actual guy who took the photo. He's Trump's official photographer, has been throughout the whole campaign.
Hmm.
And he agrees with him. I put it in the chat here, and I'll go through it and I'll read the original post here
Okay. Go ahead.
of what he says about this picture. He says, "Okay, I know I'm late to the party on this, but as a photographer, I want to comment on Trump's official new photo. Uh, Three things jump out at me. He looks totally pissed off, like he's about to rip your throat out. This expression is clearly intentional and premeditated. Two, under face, side face lighting is something photographers use on portraits to deliberately create a disturbing sense of menace and or uneasiness. The American flag on his lapel has clearly been isolated in Photoshop with its brightness enhanced so it jumps off the photo like an electric shock as your eyes naturally trace the lighting from left to right. It's the last thing you linger on, which it's clearly enhanced. This photo will hang in every federal government and military office in America. Trump remembers the resistance. This photo is carefully crafted, rather, to send a message to every federal employee and service member: do what the American people sent me to do, or I will rip your throat out. The man who took the photo, the man who who created everything that guy's talking about, the photographer, he says, in response to this, if it'll ever load, he thanks the guy. He said, "You understood each idea and design with purpose. Many others haven't captured my thoughts like that." To add, I purposely raised and cropped out the blue in the USA flag. His suit and tie complemented the red stripes perfectly, making him and this entire image the USA flag, America in its wildest depiction.
Yeah.
The pin pop is accurate, but also added for dramatic effect since there was no full image of the flag present. So, in other words, that is exactly what. And the guy then later in a different post, people asked, "Well, why did you pick these?" And he said, "No, the Trump picked them." So Trump knew he did this on purpose. He knows
Sure.
exactly what
Well,
message he's
dude, he's
trying
been
to
doing
send to
marketing
these
for
people.
freaking what, 60
Yeah.
years?
And my
Yeah.
point is, somebody said this is going to be the fuck around and find out administration, and I think it is. I don't think he's playing this time. I think he's
I
coming.
hope so.
He said he was going to drain this swamp. I think he's going to drain the swamp. I think he's actually going to fight. He's going to war with the deep state. This has been being said since before he won the election.
Mhm.
That's the talk that's going on
Well,
in his war rooms. Is he's going to war.
Wait, no, and
Mhm.
of course we've seen the theater of Congress, which it's not even necessary. Complete understand what's going on with them doing
Do anything.
these meetings with these appointees. It's they
Yes.
don't need to do that. They have private conversations. It's all done. It's just theater.
Yep.
But I love
Yep.
the fact that in each and every case, whether it be Hegseth or Bondi or Nome or any of them, they are getting their ass handed to them.
Yes.
These people Trump's brought in, they're pissed too, and they're not
We're-
playing.
I've been telling you, Chester, for years, the American people are pissed. There
Yeah.
is an anger that is very close to violence. And if Trump had got, I'm telling you, people are like, nothing would have happened. No.
Mhm.
People would have died. It would have been war.
It would have been
If that
war.
bullet would have killed him, it would have been over.
Yeah.
There'd been no pulling us back this time because people are furious. And it's not a left or right thing. We know we've been getting screwed by every side of the aisle that supposedly exists.
Mhm.
One of the reasons young men don't vote, the main one, is because they see through the bullshit and they
Yeah.
realize that it gets you nowhere. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to get fucked by this guy with a red in a red hat or this one in a blue hat? Because
Yeah,
either
well,
one, I'm gonna get it.
both sides can come to the agreement that we're both getting fucked.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
So
just
I think Trump's original election was the American people finally breaking through the morass and saying, "Hey, we're tired of the establishment." Right? I think old Michael Moore said it would be the biggest FU to the establishment ever in the history of the country, or something like that, and he was right. This one is okay. Okay, we tried to do it, soft. This time we're sending. He's coming back. We told you he was. We're sending him again, but this time we've given him a full mandate to rip you out root and stem and never deal with you again. We don't. What you were talking about. You know how the stuff in Congress is all bullshit. It is. You know what isn't? If the president's like, okay, that agency's done, because then it's just done.
Well,
Most of them were created by fiat. They have no
Yes.
legal right to exist. The
Yes.
president can literally just end them, including the FBI. He can just be like, all right, we're closing up.
Well,
We're going to redirect the funds over
people
here.
forget that the president is in charge of the executive branch,
That's
and
right.
all of that falls under that.
And he's effectively a king of the exec. He is the supreme
Mhm.
commander of the executive branch.
Well,
he
like-
has very limited restraint when it
Well,
comes to that
sure.
branch.
And each one of those departments, we know who created them, right? With the FBI, that was Hoover, right? We
Yep.
had Jimmy Carter created the Board of Education. They've all been created by presidents.
Just created by fiat.
Yeah, I
okay,
just
that
want
exists
him
now.
to do the melee thing. Just get
Yeah.
in there and just burn
Just
it
start
all.
cutting.
Just
cutting
get rid
them
of
down.
it. Or some things will be consolidated.
Did you see that Argentina posted its first surplus in 15 years?
Oh yeah.
It worked.
It's working.
It works, people.
It is working. Yeah. Even though the media won't report on it because they hate Milei.
No.
Right?
Yeah, they don't like him. You're not a
Yeah.
fan of him. He
So-
dares to go after their sacred democracy, which really just means bureaucracy. They're bureaucrats.
Right.
That's
And I
what they
love
are.
how they're going with Bernie Sanders is screaming about freaking oligarchy. Bernie.
I'll give Bernie credit. He's on the right side of the H-1B argument of these visas. And it's not because necessarily we don't want the best and brightest people. We want them. There's already a visa for them, though. We don't need a special one. There was literally people being brought in to work at, like, Wendy's. Like, what are we doing? We don't need to be importing people to work at Wendy's. What are we doing here?
And they gave Elon a lot of hell for that.
Oh, Elon got all kinds of hell for it, and I get where Elon's coming from too. But it's two different conversations. Most people don't care if you bring in genuinely the best engineers in the world.
No,
and
that's
they want to
normal.
come here.
That's
Yeah,
our entire history.
Bring them in.
Yeah.
But we don't need people who do middle management to be foreigners and brought in on a H-1B visa, where the company probably ends up getting a kickback from somewhere, or
Right.
they can write it off at the end because they're not paying somebody.
Right.
Not paying
It's
what they have
all
to pay an
it's all
American.
loophole nonsense bankers trying to
Yes.
make money and save money.
So Bernie was right on that. He said this system, whether there's some benefits or not, is mostly just used to screw the American worker. He is
Yep.
correct.
He is
That's
right.
what it's for.
That's true.
And it's wrong.
But I mean, if we think about our history, though, we have to understand that if you look into modern technology we have today, almost all of that was created by Americans, right?
Correct.
But
Yep.
where were those Americans who did that born? Were they born in the
Many
States?
of them were overseas.
That's
Yeah,
right.
from
And they
overseas.
came
Like
into
even
America.
Like Nikola Tesla's a great
It's
example.
a perfect example. But I
He
mean,
created
yeah,
so much that most people it's you know you've done great things when the things you've done, people don't even realize you've done it
that's
because
right.
it's so ubiquitous, it's everywhere.
That's true.
Every single person in this that can hear us, every single person who has a computer, if you have a drill, if you have a anything,
Electricity.
anything is electronic at all,
Mhm.
that man created the system of a motor that you still use. His
Yeah,
stator and his
yeah,
field are the same that he invented almost 140 years ago.
yeah.
Same
No,
one.
I mean, but the point being is that that's America, and we're
Yeah.
always happy to have to take your intelligent people away from you.
Yes.
Yeah,
The best ones.
yeah,
But we
we
don't
want them.
need your trash. You can
No, we
keep your
don't.
trash.
You keep
We're
that.
good. We
We're
got our own. We got plenty of it. We don't need more.
we will do the brain drain. Thank you very much. And of
Yes.
course, that to move on to the next conversation, but it brings up two things that must be mentioned. All the idiots, the foreign idiots on the internet say, "Why do Americans love their flag so much?" Fuck you. All right,
That's why.
that's why.
That's it. That's the
Right?
only answer you're getting. You
Yeah,
either get it or you don't.
yeah.
Here, here.
One of the things I'll give our boy Booster back in the day, he would watch he'd watch the Trump rallies. And the thing he said that it makes him feel kind of bad because he'll listen to the Americans chant USA and it feels good, but he's obviously not an American. And he's
Right.
like, I don't have any patriotism for New Zealand or Britain at all like
Mhm.
that. And I'm like, yeah, that must suck.
It's
It
pretty,
must
but
suck to
that's
not love your
pretty
country.
normal. There's
That's
not a
where
lot
yes.
of there's not a lot of patriotism in the world that's not forced. It's
Yes.
true. It's
Correct.
real. It's real.
Yeah.
We
And
I
it's
even
not good.
saw Romanian V talking about something similar just a few days ago.
Yeah.
That idea, and he was talking about the TikTok thing here, and he was going on. His some of his points were, of course, were different, but he's made those observations. I've seen other people make that observation. The Americans have something that the rest of the world doesn't really have, and
Yes.
that's the love of it. And of course, that flag is what unifies us.
It's why the left, the communists, whatever you want to call them, the enemy, I call them, wants to destroy your heritage and call it bad. So
Right.
you will lose that. Because once you've lost that, they can do anything to you. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You don't have any roots, you're
Mhm.
rootless. I can explain it. It's actually very simple. I'm sure you guys know. It's because we're proud of the things that our ancestors built.
Yeah.
Because these things weren't here. We didn't inherit them from thousands of years ago and blah 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 blah. They carved this continent into submission.
Yeah.
We're
No,
proud
that's
of that.
true. We are.
We should be proud of it.
The frontier
Yeah,
spirit
I
still
mean,
exists.
you go
Yeah.
watch. Yeah, you go watch some of those History Channel shows where they're talking about the frontier and all that,
Yep.
and like read some of the books or like
They're journals.
The Men That Built America is a really good show. I think if it's I think it's called, and like the industrialness of all that and stuff. It's amazing. Like some of those guys weren't good guys, but
No.
No, a lot of them weren't, but they got it done.
It's the
a lot
same
of them
Um,
reason
weren't. But they
why
got it done.
in early young Rome was the same way. They were extremely patriotic. It's because they believed in what Rome was trying to do,
yeah.
right? In the Gladiator movie, they talk about, the world is cold and dark and Rome is the light. That's what they thought. They genuinely
Well,
believed
and they
that.
weren't
They
wrong.
thought they were bringing civilization to the world.
Yeah.
And that's why they loved Rome. Now, granted, over the years that got muddied and blah blah blah, but at the start, that's what it was about for them.
Right.
They
Right.
genuinely had a belief
Well,
like this.
yeah. And my last comment before we go into the next subject is
Yeah.
to Big Mike. Um,
Big Mike.
and it is interesting to me how Obama went out and did his shilling as he was required to do. But we've seen him soften up quite a bit here in the past week or so. But Big Mike,
Oh,
no,
Bruce is the
he's
guy.
on his rampage. And one of the things about Michelle that I've always thought, because she loves her race baiting, right? She's all about the race baiting. She loves it. She's a big time racist. She's like that Joy Reid and so many of them. But I always love when she loves to make this comment, and I don't think she understands it means what she thinks it does. She complains about white flight.
Mm.
Black people coming in and white people leaving, and how dare we even?
How dare we even
How
not want
dare
to
we
live with
even?
them? How
But
dare we?
it's like maybe just suggestion here. The problem is the other side of the coin,
Oh, wait a minute. You can't suggest that. That's racist.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Thus, I've
Yeah.
been
You're
labeled.
supposed you're supposed to tolerate degeneracy and vagrancy and criminality, or else you're a racist. Well,
Yeah.
then I'm a racist.
Well, you know
Fine.
the thing
If that's
that
the metric, then fine. I'm
that's I'm
in.
a
I
racist.
don't-
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people like, okay, fine, I'm a racist. I'm a Nazi.
Okay, fine.
But
If that's the question, then that's the answer. Okay, fine.
but the
Like, I'm
reason
just- what do you want me to do?
the reason I mention it is one of the things we saw with Trump's victory was within the so-called minorities,
Mm-hmm.
with Hispanic men and black
the
men
Hispanic
and things like that,
And Asian men.
and Asian men,
Just
or
men.
just men in general.
Yeah.
But it's very, very interesting because the people who hate the concept of Big Mike most
Mhm.
are the black people who suffer from it,
Yes,
right?
100%.
And
Because you know how you know that's true? The moment they get some money, they out. See ya.
yeah, as
They're
quick
out
as
of that.
they
They're
can.
away from black. They're away from black people faster than the most racist person you ever met. Full on KKK members couldn't get away from black people faster than these people.
Right.
They're out. They got
That's right.
nothing to do with them.
And you see the response recently from the likes of Big Mike is, and we saw this with Larry Elder in California, and I think maybe the people in California are regretting their decision here of late. But what was their big defense against him that they got him out? White supremacist. Have you ever saw Larry Elder?
He's as black as the ace of spades. bro.
He's the most black. He looks like the dad who was a garbage man on that show. What was that show? You know what I mean?
Supremacist. Oh, it's so stupid.
It's so
Look, this is
stupid,
what
yeah.
they've done. They've equated civilization to being white.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just civilization. It's just not treating people like you are entitled to hurt them. Like they don't matter, and you get to do whatever you want because
Yeah.
why shouldn't I?
Well, that
That's all he's
Woktard,
asking for.
that Woktard got Reza got yelled at by on Piers Morgan by Dennis Prager the other
Mhm.
day, and that guy was up there claiming that if you support Trump, you are a white supremacist KKK, and it's like, you do realize that it's one of the most multicultural, multiracial group of people I've ever seen in politics.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Do
It's-
you want to meet
It's the
a
dream that the
genuine-
Democrats want, right?
a genuine racialist who you want to see these people? They're called Hispanics when they look around to the other ethnic groups, right? They can't or Asians when they talk about each other, or blacks when they look at one that might be a little bit darker or a little bit lighter. You want to see it. It exists, but it's really not among white people. We don't give
No.
a shit.
Mostly
The vast majority of us
culturalism.
don't care. We simply don't care. As long as you aren't hurting us or hurting other people, we do not care. We
Yeah.
just don't.
It's true, Booster.
We
The
don't.
racist community is very diverse. It is.
We are. We're
And
open.
you know,
we love everybody as long as you're racist.
that's
That's the only
right. You just
requirement.
gotta be
You just
racist
gotta
with
be
us.
racist with us.
And Vivek Ramaswamy is the perfect example of this because we love him because he gets up there and is like, "Fuck you," right?
Yep.
And he's very American, but he's also kind of brown. But no one gives a
little bit
shit.
brown,
I haven't
yeah.
heard any. No one cares. We love Vivek, right?
Yeah,
He's a
good.
perfect
He's good.
example of your nonsense.
I think he's going to run for the governor of Ohio.
That's what
which,
they
listen,
said, and that's great.
It can't get worse than DeWine. I can't stand our governor. He's a joke.
Yeah,
And he's a
I'll vote for
Republican,
him
but
over
he's a
DeWine or
rhino if
any
I've ever seen one.
other idiots.
Yeah. So it would be nice. It would be nice to have a genuine nationalist.
Well, they wanted
there.
to put him in as senator, but DeWine was very against that to replace Vance, right? J.D. Vance.
Yes.
And he went and put his own person in. But yeah, Vivek's going to end up somewhere, and we're going to see more of him. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Because that's a true American.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He made a big flub bitching about American work ethic on Christmas Day. That was really stupid. But he'll be fine. He'll bounce back.
All right. Well,
let's go. Where are we going?
Let's go. We got a little bit here, but to end the show, and I always usually like to end it with some fun.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, that might not be fun stuff.
Oh,
New
God.
Goonies and Gremlins movies in the works. That might be terrible.
Just
to make your point, to make your point that we were just talking about, Goonies. What color's that kid right there?
Yeah.
That's not a white boy. Wait a minute. I thought
Yeah.
all movies were racist. What happened?
thought so,
I thought
too.
that Hollywood
Yeah.
was racist. Only
Yeah.
white people ever got to do anything.
Pretty sure Phoebe Cates isn't quite white either. But
Wait a
smoking though.
minute. Wait a minute.
Adrian, would you like to
So,
respond to the new Goonies and Gremlins movies? Would you like to have a comment in regards to this? I have a one-word
I'm
comment, but I
I'm
figured maybe you'd
I'm
be more.
tired of reboots.
Yeah. So
So
maybe no.
no.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, thank you. I'm not going to read the article. I didn't read the article. I don't care. No, I don't want no new Goonies. Don't need no Gremlins. We got it. It's great. It still holds up. It's not like you're going to
Well,
make it look
kind of
better because the CG these days
we
is
kind of got
shit
a new Goonies Gremlins kind of hybrid with Stranger Things.
in a
So
way.
why
In a way,
do
yeah.
we
And
need
and besides, we don't need
remake?
the Goonies. We had a better Goonies in Monster Squad anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
just
But
more evidence of Hollywood not
yeah,
having ideas
yeah. No,
and
no,
why they
no.
are going to be taken over by AI. As much as I don't like AI,
Uh-huh.
it's, if I could make my own movie that I can watch on my own time,
Yeah, well, then maybe that'll be the future. Make our own
that's going to
entertainment.
be the future.
It could be. But
That will be
the
the
thing
future.
is, we've had a lot of movies come out recently that we talked about, and they've all bombed. And they're bombing, and not. You don't hear people yelling and screaming anymore. People are just done with it.
Just walking away.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
done.
nobody just cares. I don't,
Yeah,
dude. When I talk to people about movies and stuff, like I rarely ever hear people go into the movies at all anymore. And that's like people
yeah.
I knew 3, 4 years ago went to the movies all the time.
Because it's
COVID
just
kind of
bullshit.
hurt it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It
COVID
is.
hurt a lot.
Now,
Hurt that, but it was already starting before that.
it was. It
But
was. Now,
now it's like I wanted to go see that new Nosferatu. I still haven't gone to see it yet.
I will check that out though. Maple Chic, Wolfman got nards. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ew,
and I
it's
do
true.
love that
It is true.
with the sister because they need a virgin to read the recitation, and of course she's like, "Well, that doesn't count." I love that scene; it's so hilarious. And then the little sister gets up and reads it, and of course Dracula calls her a bitch, which is legendary. But nevertheless, um,
Sorry,
uh-huh.
my wife is very excited about her nails that she just did.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah.
However, you guys know I do like to finish databases, and I did go
Uh-huh.
watch a couple of movies here. One of them being a Red One here with Dwayne Johnson. Now, this movie didn't do well. It kind of bombed, like everything is bombing because people are just kind of done with it in general. And I heard some kind of complaints about it, but I'm going to tell you what, it's a good movie. It's a really good
Mhm.
movie. Matter of fact, it might
It
be
is.
the
I
best
liked it a
acting
lot.
I've seen from Dwayne Johnson ever.
Yes. It's a very good movie. It's a
It is.
solid 7, I would say,
And
personally.
Chris
Um,
Evans is perfectly annoying.
yep, and our boy, Simmons is phenomenal, as he
Just
always is.
rocking it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
plays a great, Chad Santa, because that's
He
what he
does.
is.
That's
He's
what he is. Uh,
Santa Chad.
but no, this
Um,
is a wonderful G. It's rated G, by the way,
yep,
and it's
yep,
wonderful. It's a
it is.
good old fun
It has
Christmas
a
movie.
great message.
Yeah, it
It's a
does.
great interpretation of Santa and
Family.
why Santa explains why Santa does what he does
Uh huh.
in a very sweet way, a very like it's good. It's very good.
It's
It's
very good.
speaking to it's speaking to an adult audience actually of why you have to, keep doing certain things like this.
Yeah. It's
It's just
wonderful.
it has a great message, and like I agree with you. I think it's one of the Rock's best performances because he's not just being the Rock. He's
No,
actually
his acting,
playing a
and I'm
character.
like,
Yeah,
what? It's
yeah,
so good, dude. And of course, it bombed because of all the nonsense that
yeah.
everyone's just used to, and it's unfortunate because that's a good
I
movie.
think it did really, really well on streaming though,
Oh,
so it
that's
might
good
be okay.
because it's
Yeah.
wonderful. Did you watch this, Adrian?
I have not got to watch it yet.
It's wonderful, dude. Watch it with your kids. It's
Yeah,
a
Yeah,
that's
great
fine for your
family
kids.
movie.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
There's a little
we
bit of
plan to
like
watch it.
violence
We
in it,
just
but
haven't got around to it.
It's
it's
not
not bad
serious. It's
violence
all
in it.
jokey.
Yeah, it's fantasy
Yeah,
stuff. It's not like it's
not a
not
problem.
bloody or anything.
Not at
Yeah.
all. Yeah.
Um,
It's a G movie.
it
Legitimate.
has one of the best looking Krampuses I've ever seen
Oh,
in
he
it.
is good.
That's
He is
so
good.
good.
Yeah. But
No, it's just
Dwayne is
really
the
good.
one that shocked me in this, though,
Yeah,
because he
yeah.
really did a great job. There's some genuine, wonderful acting moments from Dwayne. I know I said it.
And
I've
him
heard
and
this from
Chris
multiple
have
people.
really
Yes,
good chemistry. They could make
They
more
do.
I've
movies
heard this
together.
from multiple
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, you should watch it, dude. It's a really good movie. But unfortunately, it didn't really hit because of all the nonsense going on, and it's unfortunate,
Yep.
And this should have been a hit, mega hit.
They did, and
It's
they
exactly
did.
what
It's
you
one of
want.
those movies that it has really good world building in it, but it's
Yep.
subtle. It's
Yep.
not screaming it at you or going into long 45-minute exposition or something. It's very well done. I don't know who wrote it. Because I remember the wife and I watched it on a lark. We were just like, let's check that out, see what that's about. I've heard some people say it's okay, and I was just blown away. I was like, wow, that was
Mm,
that was actually way better than I
it's
was
really good.
expecting.
It
And
actually has
yeah,
emotional
fun.
moments in it that work.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They work. They're not forced.
No.
Everything that had like one of the biggest things, the hardest things, especially when you're writing something obviously as fantastical as Santa Claus, is the things that need to be real have to feel real. So the thing that the Rock's character's going through is completely relatable.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of been there, right?
Yeah.
You're just
Because
done.
he
It's
is.
just
It is
over.
his story arc as much as it is Chris
Yes.
Evans. It's actually Chris
Yes.
Evans' story arc is to complete the Rock's arc. Really.
Yes, they they're perfect echoes of each other.
Yeah, they
is
are.
what we're doing here.
And J.K. Simmons,
He's a man.
absolutely
He's the
freaking
man.
awesome, dude.
He's
Uh,
always the man.
he is, but
Always.
he's got a couple moments in that movie that is just true.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's really good. If
Yeah.
you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. Chester and I actually agree, so
Mhm.
that should tell you it's pretty good. Because
Right.
usually
Yeah.
one of us will be like, "Oh, it's really good," and the other was like, but no,
Eh,
it's really good.
right.
It really is.
But
It's a
yeah, this
shame we
is
might
planned
never
on
get
watching
another
it,
one.
we
maybe
just
not.
didn't get
But this
around
is
to it
100%
for some reason.
recommendation. It is really
Yeah.
good. And then of
It's not
course
it's not a masterpiece or anything, but for what it is, it's one of the
it's
best Christmas movies in a really
a
long
long
time.
time.
In a
Dude, it's
really long
way
time.
better than it should be.
Yes,
It's
way
really
better than it
good.
has any
I'm
right to
not
be.
kidding. It's really genuinely great.
Yeah.
And I saw the Kurt Russell's Santa thing, and that was fun. It was fun, but
Mhm.
Kurt's always fun. This is actually a great movie. This could become a Christmas classic. That's how good it is.
Yes.
That's weird. Because when's the last time we had
Yeah,
a
that is
Christmas
weird.
classic, dude?
Well, most people would say Elf, but you would
Elf.
bite
I
their
don't
head
love.
off.
Yeah, I get why people like it, but also the Santa Claus
But
kind of
that's
became
older.
a. Yeah,
That's
it
Santa
is.
Claus is late 90s, so it's
But
been a
but
while.
but that became an
Yeah, it was
instant
been a while.
a Christmas classic.
It is
I think this
phenomenal
will
too.
be too.
For largely the same reason. It has very much the same narrative in a way, like the same idea
Yeah.
of him trying to find what matters to him, why Christmas matters, and why all of it matters.
What's
And I
that?
just think the way they do it is,
When was
especially the
Christmas
way they
with the
frame
Cranks
it,
made? That was probably one of the
mid
more.
2000s, I think.
Yeah, that
The
was
way they
probably one of the
frame
newer
it
ones.
in the world that they have it in, it's an interesting take on Santa, and it
It
works
is,
because it
and it
doesn't
does work.
demystify him at
Well,
all, but it adds some more layers to it. It's very good.
right. Well, you know how that movie Jingle All the Way with Sinbad and Arnold. It didn't
Yeah.
hit super strong initially, but over time it's become kind of a cult classic because
That
it
was
is fun.
definitely a
Yeah,
Christmas movie called classic. Yeah.
yeah, definitely. It's become that. This is instantly way better than that. Way better.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree. I
yeah.
think it is. And Booster, I just looked at the what used to be the audience score. It has a 90% from the people who the critics don't like it. I don't know why, but
Well,
from
because it's
the
family. It's
audience,
family.
yeah,
Yeah,
90% is what the people who
yeah.
watched it
Of
gave
course,
it.
the
And
critics hate this movie.
I don't know if I'd give it a 90, but I would give it a solid 7, maybe a 7.5 if I'm being real
Right.
generous.
Well, I mean,
But that's fine. That's
yeah,
all it
this
needs to
is
be.
all about family. You have
Yes.
Santa. He has a wife. Oh my God, she loves him. What are
And
you doing?
she's a sweetheart.
She's a
Real sweet little
sweetheart.
wife. Yeah.
And of course, Chris Evans is a kind of a very successful loser, which you see a lot of men putting these days, and he's estranged. But the way they dealt
Yes.
with it from the woman with his son, but the way they dealt with it, interestingly, is better than you would expect because
Yep.
he and she were never a thing.
No.
He's got a kid, but
Mm.
it was just one of those one night stand things.
One night it was an oops. Good old
Oops, and she
baby.
decided to keep it. Basically, they don't go into it, but this is the between the lines. She decided to keep
Basically,
it, and
he's kind of a piece of
he
shit.
occasionally
So
shows up, right?
yeah.
But it's not a broken family. It was never a thing
No.
anyway. But
Right.
by the end, it's nothing about her anyway. It's about him and his son, and
Yes.
their
Which is
child connection, not the father-son connection.
right.
It's
Which
very
is
interesting.
exactly the same arc from a different angle that Santa and Dwayne the Rock's character go on. It's about a
Yes,
father because that's
it
basically
is.
they're not father and son, but that's basically
That's
their
what they
relationship,
are.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is great. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Go watch it because it's
Go watch
amazing.
it. You'll be surprised how good it is.
Next
You will.
movie,
I promise. Uh-oh. Next
Craven,
movie, where we at?
the Hunter.
Craven.
Now,
See, you said you liked it.
no,
That's what I heard.
that's what I'm here to talk about.
Yep.
Because here's the thing: if this were some weird, twisted Animal Man origin movie,
Yes.
I would buy it way more. It has nothing to do with Craven whatsoever. The people who wrote this probably never read Craven. They don't get it.
Hmm.
This has zero to do with Craven. Zero.
Yep.
Other than the look and some
Right.
general character connections. Calypso's not right. Rhino's nothing's right. It's not Craven at all. However,
Yep.
if you take that all aside and you don't think of it as a Craven movie,
It's just the same name. The character just happens to have the same name,
what have you,
right?
um,
Yep.
it's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is how I feel about the Uncharted. I won't say great, but that's how I feel about the Uncharted movie. It's good. It's fine.
Yeah.
But it's not Uncharted, right? There's nothing
No.
about this is Uncharted. But I've heard that from a few people. I just looked this up. This has a 74%
Mhm.
on old Rotten Tomatoes. So most people probably agree with you.
Yeah.
Most people who've watched it,
Yeah.
it's fine.
It is.
It's not
It's
a
fun.
Craven movie. It's not
Not at
Craven
all.
not the real
Not even a
Craven,
little.
but it's fine.
Yeah. Now the other
And
movie,
that's
Red One, is way
so
better than this
stupid.
one. But
Oh, I'm assured. Yeah,
yeah, but
I'm
this is
sure.
a good, solid little action movie with some superpowered animal man, is what it is.
Yep.
And it's really good. And it's a shame that it had got all the bad press and all the nonsense and all of the Craven attention because
Yep.
the elements are here. This guy is a pretty good actor, the kick-ass guy. Who good on him.
Oh, I love Aaron
Yeah.
Taylor. I really have
Um,
grown to really like him as an actor. He's phenomenal in everything I see him in. He really is.
yeah. Russell
He's good.
Crowe
He
is
does what he's
awesome. Shocking,
well,
right?
come on.
Um, the girl who plays Calypso, even though it's not Calypso,
Yep.
that girl does fine. It's fine, right? There's no issues in this movie. The guy who played Chameleon's great, actually. It's just not Craven, and this is where the problem comes in because it's insulting. If you know who Craven is, and if you're a comic book fan, if you're even close to being a Marvel person, you know exactly who Craven is because one of the best Spider-Man arcs of all time was with him, right? That's why we know Craven. And it's a shame because if they had done some other kind of movie, like making their own character, I mean, literally, this is more like a gender swap of Vixen than it is Craven, right? Then it would have probably been somewhat successful because Craven, shocker, everybody, is a bad guy.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yes, he's not.
Uh,
He's not, in fact, the hero of any story. He's a
yeah, and
monster.
he's not. He's a monster. Calypso, shocking everybody, is a psychotic assassin murderer.
Oh well.
She's really
So the
nasty.
hero is what
Yeah,
you're saying.
the hero,
Clearly, the
right?
hero. Yeah.
The only one who's close to a character type is Chameleon, his brother,
I
right?
love Chameleon.
He's actually pretty accurate.
I've always
Rhino,
liked Chameleon. He's a
dude,
great character.
Rhino is so wrong. I mean, it's so incredibly wrong. It's like, do you even know who Rhino is? It looked good. Rhino is a moron. He's an absolute moron. That's kind of an important part of his character. That's why Spider-Man can defeat him all the time, even though he shouldn't be able to, right? Because he's stupid. They put in like this top end, clever, ultra like a Bond villain level, clever, drug dealer gang leader, and they made him Rhino. It's like, huh?
Huh?
Now the backstory is correct. How he got his powers, how he went about it. Well, I can't remember, Adrian. Who's that dude? That doctor that always does all the changing and creating mutant villains. What's that guy's name?
Sinister?
No, well, he
Sinister?
does stuff too, but it's not
Um,
that guy. It's the other guy.
older. He's talking
Yeah,
about older guy. And I can't
I
remember his name
can't
right
remember
now.
his name, but that dude. So the origin story of Rhino's correct, but it's I mean, Rhino is literally a really stupid thug. That's kind of the point of the character. But so it's not Craven. It's so much not Craven. And this kills me because that would have been a different movie I would have had to watch to get a Craven movie anyway. But I just wish they had done something different with it because this is actually a pretty good movie. It just kills it because you're telling me it's Craven movie and it's not.
Right.
It's one of the most not versions of a character I've seen in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's shockingly not Craven.
Yeah, that's a problem they've been having
Yeah.
with a lot of films. Is they'll base them on a franchise, and it's like, okay, but that's not right. But then somehow the movie's still okay, and you're like, well, what? Why didn't you
Yeah,
just make the
it's
movie? Why didn't you just make the thing? If you could make it this
right.
well,
It's
why
kind of
not make
like
the thing that well?
well, it's kind of like Morbius. There
Yeah.
are a couple of dumb things in that movie, but in general, it's a great 60s sci-fi. It's a fun movie. But
Mhm.
it missed because of some of the dumb stuff they did. This movie is going to miss because it's not Craven.
Mhm.
And of course, one of the things they misunderstood is not only is Craven's a bad guy, but one of the things that makes Craven terrifying is the fact that he has no superpower.
Right.
He's just a
What?
man. He's very skilled, he's very talented, but he's
Right.
just a man. But
Who's
yet he
Yeah.
honing his
can
instincts
mess
and senses.
well, yeah, but he
Yep.
can mess with and take on super powered individuals.
Spider-Man, which people
Spider-Man.
forget. Spider-Man's a powerful
He can throw
SOB.
cars at you. Yeah.
Yeah, he's real strong if he
He's
wants to
real
be.
powerful. But that's one of the menace and one of the great points of Craven. They turn this guy into, Animal Man superpower guy. It's
Mm.
great. It's fun. I love the way he
Mhm.
moves. This guy, who's this actor's name again?
Is it the leader that you're
Aaron
talking
Taylor
about?
Johnson. Aaron
He,
Taylor
is
Johnson.
he related to that alien bug-eye girl?
No, that's Anna Taylor-Joy
It's
that you're
close.
thinking of. Yes, it is very
The
close, but no, they're
scientist
not
that you're
related at all.
talking about, is it the leader?
Oh, okay, yeah, but the doctor actually has a name. But anyway, um, the way this guy tried. I mean, he put a lot of effort in the way he moves. He really was trying to be primal, and
Right.
he did a great job. It's just
No,
unfortunately not Craven.
he also, like I said, he's in Bullet Train. He plays one of the brothers, the black and the white guys that are brothers, quote unquote. Uh, he's in The Fall Guy. He's basically the villain of that movie. Um, there's just he has a lot of range, and he's a really good actor. He obviously takes it very seriously. I mean, look at the shape he got in to play Craven. Um, it's one of those things where it's like, man, he just keeps getting like every time they try to put him in the front role, it never works
Yeah,
for various
it doesn't
reasons.
stick. There's a few actors
Right.
like that, right? Like
Yep.
Scarlett Johansson. She
Oh
very
yeah, she
similar.
just can't. Just
Yeah,
doesn't land.
doesn't work. I
And it's
have
a shame because he's very charismatic. He's obviously very handsome, and he's a good actor. He can do the job. And he can do it very well.
And
So I don't know.
one thing he did really well in the movie that struck me, being a linguist, is there's a scene where there's only one, but there's a scene where he speaks Russian,
Mhm.
and
Or
a lot
as
of
you should.
times when foreigners do Russian, it's very cliche. But I get it. You're selling the idea. Oh, it's Russian. We get it. His was so subtle and accurate to a Russian speaking.
Very smooth.
It was very smooth. And
Yeah,
I
it's very
don't know why. It just stood out to me as like, oh, that was a pretty good job, dude.
What
definitely
movie
had
was
some
that?
Russians.
Yeah.
This one, Craven. Definitely
Oh,
had some
there's a
Russians
Russian
on
in that.
board. Yeah, no, I hope this doesn't hurt him. I don't think it will. Because I just think he just needs one or two
This
big hits and he'd be huge as
this
an
is
actor.
going to be a streaming hit, I'm telling you,
Probably.
because it's fun. It's just not Craven. And Russell Crowe, of course, has a great Russian accent the whole time. But it's
Well,
Russell Crowe.
when Russell Crowe gives a shit, he's the best actor on the planet. He just is. It's
Yeah.
not. I don't even think it's debatable. But the problem is he doesn't always give a shit. He just doesn't anymore. He's been doing this
Yeah,
a
but
while.
even in like
Checks out.
that Mummy movie that got so much hate,
Yep.
which has some great things in it actually. I thought
Mhm.
Russell was great in that.
Yep.
So
Because he was.
because he was. Anyway,
When he cares, he's phenomenal. I
Russell Crowe's
genuinely believe
amazing.
he's the best actor
It's true.
alive when he cares,
When he
but he has to
cares.
care.
That's true. But anyway, I was going to look at a couple of things, but I don't have time. So let's just do this in our box office mojo. And let's take a look
And
if we
it's
had anything interesting. I don't think it's a good time for it, especially with all the politic going
bland.
on. But let's see here. One of them Days, never heard of it, but it's from Sony. Didn't make any money.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah.
Wolfman came out. Interesting.
Yeah. And everybody hates it with a passion.
Lovely. I was hoping.
Yeah. Well, this is the same dude that made The Invisible Man. And of
Yeah.
course, the remake of The Invisible Man is basically wife beater, girl power day. And it's
Right.
still okay though. It's not a bad movie. But it's just typical girl boss, evil white man, nonsense.
Mhm.
Same guy did Wolfman. And basically you have a 2-hour movie of a werewolf transformation. That's the whole movie. And he never actually transforms into a werewolf.
What
So the one thing you need in a werewolf movie is the
in a
transformation
Wolfman
scene. Right,
movie?
right.
What
We
do
don't get
we?
it. We don't get it. We don't get it.
This is like
Yeah.
what we were talking about earlier, where you have romance stories where they never get to the fucking point.
Yeah, that's this
What
one.
are you doing? What am I watching you for?
Yeah,
What is this for?
But his first
Who likes
movie,
this?
right? But his first movie, The Invisible Man, was about domestic abuse. Right.
Yes.
This one is
Yeah,
about
100%.
generational domestic abuse. I think this guy's got some issues.
Maybe he needs a therapist.
Yeah, I
Holy
think he
shit.
does because these movies he makes are very on the nose.
It's like Tom King. Every story's miserable and about
Oh,
suicide.
Yeah,
Like, bro, we get
bring
it.
up
You want to
Tom
kill
King,
yourself. Just talk to
please.
somebody.
yeah.
Please talk to somebody.
Stop, please. Yeah. But no, everyone hates this movie. It
I
doesn't
think I'd
matter.
rather him just not
Yeah.
talk to anybody. Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. I'll keep my mouth shut.
But yeah, that came out, and it's, as you can see, it's a Universal picture. It was in over 3,000 theaters, but it only made 10 million, so major bomb.
Yep.
One of them Days made more money in less theaters, so and that's a Sony picture. Like I said, it doesn't look like we got much new stuff. Sing Sing is a re-release, and these are movies
Go
that
back up real quick.
didn't make anything at all. Yep.
Let's see. What do we got for some of the ones that have been in there a while? Where's Sonic 3 at? So Sonic 3 is
Sonic,
at 216 milli.
yeah,
It's
and
only
it's actually made that. So
422. Yeah,
yeah, it's
so
made
it's
about
it's okay.
200
They did
million.
all
So
right.
it's probably right around breaking even,
And
maybe.
honestly, it's the best Sonic movie yet. I
Um,
genuinely think that. I think
Mu-
it's really good.
Mufasa. I don't
Oh,
know.
God,
It's Disney, so I don't know if it made money because they spend too much.
they spent way too much. Yeah.
What is this? One of
Um.
them days. Oh, it's a black comedy. Okay.
It's it looks like uh two black girls in a Friday movie, but for black girls. That's what the trailer gave me vibes of.
I see. Well, it
Makes sense.
says when best friends and roommates Drooks and Alyssa discover Alyssa's boyfriend has blown their rent money. The duo finds
Drooks.
themselves going to extremes in a race against the clock to avoid eviction and keep their friendship intact. Aw,
Aw,
lesbian love. That's what we need more
how
of.
sweet.
Yeah. Mhm.
How sweet.
I
How
was
sweet
watching
of
Mr.
you.
Metacore the other day, and of course the internet aristocrat for some of you older folks. And Jim, of course, is one of those people that YouTube hates most because Jim doesn't care what you think, and he's going to roast everybody and anybody. He doesn't care about their color, he doesn't care. I don't know if you know Mr. Metacore, but I love him for that. But he was up talking about a couple of YouTube idiots or TikTok idiots. One of them was it Tufuchu or some big fat Polynesian girl who is
Yeah.
absolutely filthy and disgusting, and
Mhm.
they're so desperate for money, and it was just such a a lot of times things are successful on TikTok or Twitter or what have you because people just like a good train wreck, right? And it's a little bit sad because some of these people, their lives are literally in disarray. But it's the entertainment is the disarrayedness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was a perfect
Mhm.
example of that. And the other one was some Bo Blacks, who I've never heard of, but I guess he's one of Destiny's buddies. He's part of that crew. The real
Yeah.
young Generation Z YouTuber guys, right? Twitch guys. And
Yeah.
I guess he's He's like a secret she-male or something like that on OnlyFans or whatever. I didn't care, but it was just all of the idiocy around all of it and the desperation. And they wonder why you get certain people will hit and others won't, like Mr. Beast, for instance, or Linus. Because when it comes to like new tech, computers like that, the biggest person in the game is Linus, right? Whether you've heard of him or not, he's the big boy,
Mm.
right? And
Yeah.
why do some of these guys will hit and some of them will burn in the most amazing way? Like that kid who said and did all kind of dumb things, crashed that car, and he's in what kind of millions of dollars debt now? And the reason is because these people, they make some money, they reinvest it into their business.
Yep.
It's shocking, but
Crazy idea.
crazy ideas.
Crazy idea.
But there are so many
Well,
people, and it made me think of this
funny
because
you
of the
bring up
rent
Mr.
money thing.
Beast. Yeah, funny
Yeah.
you bring up Mr. Beast because, okay, I know all the controversy and everything, blah, blah, da, 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 da. But we've been watching the Beast Games show on
Uh-huh.
Prime. It's pretty entertaining.
That
And
dude knows how to make money.
That's exactly right. That guy knows how to make money and it's a show I can watch with my kids. Like the kids
Yeah.
are really into it too.
He's very smart.
Because
Reinvest.
there's nothing like foul in it. It's just straight up competition.
And he
There's
does a lot
actually
of
a
good
lot of
things for
really
humans.
good people in
Yeah.
it
Yeah, but he
too.
does good things for people.
And
He's actually very
does good things,
philanthropic.
but it's I mean it's very interesting to watch the show. I mean,
Sure.
so yeah, he also is very smart with his investments,
Yeah, he is.
clearly, from a lot of things that he's done.
I'm just saying that's the difference. But I mean, they made a whole
Oh
movie
yeah,
here about girls looking for rent money, and it's
mm,
such a minuscule, novel thing. You don't have rent money. I mean,
a lot of people.
goodness gracious, dude.
Yeah. Well, I think it's implied that one of their boyfriends blew it on something.
Yeah, but
Yeah, and they
even
loaned them that
though
money.
it's just
Well,
rent, you should have
well,
rent
you say
in
that, Chester,
safety
but rent
over
has
10 times.
gotten
My friend, let me tell you,
crazy expensive in the last 10 years or so
Dude,
for
I
yeah,
most
don't
rent
care
is
people.
where I
not.
live, I would never sweat rent.
Yay.
You say that, but
So you're telling me if you lived in like LA or San Francisco or DC where the rents are like on average $4,000 a month, you wouldn't sweat that if you're
I'm
a
not that
single
stupid.
person?
I wouldn't go
like,
anywhere
Yeah, you're
near
saying you're
those
not the
hellholes.
that's what I'm saying. You're saying that No, I've never had a situation even when I was out of a job for like a while and I was living in my old apartment, I had never had I always made sure.
Yeah,
But,
no,
some people aren't good
a lot
stewards
of
with their
people
money.
aren't good stewards with their money. A lot of people
it
live
seems so.
paycheck to
It
paycheck.
seems so.
Yeah.
I agree 100%, Roger. Nexus Gaming is way better. It's what I watch. I watch Nexus Gaming, Paul, things like that. But I'm just saying, in that genre, Linus is king. He is. Nexus Game is way better because they are basically real journalists that say, "Fuck you. We don't want your money. We don't want your sponsorship. We're going to tell the truth, whether you like it or not." That's why we love
Oh
Nexus
yeah.
Gaming, right?
Yeah.
But Linus is completely corporate. But my point with it is that Linus knows how to make money. He built a business.
Right.
He went corporate. He sold his soul, sure, but he knows how to do it. Is my point. And yet we got a
Mhm.
movie about people that can't even freaking pay rent.
It's pretty relatable for a lot of young people,
It
though.
is pretty relatable for
I don't know,
young
dude.
people. I don't know
Chester,
how
you
young
have to
these girls
remember
are though.
you are an exceptional person.
Am I? Even when I
You
was a
are.
kid, I could pay the frickin' rent.
Even when you were a
Yeah.
kid, you were an exceptional person.
Dude,
Okay,
I've had
You've
friends
met normies. Have you seen them? They're a mess.
that's true.
I've had friends that have literally had to move back in with their parents because they just can't afford the rent.
I
The only
did.
time I ever did that, I intentionally did that. It wasn't about affording it. I was just like, no, I don't want to live here anymore.
Well, I actually did go back with my
But there's
parents
a
for
lot
about
too.
6 months or so, but it's because they asked me to, because they couldn't pay their rent. Yeah, I
You
don't
son
know.
of a bitch.
I did. I've never had trouble making rent, even when I was just like 18. Never.
Well, it's kinda should be like, aside from eating, it should be the only thing you're worried about when it comes to making money, somewhere to, to live.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
you don't need lights, you don't even necessarily need heat if you got some blankets, but you
That's
need a
true.
roof.
Yeah, roof would be good. But then again, I bought my first piece of property when I was 16, so,
This guy.
you know,
You're perfectly normal, Chester, everybody's like you, clearly.
yeah. Well, my uncle said money is in land, and I listened.
It is. It's true. He was
Mhm.
smart. He was a
He
Yeah,
smart
that's
man,
was.
your
smart.
uncle.
He
Yeah.
was. Yeah. But yeah, for Baja California, my first piece of property, still own it,
Yep.
which is interesting because most of the stuff I bought since I flipped, which is the point. Don't know why I still own that, but I do. If anybody wants a sandy beach with no buildings on it, I got the thing for you, buddy. I've never even visited it. I have pictures.
There's just a sandy beach out there with your name on it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I got in, and it was weird because these days, quite a while actually, a foreigner can't buy property in Mexico, which I think should be true everywhere in the world, to be honest with you. But
Yeah,
I got grandfathered in because I bought it when it was legal to do that. So technically, I'm a foreigner who owns land in Mexico, even though that's illegal.
that's right.
Yeah.
Well, don't
But
worry, their communist president might take it from you. You'll be,
I wouldn't really care. I never did anything with it. I think it's kind of like that first dollar you make and you tape on the wall. It's like that.
Yep,
So yeah. But then again, most of my money transference is in Malta right now, anyway.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, they have a very interesting thing in a few places in the world. A lot of people don't understand this about Malta. Let me help you out.
Uh-oh.
Um, Malta is one of those countries that has a separation between resident visa or resident citizen and domiciled citizen. Now, domicile we use these days to think just of, oh, you have a house, but that's not what the word actually means. What it means is the home of or the land of your father is what it means, right? And in
Yep.
Malta, if you're born there, you are domiciled and you pay whatever the taxes, and they can be quite ridiculous in Malta. However, if you're not born there and you don't bring assets into the country, other than say money you earn from savings, right?
Mhm.
You pay. Are you ready for it? Zero taxes.
Goose.
Deuce. If you don't bring the money in from other companies, and as long as those companies have relationship, those countries have relationship with Malta, which that's just about a little bit of research, you pay zero. Everything you make in or you bring in is like say funds to live on, 15%.
Mhm.
So basically, I've capitalized most of my money into Malta. Therefore, I pay 15% on 10% of my money. The rest of it, I pay
Interesting.
nothing.
It's nice.
So you wonder why I go to Malta.
It's nice. Well, you want to get in with the knights. I know. It's
Yeah,
fine.
well,
We got
that shh. Okay.
you.
But no, I'm just telling you, you can do this stuff.
Yeah.
Matter of
I
fact,
mean, that's how. So there's one way that this is something that the rich people don't want to tell anybody about. But
oh
if you talk to people who are, financial people, they'll tell you about it.
yeah,
One of the way rich people stay rich, especially like the rich, is they'll buy things like bonds that have a
yep,
certain term before they mature.
oh yeah,
And what they'll do then is they'll just buy that bond and they'll wait. Or they'll buy that bond and then use that
it's
bond as collateral
yeah,
for a
yeah.
loan to buy
Oh,
another bond
dude,
later.
it's deeper than you think. Let me give you an
It's so
example.
easy once you have the money.
Hypothetical, by the way,
Yeah.
hypothetical. Okay,
Uh-huh.
if you go to Egypt and you buy a piece of property that is worth $100,000 or more,
Mhm.
and you don't touch it for 3 years, you get automatic citizenship. You can actually have a passport. Now,
Mhm.
we don't really need an Egyptian passport. It's not a very good one, right?
Mm-mm.
But you're actually a citizen. And what you could do in Egypt, flipping it and selling it, you could make money if you'd have to get your nose in, right? But
Yeah.
you can basically freeze up all kinds of money in Egypt, and it doesn't show up anywhere. So if you want to
Yes.
lock money down, doing just buying some property in Egypt is a way to do it. And trust me, a lot of people in the world do so. Jordan,
Yes.
same thing.
Yes. Jordan's
Turkey,
a great one.
same
Mhm.
thing,
Mhm.
right? And I may or may not have done such investments. But you can go and buy yourself passports because you don't want to have one passport. You want to have minimum two, right?
Especially if you're not living in America. Yeah,
Right, right.
100%. Yeah,
And in some ways, you might even want to get rid of your American passport.
there are times. Yeah,
It depends on the situation. But there are many Caribbean countries where you literally never even have to step foot in the country to get a passport,
right. You just
and
buy it,
therefore use that
basically.
as an investment, right? Like
Right.
St. Louis, Lucius is a really good example. Now, the problem with it is if you want to invest your money in, say, like Switzerland, which is kind of a haven in a way, but it's a very strict one, meaning they don't let
Very
just
hard. Yeah.
anybody in. However,
Nope.
there's another place in the world that doesn't give one shit whatsoever. It's called Singapore.
That's true.
Yeah,
They're not picky.
they're
As
not.
long as you're not causing their trouble in Singapore, they don't really care about anything
So
else.
my point is, if you are investing and doing some businesses or gaining some monies here or there, you can actually move your money around in such a way that you pay, close to zero, if not zero, on your taxes completely. Now, I remember Hillary Clinton going on and getting in Trump's ass for doing this shit. And I loved his response. I think this is what made him president to start with, was his response. He's like, yeah, I do that. And so do all your friends. If you don't like it, change the law.
Yep. And they won't because
They
that's
won't.
what they all do.
Because
But
there's
you
so
can
many
do that
ways
in
to hide your
America
money legally.
and other places as well. Where what I was getting at is what they do. I can't remember the whole scheme, but what you do with these bonds is they effectively just double your money every so often
They can.
because of the way
They
they
can.
work.
Especially like
So that's
Turkey.
what they'll do.
Turkey's probably a better place
Yep.
to do that than,
You can
Egypt, Jordan is
also
more of a kind of static place.
Yeah, you can also use them for collateral in a loan, and then that money you get in the loan is completely tax free.
That's true.
And then once you cash the bond out, you just pay off the loan. And
That's
they do it
true.
all the time. This
That's
is how
true.
they get away with paying no income tax because they don't make any money. Not
Right.
really. On
Right.
paper, they're not making money. So they don't have to pay income tax.
Right. No, that's
And
true.
people are like, but that should be illegal, blah, blah, blah. And like, listen, or how about we just say income tax is retarded and get rid of it? Because it is. It
Right.
doesn't do anything
And
but make everybody worse.
and
That's all it
keep in
does.
mind, I will be, moving there for at least the 183 days. This is an important number if you're looking to move money around.
Mhm.
I will be spending at least 183 days a year in Malta here when I retire. But
Mhm.
keep in mind, there are places you can go. Like in Malta, any money that I bring in or I earn in Malta, I'm going to pay 15%. But that's not that bad. I don't mind paying taxes,
No, that's
right?
lower than fucking
It's
America.
it's pretty low.
Jeez.
But keep in mind,
It's way
places
lower.
like Malta or Georgia or some of these other really good investment countries, they have no wealth tax.
Right.
Yeah. They
They
have
want
no
your money there.
inheritance death tax. They don't have any of these extra little things. And the reason you say, well, why did they do that? Isn't that bad business? No, because
No.
these are one of these countries that thinks that if you're living in country, you're spending money in country.
Right. You're building business there.
You're
You're
building
investing.
revenue for them. And you know
Yes.
what? Malta is one of those little quiet places people don't know about. They don't talk about. Everyone's all about the Canary Islands for banking and all this kind of nonsense.
Mhm.
Malta is the gem, and it's hiding right there in front of you, and it's hiding right in front of it because keep in mind, Malta is part of the EU.
Right.
Therefore, all their money is in euro, which
Yep.
of course is compatible and completely transferable with the American dollar. So
Right.
therefore you never have to put you because here's the problem as American if you hold a passport like I do and you're a citizen. If you invest your money in dollars, which in inevitably is you're kind of forced to do, the American government will come after you for taxes no matter where you live. The American government are bastards. They're constantly hunting for your money. They don't care. I haven't stepped foot in America in 20 plus years. But they'll
Right.
chase my damn money. I guarantee you that.
Oh yeah.
Most
Oh
countries
yeah.
won't, right? However, if you transfer and move everything through other currency, and
It's
therefore
harder.
in the transference, it's never in my hands, it's all bank
Right.
stuff, gets transferred into dollars. Well, that doesn't mean anything, does it?
Then they go, oh, we can't find that. Oopsie.
Well, they can find it, but they just can't do shit about it.
Right. Well, that's what I
Whoop.
meant. Yeah. What's that?
I said whoops.
Oh,
Whoopsie. Yeah.
whoopsie. Whoopsie
But I'm just
daisy.
saying,
No, and that's the problem with the American system is the American system is designed to be oppressive to anybody who's not rich. or
Oh, it
anybody who's
is.
not super
It
duper
is.
duper
It
poor,
is
because the
true.
super duper duper poor can get all kinds of government handouts and live like kings compared to the people in the middle. The worst thing you can be in America is in the middle, and it shouldn't
Right.
be that way.
Which is why I have to dance so much because I'm not rich. I'm
Yes,
in the middle.
right.
But I have to dance. But the thing with it is, I've been looking for solutions for quite a while because I want to do more international things, but I have to really be concerned with the American government, right?
Mhm.
But the Malta solution kind of fell in my lap, and I'm really happy with it because I love Malta, and I'll have
Yeah.
no problem whatsoever spending 183 days a year there.
I bet you wouldn't in that paradise. I bet you wouldn't right in the middle of the Mediterranean.
Right. I'm really, really, really trying to. I'm really hunting right now, trying to find a deal in Medina because I want to live in Medina. I just don't
Mm,
have the capital to do that straight out, you know,
mhm,
because most of my purchases were in Gozo, which is another island, and I could do that. It was in my wheelhouse, right? Medina is where
mhm.
I want to live. It's freaking fantastic. It's a bit pricey though, dude.
Yeah.
So I might have to kind of wheel and deal my way into it. You know what I mean? But that's
Just
my
talk to
ultimate
the
goal.
Knights. They'll get you in. You'll
No,
be
they
all right.
won't. They don't give a shit. They care about money. They do.
That's true. That's
Uh,
why they're still there,
that's
because
why
they
they're
care
still
about
there.
money.
Well, to be honest, in the relationship with the Knights in Malta is kind of interesting. Technically, the Knights headquarters are in Italy,
That's right.
and but of course they are still present. I mean, they built the frickin' island, but
Yes.
the relationship with the locals is kind of strained. Really, the local people aren't really big fans of the Knights of Malta. It's not as copacetic as you think, um,
That's interesting.
and you have to keep in mind that when you're dealing with them. But the Maltese are such easy people to interact with anyway. It's
Mhm,
one of those weird places that, although ultimately in the end I'll learn the language just because it's kind of what I do.
mhm.
But I don't know that I'll ever use it.
Do they
It's one of those,
mostly speak English?
yeah, and they kind of prefer that.
Yeah. Well, it's the business language.
Yeah, it is,
Um,
but it's cultural too. They kind of prefer a foreigner speaking them in English instead of trying to
I
speak
see
the
what you're
language.
saying. Yeah, yeah.
Um,
They don't want you to put on airs,
Right,
basically.
they
Don't
see it
not
that
try
way.
to fake
Now,
it.
some places
Yeah.
are quite different. Like if you go to Taiwan, China, and you speak Chinese, they're absolutely giddy about it. They love it.
Right.
Japanese too.
Because they're
Dep
supremacists. Yeah. We
Well,
get
yeah, but it depends on where you are. But Malta's one of
it.
those
No, the Chi
places,
well, China is, but I don't know about Taiwan and Japan.
yeah,
But yeah, no, I get it. It's because there's it's a different kind of humility. Like, I'm not saying like those places don't have humility in them. It's just you don't want somebody to put on airs for you, is what
right,
it sounds like to me.
right,
That's how they
right.
are. They would much rather you just be you.
And
And
I
yeah,
did
I get
notice
that.
because I am paying attention, and of course, my few interactions that I've been to Malta, I have learned language already. Just you know,
Right.
but I don't use it. And I do notice that a lot of the foreigners who do want to constantly try to speak Maltese, they tend to speak a lot like Valley girls. And it's a bit embarrassing. And I'm like, why would you do that anyway?
That's
Because
funny.
Maltese is this weird, eclectic, it's like Italian with Arabic in it. It's
Mhm.
this weird little language, really.
Well,
Um,
especially where it is, right in the middle.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm way past my time. I gotta go to work. What am I doing?
Chester, go to work. My gosh, with this guy
I
never
know.
working.
Got
He's just
anything
out
to
here
say?
buying property instead of working. Listen to him.
Well, you got anything you want to say, Adrian?
Is he there? He might have fell asleep.
Um, no, I'm still here.
That's cool.
I don't
You
have
know,
much to say about Malta. It sounds very interesting, like you were talking about.
oh, you should take a trip. You take your family and go over. Go check it out,
Yeah, I'll get on that.
dude. You should. It's an
Actually,
affordable trip for anybody, and you'll
actually,
absolutely adore
we
it.
were looking at how actually affordable a Japanese trip is.
Right now,
It's
yeah, it is. It
Yeah.
is quite affordable. Yeah, yeah. But I
especially
think you would
especially this
enjoy
time of
Malta
year.
better.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those places I've thought about going, but I
Japan,
don't know.
yeah, yeah. Japan's nice. The only problem with Japan is you either like the food or you don't. It's kind of one of those things. Whereas in
Hmm.
Malta, there's no way you're not going to find food you love. It's impossible. or Taiwan, or Thailand, or
All
there
that
are
Japanese
places like
food,
that you're
that's
going to
not
find
gonna
food
be
you
too
love.
much of a problem, probably.
Yeah, Japan's just a little more narrow, and it depends. You either like it or you don't. So
Yeah.
anyway, but I think all of you should just take trips. Go take a trip. What are you doing? You don't need much money. People have these things, these ideas in their head. They got to spend all this money. No, you don't. Don't go to the tourist trap. Don't go to the tourist sightseeing things that want $100. Don't do that. Just go walk on the street
Oh yeah.
amongst the locals, dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll have a great
Definitely.
time.
No, you're right. You're
Yeah,
right. My friend just got back from France, actually,
yeah.
and that's
Francais.
it was actually very affordable. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
he
France
and he
isn't bad.
said that's essentially what he did, though. He didn't go to all the tourist trap. I mean, he went to museums because he's an artist, so he wanted
Oh
to go
sure.
check out the
Yeah, you
big
got to
ones.
go to the Louvre, right?
But he also said like he walked around the streets and discovered a
Hmm.
lot of things on his own,
Yep,
and that was the better
yep,
part of it. Really
yep.
was discovering things on
No,
his
no.
own.
There's a lot of places like that, and I wasn't a big fan of France because the food's too salty for me. But I've always been a
Mhm.
bit salt sensitive. But other places that are very affordable: Romania, Croatia, right? Poland. These
Yeah,
places are very affordable. Hungary, go to Budapest, right? They're very affordable, and they're beautiful, gorgeous architecture, wonderful food. Well, I would say Romania more than say Budapest. But there's a
yeah,
lot of places you can go, man. It's not as expensive. Don't people get this shit in their head? It's not that expensive, dude. Just do it.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, I've
Oh,
been
wait,
looking and just trying
do
to
it.
do some kind of a trip
I have a
in the
wife who
near
hates
future.
traveling, so that's why I don't travel much.
Oh, I see. Yeah. And even with the kids, it isn't as big a deal as you think. It's kids are
Yeah,
discounted everywhere on planet Earth.
my kids
Everybody
can
has
travel.
families and they're always discounted.
My kids have flown more than most adults I know have flown.
Oh, there you go. But yeah, a lot of people are afraid to do that. I've never. I just get on a plane. I've taken many vacations where I just have like 300 bucks in my pocket.
Hmm.
Yep. Anyway, take us out of here, dude.
Let's get out of here, ladies and gentlemen. We talk a lot about stuff on this channel. One of the things we talk about, at least I do a lot, is the difference between rhetoric and commitment. So I'm going to do this one. I am committed to the purpose of my principles, not the rhetoric.
Oh,
Mm.
fair enough. Namaste. And Grimlock says he's going to take a trip to his fridge. He can afford that.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
That makes sense.
Namaste. Later, everybody.
Bye.